Thank you for coming down today. We'll go ahead and start call to order the Metropolitan Planning Commission, September 23rd, 2021 meeting. And just a few housekeeping items. Per the mayor's executive order, we really appreciate everybody wearing a mask. If you don't have a mask, we have some, and we'll get a staff member to, one of the team members to come get you a mask. So I appreciate it. I want to say thank you for that, and also everybody trying to social distance. When we're talking today, there's wipes and hand sanitizer in the front. If you could wipe the microphone. I know it takes a little longer, but we really appreciate that. After you speak, that would be very helpful, so we appreciate folks doing that. Also, please put your cell phones on silent. That way we can do the meeting without interruption. Also, I always like, we have to remind everybody that that we always try to conduct a professional meeting, be kind to each other, and speak to the chair. So we appreciate everybody abiding by that. We really do. So, without ado, we're on item B, which is adoption of the agenda, commissioners, and everybody's gotten the agenda beforehand. We'll need a motion to adopt the agenda. Is there a motion? Is there a motion? A second? And there's a second. Any discussion on the agenda? Edits, comments? And so there's a motion and second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And the agenda is adopted. Now we're on to item C, which is the approval of two sets of minutes, which is the August 26, 2021 minutes, and also the September 9th, 2021 minutes. And those were also sent to the commissioners beforehand. So we'll need a motion to adopt those two sets of minutes. Is there a motion? The Vice Chair makes a motion. Is there a second? Second. Second. Any discussion? Any edits, comments? Seeing none. All in favor of the minutes, say aye. Opposed, no, and the ayes have it. So the minutes have been adopted. Now is the recognition. We are on item D, which is the recognition of the council members. And so we take the council members as we see y'all come in. And so the first council lady, Sepulveda, I always mess up council lady's name. I apologize. Council lady, is she here? And what is the proper pronouncement of your last name? I can never get that right, and I apologize. Thank you so much for coming. We also have Council Lady Van Rees. Where's Council? Speak later. Okay. Thank you, Council Lady. Appreciate y'all coming. Councilman O'Connell, I saw. Councilman, oh gosh, he all dressed up today. Welcome, council member. Appreciate it.
Surprised the chair thinks it's Casual Thursday this afternoon. Lack of necktie is concerning. Good afternoon, commissioners. Just a few things. You all are going to have an information session today that is really an important moment. It reflects some key progress that's been made on the project of 2nd Avenue recovery and restoration, and it really hits on both of those themes. So I would love to get feedback from commissioners on that presentation. Today is information only, but I expect this will turn into action for some of the most devastated buildings. And I think right now we've got good alignment, and I expect that to continue, but really look forward to getting feedback from the commissioners and really appreciate the director and staff's commitment to the project of 2nd Avenue. That's a big one. Then the other item I wanted to mention, we've got several constituents from Midtown in District 19 are here about a sort of an otherwise obscure policy issue where an SP from years ago would seek an amendment to allow for short-term rental permits to be available within the Connect project. There's a discussion happening. I think from a policy standpoint, I understand the staff recommendation. I will say, regardless of the commission's decision today, this is something we're going to continue to have a conversation about if that bill does in fact advance to council. I do want to make sure at least that the applicant and a concerned constituency get the chance to interact. I think some of that is starting today. If that bill does advance to council, we will continue that. The thing I want to spend a little more time on this afternoon, I apologize, I'm going to have to jump straight from this to a work commitment and then a dad commitment. I've got to pick up both girls today. I'm going to try to stick my head back in if I can after the work obligation, but I did want to have an opportunity to address you all. Setting aside the impact of a global pandemic, Nashville's most urgent crisis is housing. As you consider item 2021 SP 023001 North Edge Hill Commons this evening, you'll consider a project proposal where the applicant has made a voluntary commitment of 10% of the residential component of the project to workforce housing. There is a lot of development in District 19 right now, and very, very few developers come to the table ready to make this type of commitment. This proposal would add hundreds of units of housing along a major transit corridor while also improving streetscapes along every point of access to improve pedestrian and cyclist accommodations. It is walking distance to the Gulch and downtown. I have had constituents interested in affordable housing request a deed restriction. Affordable housing policy at the local level, as everyone who has worked on staff or on this commission knows, in Tennessee is extremely difficult right now as there's extremely little we can legally require under state law. The one time I had a developer entertain the idea of a deed restriction, neither Metro nor MDHA were equipped to manage it and still don't seem to be, and we couldn't find a third-party nonprofit to manage it either. If, again, this proposal moves forward after tonight, I will continue to explore ways to secure the affordability component. Tonight, you'll also hear that the applicant has addressed one of the primary themes of concern from the previous submission by removing the hotel use, which has had the secondary benefit of a favorable impact on expected traffic. Given policy, the biggest challenge the commission will face tonight is whether the height modification is consistent with policy. This project sits within a community plan that is a T4 MU, basically a mixed-use area of the community plan per the community character manual. Multifamily buildings are generally up to 5 stories in height, but may be taller in limited instances. I think with the difficult conversation we've had, this is a limited instance, and the project satisfies multiple of the factors that could be used to allow for additional height, including proximity to other policy areas and the role of the building in transitioning between policies, contribution that the building makes to the overall fabric of the mixed-use neighborhood in terms of creating pedestrian-friendly streetscapes, plazas, and open space, public art, innovative stormwater management techniques, etc., prominence of the intersection or street segment on which the building is located, with locations along or at intersections of arterial boulevard streets being favored for taller buildings, proximity to existing or planned transit, topography, and other unique site and locational characteristics. As was referenced at the last meeting, the only way to protect neighborhoods in Nashville right now is with more buildable land. This is a parking lot right now in a context that is the furthest removed from the historic single-family context of the neighborhood and adjacent to an interstate. For me, in representing District 19, I think allowing 2 buildings to be taller at that furthest point at the lowest grade is a reasonable request for as many as 70 new units of workforce housing and more housing overall besides. The infrastructure improvements in green and open space are considerable, and I'm already working with planning and council staff on strengthening language around a potential grocery option. In representing Edge Hill specifically, I regret that we don't arrive this evening with a stronger consensus in the community about this proposal. As you all know, our rezoning work in District 19 over the past 6 years has generally included consensus prior to completing the rezoning request process. If the commission approves this, I will commit that we will continue the conversation in the community with the goal of building further consensus, either in favor or in opposition. The decision we're confronting right now is whether it is in the best interest of this community to leave these parcels with a base zoning of IWD, where an as-of-right build could achieve 9 stories, and wait to see if something better comes along, or to approve a proposal with a chief policy concern that is a request for additional height in 2 of the buildings. I will say for my part, in long years of representing this community, it's very difficult to defend the status quo in the presence of so much work that has gone into mitigating community concerns and securing community benefits over the past 9 months, while giving us the prospect of adding to Nashville's supply of affordable housing. So I look forward to the discussion, and we know it will continue after tonight. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Councilman. Really appreciate you coming down. Any other council members? Lisa and Director, I don't think I saw any other council members. Make sure we get everybody. All right, seeing none. We'll go on to item E, which is items for deferral withdrawal. Lisa?
Hi, Chair. We have the following items for deferral or withdrawal. Item number 1, 2020Z013TX001, a text amendment related to owner-occupied short-term rental district. Staff recommendation is to defer to October 28th. Item number 2A, 2021CP007003, West Nashville Community Plan Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. On page 4 of your agenda, item number 2B, 2021Z077PR001, a rezoning on Cowden Avenue. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. Item number 3, 2018 SP 009003, Sage Run SP Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. Item 4A, 2021 SP 009001, Crescent Lions Head. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. Item number 4B, 7874P003, Lions Head Village Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. Item number 5, 2021 SP 041001, Curtis Property SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. On page 5 of your agenda, item 6A, 2021 SP 046001, Summit View. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. Item 6B, 2779P001, Communications Tower PUD cancellation. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. Item number 7, 2021 SP 057001, Marina Grove. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. Item 8A, 2021 SP 062001, 4321 Old Hickory Boulevard. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. Item 8B, 12384P001, South Fork Commercial PUD cancellation. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. On page 6 of your agenda, item 8C, 4586P003, Grandwood Village PUD cancellation. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. Item number 9, 2021 SP 063001, Charlotte View West. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. Item number 10, 2021 Z119PR001, a rezoning for various properties in Germantown. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 28th meeting. Item number 11, 2021 Z070PR001, a rezoning request on Hills Lane. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 14th meeting. Item number 12, 2021 S060001, Scruggs Estates. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. On page 7 of your agenda, item number 13, 2021 S161001, re-subdivision of Tract 1, Plan of Brentwood Hall, Section 5. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 28th meeting. Item number 14, 2021 S174001, Pleasant Cove Concept Plan. Staff recommendation is to defer to October 14th. Item 15A, 2021 HL003001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 28th meeting. Item 15B, 2021 NL003001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 28th meeting. And item number 16, 2021Z 012TX001, related to parking for not owner-occupied short-term rentals. Staff recommendation is to defer to the October 28th Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you, Lisa. So Commissioners, you've heard the items, but let's go through these and then, Lisa, make sure that these are correct. So we have items, and these are items for deferral or withdrawal. Items 1, 2A, 2B, 3, 4A, 4B, 5, 6A, 6B, 7, 8A, 8B, 8C, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15A, 15B, and 16. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, Commissioners, you've heard the items for deferral withdrawal. Is there a motion? There's a motion by the Council Lady. Second? Second by by Vice Chair. And any discussion on the items for deferral? Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and those items are deferred or withdrawn. We are now on item F, the consent agenda. Lisa?
As noticed to the public, items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. I will now read through the items that are tentatively on consent and ask if anyone in the audience is here in opposition. If so, please raise your hand, and then the item will be presented when we get to that item on the agenda. Item number 17, 2021Z016TX001. Is there anyone here in opposition to item number 17? Okay, 17 will go on consent. Item number 18, 2021Z017TX001. Is there anyone here in opposition to item 18? Okay. Item number 19, 2017 SP019003. Is there anyone here in opposition to item 19? Okay. Item 21, 2021 SP052001. Is there anyone in opposition to item 21? Item 22, 2021 SPs. Okay. Oh, 21. Item 22, 2021 SP064001. Is there anyone in opposition to item 22? Item 23, 2021 COD004001. Is there anyone in opposition to item 23? Item number 24, 2017 NHC 003002. Is there anyone here in opposition to item number 24? Item number 25, 2021 Z064PR001. Is there anyone in opposition to item 25? Item 26, 2021 Z072PR001. Is there anyone in opposition to item 26? Item 28, 2021 Z083PR001. Is there anyone in opposition to item 28? Item 29, 2021 Z092PR0, I'm sorry, that one is not. Item number 30, 2021 Z093PR001. Is there anyone in opposition to item number 30? Item number 31, 2021 Z094PR001. Is there anyone in opposition to item 31? Item 32, 2021 DTC 017001. Is there anyone in opposition to item 32? 32? No. Item 33, 2021 S169001. Is there anyone in opposition to item 33? And item number 34, 2021S171001. Is there anyone in opposition to item number 34? No, I've already got it to be presented. I have that it will be presented. Item number 34, 2021S171001. Is there anyone in opposition to item number 34? Okay, Chairman, I'll run through the, and read
Yes.
those, and read the captions.
Yes, which ones are on the consent agenda?
As information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. The following items are on the consent agenda. Item number 17, 2021Z016TX001. It's a text amendment related to noticing. Staff recommendation is to approve the substitute ordinance. Item number 18, 2021Z017TX001. It's a request to amend the zoning code related to historic signage. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 22, 2021 SP064001, Skyline Ridge. It's a request to rezone from SP to SP to permit 240 multifamily units. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 25, 2021Z064PR001. It's a request to rezone from SP to RS80 for property located on Newsom Station Road. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 26, 2021Z072PR001. It's a request to rezone from AR2A to RS7.5 for property located on Anderson Road. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 28, 2021Z083PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS10 to OR20 for property located on Thompson Lane. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 30, 2021Z093PR001. It's a request to rezone from OL to IWD for property located on Elm Hill Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 31, 2021Z094PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS10 to R10 for property located on Hydes Ferry Road. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 32, 2021 DTC 017001, Modera McGavick. It's a request for overall height modification for property located on McGavick Street. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 33, 2021 S169001, Sequoia Valley Reserve Parcel. It's a request to amend a previously approved plat to remove the reserve status on property located on Apache Lane. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 34, 2021 S171001, Maplewood Manor Subdivision, resub of Lot 23. It's a request for final plat approval to create 2 lots for property located on Virginia Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and find that lots 1 and 2 provide for harmonious development. Under other business on page 11 of your agenda, item number 35, new employee contract for Diana Tomlin, Andrea Barber, and Olivia Ransine. And item number 35, to accept the director's report.
Lisa, what about item 39? Is that on there?
Yes, item 39, to accept the director's report.
There we go. Okay, that's what I thought. That was trying to get it all straight. Okay, so commissioners and viewing public, so these are the items on the consent agenda, and we'll go slow just in case if you think that there's something not correct, please let me know. So these are the items on consent agenda. Item number 17, 18, 22, 25, 26, 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 39. Is that correct, Lisa?
That's correct.
All right, and ma'am, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm here for 21. That's why I raised my hand for 21.
Item 21. Yes, so I did not, that's when so 21 will be heard, and so thank you, just to be clear. That is not on the consent agenda. Any other? I'll make sure we get everybody. Okay. Commissioners, you've heard the items on the consent agenda. Any discussion, questions? So we'll need a motion for the consent agenda, the items that I just read. Thank you, Counselor. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and those items are adopted. And so, Lisa, why don't we, so I think these are the items to be heard. I think there's 7 of them. So items 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 27, and 29. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so we have 7 items that we're going to hear tonight, but we're going to do that after we do our presentation. But let me go ahead and say this. So we've had a request from Councilman O'Connell, and then also this item has been deferred prior, and I think that most of the folks are here because of item number 20. And so what the request has been is to move that up to being the first item instead of the second item heard. And I think this would also help us, commissioners, with social distancing and help clear out the room so that we can hear the other items. And so, so that's my suggestion. Is there a motion to do that, Vice Chair? Do you want to make a motion? Vice Chair makes a motion, Council seconds. Any discussion on moving that up to being the first item? So all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. So item number 20 will be heard first, and then we'll do items 19, then 21, 23, 24, 27, and 29. But before we do that, we're going to hold an informational session on the Second Avenue recovery. Personally, I just want to thank our former commissioner, Ron Gobble, for his work on this, and also our director. Director Kemp has worked a lot on this. I know that a lot of metro agencies, lots of different folks have worked on this. I want to just thank everyone for this as we heal and try to fix Second Avenue. So I appreciate everybody coming down. I do want to say a few things per our legal counsel, that this is only an informational session, so we can't deliberate on this particular items. Now, you can ask, commissioners, you can ask, so there's no public discussion. It's not a public hearing today for this item. It's informational. But we can ask technical questions. But we have to be really careful on not deliberating. So I'm going to hand that over to the director, and she has a few more things to say about that.
Just press it once, correct, Chair?
Yes. So, commissioners, another housekeeping item, just a reminder, this is a new sound system. Just don't press the speak button really fast after. You can press it and then let it be, and then give it a few seconds, or else we'll have to reboot the system. So
Patience, Commissioner.
patience. Okay. Thank you. All right, Director.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you and to reiterate, we have 2 informational items. We hope you will ask questions and get information on the table, but not to deliberate. I will just say, again, thanks to the chair for acknowledging the hard work of many metro departments and community members who have been fiercely advocating for this neighborhood since the explosion on Christmas Day. And, I would just say that The explosion injured us at one of our most important historical sites, and so obviously it's been a tremendous sadness in some respects. But at the same time, in talking with the community and listening to what they want to see moving forward and as we rebuild, we have felt very much called to try to rebuild in a renewed way, in a way that can really improve the area and address concerns, but also, really emphasize those assets that have been there that we cherish as a neighborhood. And so I'm really pleased to give you really a progress report on where we are and look forward to the questions and discussion. So thank you. And I believe Nora Yu is here to, or forgive me, Ron, I think you're getting started, and then we'll hand it over to Nora.
Mr. Gobble.
First, let me say, my last meeting as a commissioner was when it was virtual, and then I disappeared into cyberspace. And I want to say how much I really enjoyed working with the chairman and the staff, and each and every one of you. I'm just amazed at the amount of effort and how thorough it is, and how much I got to cheat off of Commissioner Sims' homework as we went through these things over the 4 years I was on the commission. I really enjoyed it, and I think Commissioner Henley will do a fine job. And working together on a couple of projects, and so every opportunity I get, I'll try to coach him. But he does great. We want to give you just an overview of what's going on around the 2nd Avenue project, and if I can figure out which button to push. There we go. Here's the aerial photo. You can see the little red circle in the middle, and that red circle indicates where the blast occurred. And on 2nd Avenue, right across from the AT&T building, and right in front of some historic structures that you'll hear a lot more about over the next few minutes. This is the AT&T building with the blast. It's hard to realize that building was a hardened building designed to withstand quite a load, not necessarily a blast, but the blast did go through. What you're seeing is the backside of an elevator shaft, and it went through the entire building, and there's an extensive interior upgrade going on, rework and upgrade going on, including all of their electrical systems. This is what was across the street. And again, the buildings here are 170, 172, 174, and 176 2nd Avenue, and those are the ones that you'll be hearing a lot more about. But it just trashed the 2nd Avenue facade. This is us walking up and down it many times. The demolition of those 4 buildings that I just mentioned, not demolition, but partial removal and stabilization, occurred basically from cherry pickers picking up 1 brick at a time. A lot of those bricks that were historic and other elements that were left after the blast have been salvaged and stored and set up for future use. But the building owners worked diligently, again, 1 brick at a time to take this thing down. And this is what it looks like today. So essentially, the building on the right there, that's 170. That's 170. This is 172. Now, 172 didn't go all the way to 1st Avenue. It only went about halfway back. This is 174, and this one's 176. And this is the back side, the 1st Avenue side. So again, this is 176, 174. Now, those walls structurally have some issues, to the point that to protect the health and safety, we had to close 1st Avenue. So obviously, we're concerned about getting a plan together so we know where we're going to stand moving forward and how to get 1st Avenue back open and open to the public in a safe manner. The gap you see here is that 172 building, And it got a tremendous amount of damage on the First Avenue side during the blast. And then this building right here is the 170 building. So the 4 buildings you'll be hearing a lot about are those 4. Again, I want to encourage you to understand that we do have a health and safety issue on First Avenue, and so we're trying to move as efficiently as practical. This is a map that shows all the buildings up and down. This right here is the blast was right in this area here. The bomb was right there. The long building on the left is AT&T. We're continuing to have conversations with them, Historic Commission, Planning Commission, and others about how they're going to resurface their building as they get to that point. Across the street, this is 166. That building has started into the reconstruction phase. And then everything north of that, pardon me, everything north of that is where the most heavily damaged buildings occur. I will mention that we had 65 buildings affected. 19 buildings are under construction with cosmetic repairs going on right now. 10 buildings, the red ones, are critically damaged. But we have had 33 businesses back open. So we're making progress. This is the 172. Again, that's the short building with the courtyard, had a courtyard there all along. And then the other 3, the building just to the north of this is 178, which is the quarters. It's a condo building, and the rest of the buildings to the north are dealing with insurance issues, as you can imagine, and other things to determine what their schedule is going to be. I will point out that the Butler's Run building, which is right in here, it had a connection that connected 2nd Avenue to 1st Avenue. So I did want to make that point. So that's an overview of what we're working on outside of, around the 2nd Avenue project. It's slow. It'll be 9 months and 2 days from now. So we're making some progress, and we're trying to move it along. So Nora?
Thank you, Mr. Gobble. We appreciate that and your work.
Hello, Commissioners. I am Nora Yu with the Planning Department, and I'll be following up on Ron's presentation with a little bit more information on the ongoing 2nd Avenue rebuilding efforts. And I do want to note Planning has been very glad to work closely with Ron and Michelle over at GHP on this very important project.
If you could just get a little closer to the mic. There we go.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So here's a timeline showing an overview of what has happened since the blast last December. In February of this year, we held our first 2 community listening sessions with the support of the Civic Design Center. The first was specifically geared towards 2nd Avenue residents, business owners, and merchants, and then the second one was open to the public. We followed up with those with a public visioning session held in early March where participants were able to mark up maps of the area to envision the potentials of rebuilding this area around 2nd Avenue. At the end of March, we brought in an advisory services panel from the Urban Land Institute, or ULI, and they virtually convened 7 experts in the fields of urban design, landscape, architecture, development, and planning to study 2nd Avenue and make recommendations on how best to rebuild after the blast. So the ULI panel met for a week-long intensive to study what happened on 2nd Avenue. They interviewed an array of stakeholders and all to make recommendations for best next steps. And their recommendations are in a presentation or report that can be, accessed on ULI Nashville's website, which is nashville.uli.org. The panel helped lend insight in 2 different ways. They provided support to understand how to move forward from the aftermath created by the blast. They also looked at the entire area, this particular area of downtown, to assess underlying urban design issues that were present even before the explosion, and their recommendations simultaneously address both of these scopes. Their conclusion was, in order to rebuild 2nd Avenue in a robust and meaningful way, and due to the unfortunate circumstances, there is now this opportunity to do so, there needs to be a very holistic look at not only Second Avenue, but also First Avenue and the riverfront, since all of those pieces work in tandem with one another. So in this presentation, when we speak about rebuilding Second Avenue, we're really referring to rebuilding the entire public realm and spaces that make this historic area of town unique. So we're looking at designs of streets, streetscapes, parks, and public areas, the realm beyond just individual buildings and properties. So after the ULI panel convened in March, we followed up with additional public engagement sessions this summer. We held an in-person site walk on Second Avenue and a workshop with Second Avenue residents, business owners, and merchants, and we had a virtual public meeting at the beginning of August. So these sessions focused really on discussing implementation of design ideas for envisioning the future of Second Avenue, First Avenue, and the riverfront. And we now have a consultant team looking at concept designs for these areas. So they will be working on refining those designs over the next upcoming months. So to date, planning in partnership with Civic Design Center and GHP has held 7 community and stakeholder sessions, reaching over 400 individuals. And here are some images from our community meetings this summer. And we will be having another public session coming up in early fall to review and get feedback on those early concept designs for streetscapes and riverfront park. So from each of the public discussions with the community, 6 key themes have emerged, and these were very much echoed and supported by the ULI panel findings in March. And these 6 key themes are where we'd like to focus efforts as we rebuild this part of our downtown fabric. So the themes are riverfront design, programming, and activation, streetscape design for both Second Avenue and First Avenue, maintaining the historic integrity of this area, creating connections, property opportunities, and also project management and operations. So I'll go through some of these themes now. The 2 key areas here, riverfront and the streetscape of both First and Second Avenues, were the focus of this summer's public engagement, and they're the focus of those concept designs that the consultant team is currently developing. So some ideas that are being considered include how to update the riverfront plan to better match the current context of the city on both west and east sides of the river, and also how to improve the streetscape experience for pedestrians through, for example, outdoor dining, adding greenery, and new crosswalks. And these 2 images on the right are from the ULI presentation. An important topic that has also come up in each of our community engagement sessions, and that is a key point in the ULI report, is the importance of better connecting Second Avenue with First Avenue, and by extension, also with the riverfront. There is strong consensus that another pass-through condition, such as the existing one at Butler's Run, which Ron mentioned and which is here on the right, that would be an essential intervention to help facilitate those connections. And as you can see here, the block structure on Second Avenue is quite long in this area. It's about 1,000 feet between Broadway and Church. So that significant length is not ideal for pedestrian access and comfort, and a pass-through would certainly help break up the long block and create visual and physical connections through to First Avenue. And the visual connection, as shown here in this ULI image, could extend all the way over to the East Bank. Here are some slides from the ULI final presentation that outline this idea of creating a pass-through or arcade. And as noted here, there is a way to do this move that can be respectful to the historic fabric and respectful to existing elevations on Second and First Avenues. So as noted, with all of the rebuilding efforts and all the conversations we've had, a key overarching theme is maintaining the historic integrity of Second Avenue, since it's such a foundational element of downtown Nashville. The blast last December only emphasized how this area encompassing Second Avenue is a critical part of our city's history and identity. So there's many stakeholders and partners working together with Metro to ensure that we rebuild in a way that pays respect to this historic fabric. We'll be using these key themes to help guide our next steps as we work to rebuild Second Avenue. So I believe Ron and I are happy to take any questions on this first portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any questions of Mr. Gobble or the? I don't see any questions.
But you said no, like, comments, right?
No, opinions, Council Lady, so here's the deal. Let's have Alex brief us on what is appropriate in an informational
It's my last meeting,
session.
I have to break a rule.
No,
I
no,
understand.
this is
I'd just
good.
like to encourage you to only ask questions and not deliberate or provide opinions. You'll have, the planning commission will have another chance to have the deliberation down the road.
So technical questions like, technical. No opinions. It's hard on council members. Okay. Any technical questions? Maybe I should ask it that way. That would be a better way to ask. All right, keep going. Any other?
Well, I just again want to reiterate the chair's earlier comments. Working with the Civic Design Center to produce the public hearings during a COVID and a pandemic has been a challenge, but I think we've worked really well together. And through tragedy, I will say a lot of community groups have come together to work together. I mean, the Urban Land Institute, I see Kim Hawkins here in the audience who chaired that local committee. I mean, people really came in, rolled up their sleeves, worked together. See Betsy here. I mean, there are just a lot of folks here who really care about this area, and I think that's what has helped us move forward in terms of progress. And so, Chair, at this point, we did want to get an informational presentation about a specific project on 2nd Avenue, and the same rules apply. This is an informational presentation and not a public hearing, and so we would urge the commissioners to ask technical questions, but because of the complexity around the rebuilding effort, we thought it would be productive to have an informational hearing first. These are on 4 of the buildings on 2nd Avenue. You saw some of the images in Ron's presentation. And the architect's here to present to us. I will say, just in terms of going over the schedule, we'll have this informational presentation today, so opportunity to ask questions, but then there will be a public hearing at the Historic Zoning Commission next month, and then the project will come back to the Planning Commission, the second meeting in October, where we will have a public hearing and you can have a more typical deliberation. But again, given the complexity around the rebuilding and preservation efforts and the like, we thought it would be helpful to have an info presentation first so you can ask those questions today. Mr. Gobble mentioned the health safety concerns and the desire to open First Avenue, so we want to move at a productive and thoughtful, pace, and so that's the purpose of the hearing today. So, Chair, with your permission.
Yeah, just state your name and the firm you're with, and you may begin.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. My name is Dave Johnston with STG Design, and we're happy to give you some information today about these 4 specific buildings that we've all been talking about, 170, 172, 174, and 176. And specifically, talk about why we're here. We're here applying for an SP in the downtown code, but more specifically, to really talk about these 3 items: property, stabilization, the reuse of the salvaged materials, and then revitalizing that specific property. We all know, as Ron pointed out, what a hardened facility looks like and the damage that took, and we also know what happened with the buildings and properties in question. They were immediately, those facades were taken out. And as Ron pointed out, in March, we started the selective debris removal and selective removal of pieces that were completely destroyed. One thing I'll point out on these slides, the facades on 2nd Avenue are buried below all of that debris. So much of what was saved, this is what it looks like today or in June, much of that material has been saved, and I'll talk about that here in a second. What I did want to talk about was the protection and stabilization of the property. On the right, you'll notice the downspouts and gutter system that's on the back of the building on First Avenue. The downspouts have been missing for a while, so what we've done as recently as Monday, those holes have been sealed up. Now, the reason those have been sealed up is there are 2 downspouts functioning on that gutter system, so the water doesn't really affect the middle of the building. There's some areas that were damaged by just water over the years. Those have been repaired for right now, just so that we don't receive any further damage from water. Secondly, on the left, you'll see masonry wall protection. And as current as today, we have sealed off or are starting to seal off those exposed masonry walls, the demising walls between the properties, with a mortar wash so that we can stop any more degradation of those masonry walls. Thirdly, what we need a permit to do is to go in and start to truly stabilize these walls. Now, there's a couple of methods to do that, and you'll notice the green arrows reflect, number one, the repair of the gutter. Number two, as you can see, the covering of the remaining masonry walls. And number three is to start really preparing those walls for new construction. And part of that process, there's two ways. There's temporary shoring, or there's looking at some ways that we can provide steel that goes all the way through the building and all the way to the roof to help stabilize those walls so that we can start looking at what happens next. The left side is our 2nd Avenue facade, which was obliterated. The other thing I want to talk about is 174 and 176 on 1st Avenue. But first, the salvage brick that Ron referred to, there's about 30,000 brick that the contractor has saved, but there's additional brick, additional cast iron columns and other artifacts that have been saved at the district on a metro site. So we're saving everything we possibly can. One thing to point out, many of those bricks are not usable. As you can see in that photograph, they were blown in half. So we'll use as much as we can. There are many really interesting materials and artifacts that are within those buildings. You can see the photograph on the right shows the old fireplace and a weighing station that was in the building originally. They still remain, and we plan to reuse those. The other very, very interesting piece and valuable piece to these buildings are what happens even on that first floor. Those masonry walls, the limestone, we want to use that as much as we can keep. Most of that is in pretty good shape. But the further up you go, the more vertical you are, the more unstable those walls are, and they'll have to be repaired. This is what was submitted for the SP. And specifically, the reason we're doing an SP is so that we can get this information in front of the Historic Commission so they can make an educated call on what those next steps are. So specifically, we're not asking for any use that isn't already allowed within the downtown code. In fact, we're restricting the use and not allowing a surface parking lot on these 4 properties. All the materials that will be used to rebuild will be within the Historic Commission's requirements for materials, for height, proportions, all of that. So there is nothing being asked that's not already allowed. When you start to look at the elevations, this is a quick massing diagram. On the left, you'll notice a green area. That is the backside of 170. Our intention is to preserve it exactly as it sits today. There may be some repointing of the masonry, obviously the windows, but that remains exactly intact as it is today. The area in the middle that's somewhat of a yellow color, that's the back of 174 and 176, which are structurally, there's a lot of trouble there, and that's one of the reasons the street has been closed. Our intention is to take those down and rebuild them exactly as they exist, just like 170 was done in the 80s. So the back side, or the First Avenue elevations, will be what you saw before December 25th, just better prepared. On 2nd Avenue, there are no elevations that exist today, so we want to rebuild those. And as Nora mentioned, in looking at the connection between 1st and 2nd Avenue, our intention is to look at, this is the 2nd Avenue facade, that 172 piece that was blown all the way through. Here's a sketch of 2nd Avenue and what we propose. The buildings on the left, 176 to 174, are basically rebuilt as they exist today. One of the things that the owners are looking at is pursuing the historic tax abatement for those 2 facilities. That means that they would have to recreate them pretty much as they exist today, or at least on December 24th. we're certainly pursuing that and hoping that financially that makes sense. 172 becomes the connector between First and Second Avenue. 170 continues a four-story element across that is totally in keeping with the other buildings that exist or will exist. Here are some notes that really talk about just what I had mentioned, and we can come back to any of those if you have questions. The other piece you'll notice is above the four-story facade on Second, 30 feet back, which is allowed by historic zoning. We plan to add the floors that totally fit within the 80 feet height that is the maximum that's allowed off of Second Avenue. It's important to note that that connection between First and Second would become live retail restaurant frontage, where those are addresses that you can access through this connector to create a real true retail experience. Sidewalk cafes and all the work that Ron and his group are doing to provide a better street experience would also apply to this connector. That type of space can look like any one of these pictures. The idea is to create, we have a 17-foot drop between Second and First Avenue. So there will be steps. We want to see green areas and sunlight and sidewalk cafes and areas that are truly a destination experience. First Avenue facades as they exist a couple of years ago, in essence, they would look exactly the same with the connector all the way through to Second Avenue. The building on top is set back the 20 feet, which is allowed by the historic overlay. Same thing here. We would rebuild the 174 and 176 to look exactly like it looks today, and 170 would remain as it is today with some restoration. Again, that connector from the First Avenue side carries that same theme where we open it up with daylight, with storefront, where you truly do have we'll call it a living alley experience. Interior-wise is to keep that same theme going and to look at using the old brick as much as possible. The materials, ideally, the owners are hotel owners and the developers, and that would be the best use that we see for these properties, along with restaurant and retail on that First and Second Avenue level. As you can see, the materials continue throughout, so the more we can reuse of those existing walls, the better off it is. And that's basically it. So we'd love to entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioners. Technical questions?
Chairman,
Director?
may I just, as
Yes.
information for the commission, I wanted the commissioners to know that the planning department recommended that an SP as the most appropriate tool for the repair, revitalization of these buildings. There were a few different avenues that we could pursue, but we felt that the SP would give all of the decision makers an opportunity to have a vision for what was going to be rebuilt, but also would allow for the conditioning of the demolition and material preservation and the like in the way that perhaps some other tools might not have been able. And so this is unusual as an SP, but it is the right tool in my view to move forward. And I would just say we did recommend removing surface lot as a use, and the applicant immediately agreed. And so that is information for you. And the reason we did that is because we heard from the community that that was a key concern. And so that came out during the public information sessions as a worry about these structures. And so we believe that through the rezoning, we can address that. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Director. When the Director and I talked about this, we wanted to make sure that it was as transparent as possible, and we thought that Nashville deserved an update. And it's a jewel of our city, part of one of our jewels here, and we want to make sure that everybody's getting the information. So, any technical questions? Vice Chair.
I just wanted to make sure I understand the process. So what goes to the Historic Commission? Is it the specific plan, or what is?
Yes, so the specific plan, any SP that is in a historic overlay will go to the Historic Commission. So this follows that process. So the Historic Commission has scheduled a special called hearing. I believe it's October the 18th, but we need to, nope, Commissioner, okay, October 12th. Thank you. And so there's a special call meeting, and then the Historic Commission will opine on the project, and so I'm sure they will ask many, many technical questions, as they will do as in their expertise and mission. And Commissioner Johnson represents the Planning Commission on that board. And then the SP will come back to the Planning Commission for a public hearing at the second meeting in October. And at that point, we will have the recommendation and advice from the Historic Commission staff as well as the Historic Zoning Commission.
Okay, so if there's any restrictions placed on by Historic at that point, that would be incorporated into what we review.
Precisely.
Perfect, okay, thanks.
Commissioner Tibbs?
Legally, you can yell objection if any of these go past a question, like they do in court. But anyway, so when you mentioned where you have restaurants inside of the, and the arcade, are you saying punctured the wall of the existing buildings?
Yes, correct. When you walk down that connector, the 16 to 17 foot drop, our intention is to have storefronts along that path so that you can truly go there, whether that was a micro retail spot or a pop-up retail or it was a restaurant, you would be able to walk down that space and get to it. Now, it also would have an internal entrance as well, so that there is accessible entries from either first or second.
Will any of these things affect the overlay district because of these changes, or do you know the answer to that one or not?
There's no use that we are aware of at this point that's not already allowed, if that's your question.
And because the original storefronts were built with probably a different structural system than we can even do now, is it still, because you're replicating it in like materials or present day materials, I guess, is that still going to allow it, or are you planning to replicate the old structural, as far as the original storefronts were concerned, when you rebuild it?
Right. Yeah, good question. The Second Avenue facades, for instance, the old cast iron columns that were across there, we have some of those, and we want to try to recreate as much of that as possible. If we do go through with the historic tax abatement, that's really required through the Secretary of Interior elements to meet that. So it's our intention to pursue that. In the other areas of the building, such as that connector, we would use materials that are only allowed by the historic overlay. So it still has to meet all of those requirements.
Two more. The H&I facade easements, how you rebuild it, I guess, is still along with what's acceptable by the tax credits. I guess that's the best way to say it. It's not a credit though, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, the abatement.
Yeah.
Obviously, if we obtain the abatement, that means we're rebuilding within the H&I requirements.
Okay. Historic Nashville, Inc. Yeah. So they have easements on 3 of them or 4 of them.
That's probably a technical question beyond my pay grade, but I'm pretty sure it's across the Second Avenue facades, and it might be on the first as well.
Okay, and then lastly, did you say you had to have the SP to finish the stabilization? Is that what you were saying earlier on when you showed the supports?
Mm-hmm. Right now, we have run out of the ability of the permit that exists to do more work. So to get more work done, which obviously takes some demolition to do, we need to go through the Historic Zoning Commission for approval.
Okay. So I guess maybe, why do we have to have that for stabilization?
So, in talking with the historic staff, we determined that the SP was the best holistic tool that could address stabilization, material reuse, but also address the discussion about the facades and the like on Second, which needed to be completely rebuilt. And so the goal is for the Historic Zoning Commission to have as much information as possible to be able to make decisions. And so there are some short-term issues that the applicant needs to address from a health safety perspective, and that can be done in the context of the overall approval. So I would anticipate, I can't speak for Historic or what they will do, but they will have the option of conditioning this SP to accomplish short-term, medium-term, and long-term objectives with this project.
Okay. I get the long term. I would thought that stabilization wouldn't have to be done by an SP because it's basically stabilizing, but is it because the use is changing or?
I think, and this is in a technical realm, and I think Historic will deeply unpack this, but I believe to accomplish the stabilization technique that the applicant believes will stabilize the property, there will be some partial demolition required on the interior of the building. Ron, can you help with this?
Let me attempt to help. Anyway, the Second Avenue, the First Avenue facades, once we got the debris removed in the front and we were able to get back there, we found out that they've moved some. And they're not connected at all. They're 5 stories tall, counting the basement, and they're not connected at all to the cross members. And so the question gets into how do you stabilize that? Mm-hmm. And really, the only practical way to stabilize it, after looking at several engineering reports, is what they're suggesting is to really demolish it and rebuild it. And we've got to have the Historic Zoning Commission approval to do that.
Okay.
So that's, they've done some temporary stuff, but it's not good enough that we feel comfortable opening the street. So.
And demolishing without a vision for what we're trying to accomplish seems to us to be not presenting the full information to the public. And so that the SP is the tool that can give a holistic vision and help us understand what we're moving towards.
Yeah, I get that. So I now understand. I get that tool because I was wondering why can't you just go ahead and just stabilize it beforehand, but I understand there's another pre-step to that. Okay, that's all I got.
All right, any other questions, commissioners? All right, Mr. Gobble, thank you, and we really appreciate it. I think that that was extremely informative, and that's what we wanted the commissioners to hear it, and most importantly, the public, to keep everybody up to speed, and there's lots of public input, so that's important. All right, so now we are, let's see here. So now we are on items to be considered. And so to the public, the items we're going to hear in this order are items 20, 19, 27, 29, items 20, 19, 21, 23, 24, 27, and 29. And that's the order we're going to take them. So we're ready to do 20. And for folks standing up, there are a lot of seats up front. So if y'all, we don't bite, I promise. And so if anybody's standing up, y'all can. There's plenty of seats up here, especially over here on the right-hand side. All right, Lisa.
Hi, I'll be presenting item number 20. This is North Edge Hill Commons. This is a request to rezone from IWD to SP for property located at the intersection of 12th Avenue South and Hawkins Street. This is an aerial showing the location of the property, which is 6.79 acres in size. It's located south of the interstate, east of 12th Avenue South, north of Hawkins Street. The property is currently in use as automobile parking and auto service. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions with buildings A and B at 8 stories, unless the Planning Commission determines that buildings A and B at 9 stories meets the policy at this location. The existing zoning of the property is IWD, Industrial Warehousing and Distribution. This is intended for a wide range of warehousing and distribution uses and light industrial uses. Existing zoning around the property includes a mixture of zoning. There is R6 zoning over a large majority of the Edge Hill neighborhood. R6 is 1 and 2 family. It permits single family and duplexes. There's also R6A, which is similar to R6 in regards to the uses, but does have some design considerations. There, along 12th Avenue, there is a mixture of high-intensity multifamily residential as well as commercial zoning CS. And there is also along 12th Avenue, which is to the east, a mixture of mixed-use MUG, MUGA, as well as commercial. There are also SPs located within Edge Hill. In regards to the SPs in Edge Hill, there are 13 SPs currently in Edge Hill, representing around 42 acres, or approximately 8.7% of the land in Edge Hill. These range from around 0.2 acres in size to just over 22 acres. All SPs came before the Planning Commission and were recommended approval at the Planning Commission with no votes in opposition. And 10 of the SPs were actually on consent. I wanted to walk you through a bit of history, as we have seen this item once before and had 2 staff reports published previously. So this was the previous plan that was published with the June 24th Planning Commission staff report. It was set for public hearing on June 24th, and then we had some technical issues, and so it was actually not heard. But this was the plan that was published, and you can see that the heights range from 5 up to 10 stories for Building A at the corner of 12th and the interstate. A staff report was published for August 26th, and a public hearing was held. That public hearing does remain open. That included 5 buildings as indicated on the screen. The heights range from 6 stories for buildings D and E up to 8 for buildings A, B, and C. The plan has been revised since the publication of the August 26th staff report, and the recommendation is based on this revised plan. So this is the revised plan. It includes all uses of MUGAs being permitted with certain exceptions. Short-term rentals are prohibited within this SP. The uses of the SP are indicating a maximum of 730 multifamily residential units, and with one of the revisions was to include a minimum of 400 residential units. For non-residential, the SP includes a maximum of 400,000 square feet and a minimum of 22,000 square feet of retail is set. The heights of the buildings as proposed are buildings A and B along the interstate are shown at 9 stories and 120 feet. Building C is shown in 5 stories and 68 feet along Hawkins Street, and then 8 stories and 107 feet after a 30-foot step back. Building D and E along Hawkins Street are both 5 stories and 68 feet. Vehicular access is primarily from Hawkins Street, where there will be 2 principal accesses and then 1 for loading only. The red arrows on the plan are showing you the locations of loading entrances, and the blue arrows are indicating locations of vehicular access for cars. Most of the parking is to be underground. There will be limited areas of parking above ground, but all of the parking that's above ground will be fully lined. And so there was actually a condition that that would be updated in the staff report related to those limited areas of above ground parking. But the vast majority is located underground. The plan also includes open space and pedestrian improvements. There is a large central area located between buildings E and D. Also, there are private drives with wide pedestrian facilities located throughout the site. There's a pedestrian entrance along 12th Avenue South. There is no vehicular entrance along 12th Avenue South. Buildings are oriented in a way that they are facing and open to these open spaces, creating inviting pedestrian spaces. This is an aerial view of the site with the proposal looking towards downtown. 12th Avenue is to your left. Here's another shot looking towards downtown, and you can see the shadows of some approved buildings and their proposed heights in the background. Here's a bird's eye view of the proposed central open space green, and you can see how the buildings are oriented to these open spaces with wide pedestrian facilities. Here are some internal shots of the green and open space in the central portion of the site, and shots indicating the buildings. The upper left corner is as seen from 12th Avenue. The land use policy for the site is T4 Urban Mixed Use Neighborhood. T4 is intended to provide moderate to high intensity residential, office, and commercial. New development is intended to be urban in nature. Building heights are generally up to 5 stories. However, additional height may be appropriate as outlined in the Community Character Manual. I would note that this property is within the interior of a mixed-use neighborhood, but also adjacent to much more intense policy to the north, T6 downtown policy. Mixed-use neighborhood is also located immediately to the south of this property. The plan includes a mixture of uses, additional housing, including a prohibition on short-term rentals, and setting a minimum on housing. It also includes retail space and is also setting a minimum on retail, and it includes open space. All of these things are essential components to urban neighborhoods. In reviewing a plan against the mixed-use neighborhood policy, staff found that that buildings A and B at 8 stories are consistent with the intent of the policy. The Planning Commission may determine that buildings A and B at 9 stories meet the intent at this location. The building height criteria set forth in the Community Character Manual is outlined on the screen before you. The policy generally supports buildings between 3 and 5 stories. However, taller buildings may be considered based on, but not limited to, several factors that are outlined within the Community Character Manual. Those include the proximity to other policies and transitioning between policies, height of surrounding buildings, contribution that the building makes to the overall fabric of the neighborhood, relationship of the height of the building to the width of surrounding streets, prominence of the intersection where the building will be located, capacity of the block structure to accommodate the intensity, proximity to planned or existing transit, use of setbacks or stepbacks, the topography of site, and the ability to provide light and air between buildings and in the public realm. Staff has previously recommended 8 stories, and we maintain that recommendation. But we do recommend that the Planning Commission review visual studies for buildings A and B at 8 stories and 9 stories to determine whether 9 stories meets the policy at this location. We recommend that you consider the following factors: the adjacency of this site to the interstate, topography of the site, adjacent land uses within the Edge Hill neighborhood, and the location of the project on 12th Avenue. I wanted to talk just briefly about the topography of the site, as there are a couple of things happening with the site. The highest point on the site is at the intersection of 12th and Hawkins. As you move north along 12th, the site is sloping downwards towards the interstate. The site is also sloping downwards as you move from that high point at 12th and Hawkins to the east towards 8th Avenue. So you're moving downward in 2 directions, towards the interstate and towards 8th. So the highest point is at 12th and Hawkins. I'm going to go through the visual studies now of buildings A and B at 8 and 9 stories. All other buildings remain the same. So building C is held at 5 stories along Hawkins, stepping up to 8, and buildings D and E are held at 5 stories. So the only buildings that are changing in these 2 studies are buildings A and B. The first slide, this is showing you buildings A and B, which are the buildings located on the northern part of your screen closest to downtown at 8 stories. Here's another view with buildings A and B at 8 stories. Now, this is the same first view with buildings A and B at 9 stories, and the same view with buildings A and B at 9 stories. Here is the comparison with the top photo showing you, or the top image showing you buildings A and B at 8 stories, and the bottom with buildings A and B at 9 stories. Similarly, a comparison indicating the top A and B at 8 stories and the bottom A and B at 9 stories. All other buildings are held the same for both images. Staff recommendation is to approve the SP with conditions and disapprove without all conditions with buildings A and B at 8 stories unless the Planning Commission determines that A and B at 9 stories meets the policy at this location.
Thank you, Lisa. So this item is already open for public hearing, so we will continue the public hearing, which means we still go through our normal process. So the applicant in the room, you can have 10 minutes. And then 2 of the 10 minutes can be saved for rebuttal. If you'll state your name and who you're with, that'd be great. Address.
Hello?
There you go.
You got it? All right. Still figuring it out. Can you hear me okay with the mask on? Okay. My name is Chris Yuko. I'm with Marquette Companies. So good afternoon, commissioners, Executive Director Kemp, planning staff, and the neighbors behind us. For those of you that I met at our last planning commission, it's nice to see you again. For those I haven't met, it's really nice to meet you. As I mentioned, I'm with Marquette Companies. I run the Nashville office for Marquette, and I'm the lead developer for North Edge Hill Commons. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share about our project and also update you on what we've been up to over the last month. So we had a productive discussion at the August commission meeting, which focused on the engagement we've done, the benefits to the community, and the neighborhood's support. None of that has changed, and the support has actually grown. So 300 neighbors have now expressed support for our project, and as you can see, a number of them are here tonight, and we're really grateful for us to join us. I want to thank everyone in the community that's been able to make it. It's not easy to get here, so thank you all. And I want to thank everybody back home who's watching. We appreciate the support. I also want to thank at-large Councilwoman Sharon Hurt for her support, and you'll find her letter in the packet that was just passed out. So now, all in all, we have had 10 community meetings and over 100 engagements with the community, be it one-on-one phone calls or meetings, and I think that is largely responsible for the great support that you've seen. In early September, we also met with the members of the Southside Neighborhood Association from the Gulch South neighborhood. They expressed concerns at the last meeting, and we wanted to hear those concerns. And based on those concerns, we put together a letter responding to them, a letter of commitments that are also in your packet that you see and was emailed earlier. These commitments include our voluntary commitment to affordable housing, which is very dear to us, internships and vocational programs, which are going to be critical for the jobs that are going to be created, voluntarily established working hours, and a commitment to partner with minority and women-owned businesses, as well as a construction plan for parking, ingress, egress, and everything that we need in order to keep traffic out of the neighborhood and keep things safe for the community. It's very important for us to be a contributing member of the community, and so we were very happy to do that. We were deferred to the last commission meeting to give you an opportunity to review more closely the plan that responded to the department's feedback, which was a request to lower the height to 5 stories on Hawkins. A plan that also was to increase the building to 9 stories along the interstate. The plan was submitted several days prior to commission meeting. It wasn't enough time for NDOT to review or staff. But now, after a 2-meeting deferral and significant time to review the plan, we're coming before you with a continual approval from NDOT, as well as support from planning staff for the project. And I'm beyond grateful to the planning staff for their support and their recommendation. It's really important that we get 9 stories along the back, along the interstate, and so I'd like to spend a little bit of time explaining why. So the 9 stories are required for us to provide the level of public benefit that we're creating. And we believe, as what you saw in the visuals, that 8 and 9 stories are visually negligible, but the impact is really, really critical. So it allows us to provide all the public benefits that you've seen. It allows us to provide the open green space, the activated greenway system and trails, the new network of interconnected streets that take traffic off of public streets and into our neighborhood or into our development, the accommodation of a grocer. And all in all these public open areas account for 2.5 acres of our 6.79 acre site, or 37% of the land. So these amenities are critical in the policy. These things that we're providing are part of the policy that allow you to have additional height under T4MU. And it's really difficult to provide in an urban context, but we really felt the need to do that based on the community and their desires. So the plan before you responds to planning's conditions. It puts height where height should be placed. It provides lower height than previously approved in other SPs in the T4MU policy. And it's putting height in a place where it slopes down 15 feet from the front of Hawkins to the back by the interstate. Currently, at this location, when we have our 9 stories, the owner can put a 16-story building. So we feel like we are reducing the height while also providing amenities and benefits that the neighbor want and jobs and open space. And it's a win for everyone. In closing, I want to say that our team has done everything we can to balance the desires of our supporters, those who don't support or have concerns, the planning department, and our councilmen. And if you'll allow this one additional story, we believe we will have reached a compromise after 9 months of this process, and we'll be able to move forward in building a project that the longtime residents of Edge Hill that are behind me will be able to enjoy and be really proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, and you got more. Okay, keep going, sorry. Again?
Hi, Curtis Lesh with Tuck Hinton Architecture and Design. I appreciate your time this evening, and I believe planning staff has done a great job summarizing the proposed plan and the benefits that it could have for the neighborhood as a mixed-use destination. And throughout this process, we've continued to look at policy, and as we have with other specific plans in Edge Hill in the recent past. And it's a plan we believe is appropriate to Nashville and to Edge Hill. As Chris has mentioned, it allows us to create 2.5 acres of open space, including the park and the greenway. And it really accommodates a true mix of uses, bringing housing, services like a grocer, and jobs that are walkable from the neighborhood, which is exactly what the T4MU policy area envisions. And what it is not is another 5-story garage-wrapped multifamily unit with some token retail space on the street. The buildings, A and B, which are 9 stories, are at a minimum 120 feet away from Hawkins Street, which, as was mentioned, even under the industrial zoning, would allow for 215 feet of building height under the current IWD zoning. And I also would say that there are other SPs, either in the neighborhood or in the T4MU policy areas of the same or greater heights and densities. Thank you.
Last one, I promise. My name is Mary McGowan. I'm with Kimley Horn, civil engineer on the project. I just wanted to touch base on traffic real quick. So the SP presented today versus what you saw on August 26th has a 15% reduction in total daily traffic trips. So with that, we still kept the same improvements that were in the previous report. It's the same ones now. So those, just to reiterate, are the construction of a traffic signal at the intersection of 12th and Hawkins, traffic signal modifications at 12th and South. Another development has already committed to the 8th and South traffic signal, but if that falls through, then we would pick that up with this development. Additional curb extensions and pedestrian improvements along Hawkins and 12th. to South and South Side from South to Hawkins, improved bike lanes on South 8th to Music Square East. And so with that, we'll save the remaining time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 minutes for rebuttal. All right. So just a reminder, if everybody gets 2 minutes to speak, we always try to keep it professional, and we really appreciate that. If you would state your name and address for the record. And so we'll start with anyone wishing to speak in favor. And then also just to remind everybody, please, after you're finished speaking, to wipe the microphone down and if you've touched the podium. So anyone wishing to speak in favor, come on up. And then you can see the clock over here of how much time you have remaining. We could.
Good. No. Let me go first. Yeah. Don't move it yet. Don't move it yet.
I don't need to move it?
He gonna be last.
Okay.
Well, it's a bunch of us behind me. That's all right. Okay. You just walk around. All right, baby. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Good to see y'all again. I'm Brenda Morrow. I'm the president of the Edge Hill Apartments Resident Association, plus other hats, but that's the one that's most important. Can I have more than 2 minutes? I'm speaking for a group.
Well,
last time y'all gave me 5.
Yeah, so since you had requested it, and we did 5 last time, we'll do 5 this time. But usually just a reminder that we try to, we're supposed to do it in advance, but we'll give you 5 minutes.
Yeah, I thought y'all used to do it in
advance.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
All right. What I wanted to say is that, well, I am in favor of this development. The residents are in favor of this development. And when I say residents, I'm speaking not only for the 380 units that are there in Edge Hill Apartments, but also some residents on Hillside, at the park at Hillside and surrounding areas. The point that I wanted to make, and I wanted you all to actually feel, is the fact that when we got involved in this, which I think was maybe 3 months ago, the residents were kind of outdone that they hadn't been involved in the beginning. So what we did was start having meetings. We had a pastor in the community and Chris Yuko and his wife, myself and a couple of other residents, walking through the community, sitting on people's porches and telling them about the project and saying, to make this workable for you, what do you want to see? And so that's where all this came from about the store, the hotel, the training, and all that stuff. And as far back as I can remember, that's been our process in Edge Hill for a very long time. Bringing information to residents, let them have sessions where they can actually sit down and weigh each pro and con and develop strategies as to how to deal with it. And so with that, that's why we have this strong sense of participation and commitment to this project. The other thing I wanted to touch bases on, and this is something that was brought up, I think, at the last meeting about a detailed design plan, having funding for that. And at the last meeting, I didn't see where that pertained to this project or how it would have any effect on this project. For one thing, back 11 years ago, we did a design plan with Civic Design where we had people coming to the Easley Community Center, separating in groups, sitting down and talking about what they wanted to see in the future for the Edge Hill community. And as you all know, that got shelved. And so now that we have funding to do that, I don't see, it's not rocket science. Just go back and pull that out. Get people around the table to add to that and I mean, it's relatively simple. The other thing that I was concerned about was people bringing up something about land being taken from the black community. The only reason I wanted to bring that up was simply because I want people to be traveling on correct information. When I first moved to Edge Hill and got involved with Reverend Bill Barnes was around back, you guys, in the first ONE, Organized Neighbors of Edge Hill. That was back in the 60s. They came together specifically to deal with this land deal, you know, this eminent domain thing that they're talking about. But out of that, him, Avon Williams, and some more people got together, and they made sure that MDHA didn't build more public housing, that they built single-family homes. They called that the turnkey 3 thing. And Reverend Barnes sit down and told me about that. So when this came up about this land thing, it just blew me away that people would get bits and pieces and run with it and say, okay, we want this land back. Excuse me. This mask makes me choke, y'all. But anyway, that's what I wanted to talk. I wanted to put that out there. But the bottom line is this. If you all would please approve this so that we can get on with the things that are coming in the future. Without the hotel, we have to think of alternative ways to build relationships with the community and have the community involved with what's going on down there. And I think that's it. Did I use up all my time?
Yes, ma'am, you got 6 seconds.
All right, I'm done, y'all. Bye, y'all. Love y'all.
Thank you very much. All right, who's next? Who wants to go?
Gotta move some things.
Who?
Come on by me.
Here, Miss.
You want me to come by?
Yes.
Yeah, he said everybody come by here.
Everybody.
Come on
He
up.
wants to be last.
All right.
But you may want to just wipe the microphone down if. There we go. We're trying to be safe. No, you're good.
I got it.
You're good.
I got it.
Want to sit right here?
Don't start my time yet. I got it. See that? Okay? See that? All right.
Ma'am, you need to address the, ma'am,
The support.
ma'am,
I'm going to turn it around.
Ma'am.
And,
it's important
I'm
as we,
turning. I'm just letting them
to
see.
address the chair, because that's who,
I'm just turning it there so they could actually see
Oh.
it instead of the back.
there, okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So, as you can see, the red is, with the X's, are the locations of homes that do not support this project. And how do we know this? And how do we know that the greens with X's do this? Because we went on the planning website and took every address in support or not in support and put them on this map. As you can see, there is, I counted, there's 14 X's right up the street from Hawkins. There's another 14 to the west of 12th. The green, I know because I walked that. I didn't do it by myself, there were about 4 or 5 of us, but on Monday, we turned in 18 pages of petitions with 264 names with addresses. Not everyone with a phone number, but 264 with names, signatures, addresses. That's what that green is all about. So why are we arguing? What is it that the problem is when you have this much support in the Edge Hill neighborhood for this project? Well, the problem is 9 stories. 9 stories versus 8. And we are going to take, someone is going to take the benefits of this project, the grocery store, the jobs. When I walked this, I talked to 264 people. I probably talked to 200 and maybe 72. And 6 or 7 of them were not in favor of this. 264 were. And what did they tell me? They told me they need this project, they need the grocery store, they need public space, but mostly they told me they need jobs. They need jobs for themselves and jobs for their teenage children that they can get to, get on a bus and begin to be part of a larger community. Please
Thank you.
approve.
Thank you.
Chairman, I may have missed her name and
Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't say it. It's Elizabeth, I was messing with the thing. Elizabeth Moss, I'm 131 Brighton Close.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right, who's next?
You're up, yeah.
Welcome.
She's trying to tear it up.
I am.
Hi, my name is Jim Johnson. I live at 1101 Edge Hill in the tower. I've been there about 11 or 12 years, and during that time, some of you have been, if not all of you, have been over there. We had a thing coming up one time. Some of the people here were there. They said that they wanted to help us out by doing some restructuring the area in the backside of the building, putting in grocery stores and stuff like that, and then they were going to go across the street and take over there and put in things that we needed for that area. Housing, places to work, grocery stores, which the closest grocery store to us is clear out on, what is the name of it? I don't even remember the name of it now. It's not Kroger. It's out there a long ways out on 8th Avenue. A lot of us don't have the transportation that we need. If we had the grocery store across the street, we'd just walk across the street and go to the store. But like I said, I've been there 11 or 12 years. We've had people come in and say they're going to do this, they're going to do that. And so far, not a one of you have done it. And I'm not sure I know why. I'm not sure I want to know why. But we need changes in our area. And folks, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Come on up. Yeah, if you could wipe the microphone and podium.
Hello, my name is Lakin Russell. I am a resident of Edge Hill. My concerns is that we get a store in the Edge Hill because there's a lot of elderly and a lot of people that does not have transportation. And I'm blessed enough to have transportation, but I'm speaking on the ones that don't have transportation. They have to go blocks over just to go to the store. And the one store that we had there was Edge Hill Market. They closed that down. The gas station, a lot of people was walking down through there just to get what they could to eat. Now Belmont has took that over. And this needs to happen. I do approve of this project. My main issue is the jobs. I have kids myself. And like I said, this is a good project for them, and I do approve, and we need this grocery store and jobs for the kids and stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, come on up. Wipe the mic. Thank you.
My name is Paul Jean Parkhurst. I'm from Buffalo, New York originally, a minister of the gospel, and I'm currently retired, but I have a desire to see changes in the area, and this program or this enterprise that we're promoting tonight I'm for it, and this is something that's needed, as those that have been here before me have said that, and we look forward to approval from your policy commission tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And sir, did we get your name and address? Did you?
Paul Jean Parkhurst.
Here, do it in the microphone for the record. Thank you.
Paul Jean Parkhurst. I live at 1209 11th Avenue, South, Nashville, Tennessee. I lived there for the last 6 years. Before that, I lived on Lafayette.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Come on up.
Hello, my name is James Russell. I live in the Edge Hill neighborhood community at 1208 Horton. I do approve of this project. One of the reasons why I approved of this project, not only my wife was up here, but we also look forward to something to better our community and not take away from our community. The store that we did have was the critical resource for many of us to have. A lot of times where if they go away, we have nothing. So the thing is with this plan is this not only just as far as Edge Hill projects, but the whole community as whole, where we can become one. Whether we come from different backgrounds, different educations, one thing is for certain, that wherever you live, you do need a grocery store there. And you do need jobs. Like my father's always told me, a man, his father teaching him to fish, if he don't learn how to fish, he don't eat. So if you take away from the community, that is something that is so critical. Then what do the residents have to do? What will they be able to do if they don't have the resources? You don't want to take the resources from them. You want to give them the opportunity to do better, to be better. And I always live by this motto. If this was my last day on earth, would I be pleased with what I've done on this earth? And if I've done that, then I can live my life peacefully. But if I did not, then I kind of need to get squared. So I definitely approve of this, not only for the middle-aged, the elderly, the young folks, because they're the next generation to come up and take our place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Light on the microphone. Perfect. Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ann Massey. I am a resident of Edge Hill, and I do approve this project. I have raised daughters, grandkids, great-grand. And so with that, we need jobs. We need a grocery store. I'm a person that drives, but there's a lot of elderly people that don't drive. So we need a store within walking distance or within an area that they can get to. So, and the young people need jobs. So it will cut down on the crime in that area. So please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome.
Hello.
Name and address.
I'm going to preface this by, Jen McCarty, 1224 Villa Place. I'm terrible at public speaking, so bear with me. And this is the first time I've ever done something like this. I usually don't get involved, but the reason why I've become so impassioned about this in particular is I am, unlike many people in my neighborhood, I'm one of the newest members of my neighborhood. I moved here a year and a half ago, just about. When I was moving here from Chicago, from Florida originally, lived in big cities, New York City, Chicago, now here. It became really apparent when I knew we were going to move back in November, and I had a couple of months to prepare. And it seemed like every house we looked at was off the market within days. I'm talking, not even days, hours. Put in offers in other houses, lost those. Only got lucky because I happened to know a guy that I went to college with is a residential developer in the area. Move into my house that I got from him out of sheer luck, and someone walked in my house when we were moving in, wanting to buy it, thinking it was being staged. So that was shocking. People often, we lost places because and sorry, I'm sharing this is just my experience. Obviously, I know other people are different, but I was truly really nervous about, am I going to find a house? Am I going to find somewhere to live? I'm fortunate because I had a hookup. Other people, I'm sure, are not so fortunate. Actually, I know that to be the case because my husband's friend had to live with us for a month because They lost 4 different houses that they were trying to get, to other people passing up inspections and crazy, crazy stuff. And they were staying in the Morris. The Morris wouldn't let them do month to month. Okay, well, thanks, bye. Wait, I approve, or I want you to approve.
Thank you. You did good your first time. Thank you.
My name is Michael Dunn. I live at 1412 Lillian, and I'm here in support of the project. I mean, I've been to a handful of these, and y'all have seen many, many more. There's no doubt about that. But there's always been a consistent theme in a lot of these meetings is the opposition shows up. The opposition always shows up. There's no doubt about that. And so seeing a neighborhood and a group come together like this to support a project, I mean, you've seen it many times. It doesn't happen often. And if it does, it's for a reason. They're very, very excited about this. What's happening behind me is really special. It really is. It doesn't happen often. The neighborhood is speaking up. I just want to make sure everybody's listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for wiping the microphone. And everybody make sure that you state your name and your address so we can get it for the record. I appreciate it.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Javon Pruitt, and I'm a resident of Edge Hill. My address is 1216 Horton. And I do approve this because there are a lot of elderly people and people that don't drive that need that grocery store as well as a job. So I do approve. And you all have a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Rob Ridgway. I live at 904A, 15th Avenue South, and I'm here in support of the project. Nashville we have a housing crisis. We have tons and tons of jobs moving in, and we don't have enough places for people to move. And because of that, supply and demand tells us that the cost of housing is going to go through the roof. So unless we can keep up with the supply of housing, it will continue to be unaffordable for everybody. With that being said, I love this project because they're going to have a grocery store there. For my house, it's a quarter mile. That's walkable. And I will walk it a lot. I already walk a lot. People in the Gulch are going to walk a lot. It's going to reduce traffic because people are going to walk more. You've heard all these people come up and talk to you about how they're in need of a grocery store in their neighborhood too. And I think you guys really need to listen to that. Lastly, I just want to say that this project has brought a lot of us together. I mean, I've gotten to know people like Walter and Miss Brenda and Miss Elizabeth, and it's really brought our community together. And there's people that are against this that are trying to tear our community apart, and I think that's sad. So I really hope you guys approve this. We need it, and we would much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, guys. My name is Tyson Heller. I live at 1425 14th Avenue South. I've been an Edge Hill resident for a little more than 7 years now. You already know full well that the support outweighs the opposition to this development, but if you look carefully on the Planning Commission website and really look at the 300-plus signatures and petitions in support of this, you will find out that the support, in fact, dwarfs the opposition more than 5-fold. That is the Edge Hill voice that you have got to listen to and not ignore. More important than the sheer numbers of those who support this is the diversity of those Edge Hill residents that support this development and this SP. All walks of life in Edge Hill support this. You've already heard about all of the great things about it. That's written down. It's in pictures for you. I'm not going to talk about that necessarily. I will point out the green space, publicly accessible green space. Most developers quadrangle in the green space and only let their patrons enjoy it. Not only that, it's almost an acre of green space on a 6.5, 7 acre lot. That's more than 15% of the surface area dedicated to green space. We will not do better than that. This developer is the one that Edge Hill has chosen. The opposition side has attempted to disgracefully vilify him in every way possible, but the opposite is true. He has listened. He has attempted to make changes. He and his team have tried to hold a half dozen community meetings, one of which was last minute canceled by the opposition side, our Edge Hill leaders, as we have tried to call them. No, they have held him hostage, making unreasonable demands that cannot possibly be met just so that after the next draft they can say, oh, that didn't change it, that's worse. He's not listening to us. I know you guys can see through that. You have more experience. You're going to hear things about a DNP. This has been going on for 9 months. The DNP just got funded 2-3 months ago, as if that's supposed to stop this development. That's disingenuous. What, are we going to just stop all development in Edge Hill? That would hurt Edge Hill, it certainly would. You'll also hear some utopic pipe dream about MDHA and Amazon coming in and buying the whole thing at market price. That is dishonesty. Don't try to fool Edge Hill neighbors with that pipe dream. And this is the babysitter of my daughter's phone. I'm just going to take that. Elizabeth, is this your phone?
All right, come on up. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Everything I had planned to speak on has been taken away from me. So now I was standing there thinking, now what else can I say? Everything I was going to talk about has been taken. So I will say, my name is Delphine Page. I live at 1314 Horton Avenue. I've been there, I'm going to say, right at 10 years now. I love Edge Hill. And I speak mostly for the ones that couldn't be here. But there are some, believe me, I'm old, but there's some older than I am. And I want to speak in some of the ones that can't get around. When I moved to Edge Hill, I didn't have transportation. And it's hard. When you don't have a way to get around to go places you need to go, especially when you don't know the neighborhood, it's hard. But thank God, God blessed me to get transportation, so I understand. But like I say, I'm speaking for the ones that couldn't be here. When you can't get there, you're only either a walker or you don't, the knees, these are knees. If I had to walk to the bus stop, I couldn't do it. I take physical therapy. So we need the grocery stores. When I moved to Edge Hill, there was one little store up on the corner of 12th and Edge Hill, 12th and 12th South. That little store is gone now. So we don't have not one store in Edge Hill, in our neighborhood. So please, if you all would please just consider, you might be up to date with your transportation or with your way to get around. You don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. I ask you please to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to fix the microphone for you, sir, here in a second. Give us 1 second. Thanks, you guys.
Test.
Thank you, Lisa. Come on up, sir. Oh, the microphone went off. You'll have to turn it on, yeah, and pull it down.
I shall.
There we go. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners. I want to focus on just a couple of things. One, we haven't talked much about the difference between 8 stories and 9 stories. And I would just simply, it's clear that I support the project. But I also support the 9 stories. And I support the 9 stories in significant part because if you're going to take away the hotel, then the additional story on the building will help enhance not only more overall employment opportunity, not greatly, but some, and it will allow greater retail space on the ground. That greater retail space is going to be significant in terms of how large a grocer may in fact be at that point, and how different it may be from boutique grocers that already exist a little further north from the community. The second thing I want to raise simply is that I see Commissioner Sims is in place, and I would respectfully request that she not vote on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? In support? Sorry. Anyone else in support? All right. Thank you for wiping the microphone down. I appreciate everybody doing that. We're trying to keep with our COVID protocols. So thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Give us 1 second. Get the podium back up, and then if we can start lining up folks that wishing to speak in opposition, you'd start coming up. All right, come on up. Welcome. So, sir, that will give you 5 minutes, but just if you'll speak into the microphone, nobody can hear you. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Oh, hold on. Hey, everybody, we're going to take care of it. Hold on 1 second. We'll get. All right. All right, everybody, it's going to be 1 second. We've got to reset the microphone.
Is that something I do? Testing. Bob, can you test the microphone? The word wasn't coming to me.
Testing. Well, let's do this one over here and move the plexiglass there, and then we'll get a chair, and then that way they can speak from there. And while we get ITS here. Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, that one's fine too. Just make sure it works. We'll get you a chair, sir, and then that way. We're sorry. There we go. Get him a chair. sorry about that. We'll get that fixed and go back to the microphone when we get ITS. It's not working, George. We'll get. And we'll if we have to, we'll take a brief break if we need to, but let's hold on one second. Oh. All right. You can either sit there and do it, and then we'll get the next person on the pod.
No, I don't mind standing. I'd rather stand, actually.
Okay. All right. Let's turn. But you still got to turn it on, yeah. There's a button on there. We were really struggling today.
George, can you also turn that other one off
Yeah.
while you're at it in case there's some feedback? We're a little scarred from the hearing where.
All right. We are set. Okay.
Okay, to
Sorry
steal
about
the phrase, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Please say your name and address.
I got it. I've got it here. Good evening, and thank you for hearing us. My name is Brian Eckert. I reside at 915 Southside Place. I'm a board member of the Southside New Hope Homeowners Association, and here speaking in consideration of 2021 SP 023001. We need your help. We're amateurs. We're the only amateurs in the room here today. You folks are the planning experts. You're the keepers of the community character manual. When you have your discussion in a few minutes to decide whether or not to approve or disapprove this SP, we're asking for you to share with us your thoughts on just a couple of relevant matters to help us understand your decision-making process regarding the community character manual. One of only two items. As has been mentioned here today, T4 states that only 3 to 5 story buildings are acceptable with minor exceptions, undefined. The Beaman site, as noted, has the T4 MU community character policy. As precedent, Novell, located directly across 12th Avenue South from the Beaman site, was, after a lengthy process, approved for a maximum of just 5 stories in keeping with the CCM. Novell's initial request was for a greater than 10-story high-rise tower. Nashville had a housing shortage 18 months ago, too, when Novell was approved for only 5 stories, in keeping with the CCM. Quoting from page 177 of the CCM, proposed zone changes to allow changes in uses and/or zoning districts that are inconsistent with policy to move further away from conforming to the policy need to be accompanied by a community plan amendment application for a policy that would support them. There are no exceptions noted in the CCM. There are no exceptions for Nashville needing more housing. Housing from the project being considered here today won't be available for, at best, 3 years. Unless I've missed it, no community plan amendment application has been filed for 2021 SP 023001. In our opinion, my opinion, right is worth waiting for. Number 2, we keep hearing from the developer, again this evening, that their requested exemption for allowing increased height across the back of the property along the interstate, 3 high-rise towers, 9 stories, 9 stories, 8 stories, is because of the significant front-to-back grade change of the property. I personally looked at elevations today. Here's what I found. The corner of Hawkins and 12th Street, the westmost side of the property, the elevation at the front corner of the existing fence is 525 feet above sea level. At the back corner of the fence, that same side of the property, elevation is 515. 10-foot elevation change, 10 feet. To the east, at Hawkins and South Side, the eastmost side of the property, the elevation is 498 feet at the front corner of the current fence. At the back corner of the current fence, just before you fall off into the highway, it's 494 feet. 4-foot change in elevation. 4 feet. For an elevation change, a grade change of just 10 feet and 4 feet. The developer is asking for true high-rise towers of 9 stories, 9 stories, and 8 stories along the interstate, rather than what the CCM recommends, which is 5 stories. As for the red X's shown here just a bit ago, per the story that wasn't talked about, they're suggesting at least 6,000 new car trips per day for that development. 6,000 new trips per day on Hawkins Street. The red X's are the folks that live on the streets where those cars will be coming every day. 6,000 trips in 24 hours during normal daylight working hours is 500 new car trips every hour on South Street and Hawkins. 8 cars per second on South Street and Hawkins. Our concern is a public safety concern as a result of density, and density comes from height. In conclusion, as I noted earlier, we need your help and guidance understanding you're maintaining the integrity of the Community Character Manual, Community Plan Amendment application, and your decision-making process for 2021 SP 023001. Our position is to request you disapprove 2021 SP 023-001.
Thank you, sir.
In our opinion, right is worth waiting for.
Thank you. Yeah, please wait. That's good. Appreciate everybody doing that. Come on up. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Talchin, 1004 South Side, so also in one of the areas that's going to be heavily affected by all the traffic and the density. First of all, the developer has made significant improvements, thanks to, I think, the comments from the planning staff and from some discussions with our group. I would point out we have not been included in many of the community meetings that he's held. So there were apparently 10. We had organized several, 3 or 4 with him, including the most recent, on as our community. However, what we would like to say is we are going to work with the developer going forward should this be approved. And with Councilman O'Connell's help, he's ensured that we will be able to continue that. My main point, though, is that to grant higher than the CCM allowed density and height based upon non-guaranteed promises, I think is a big concern. The grocery store would be great. It's 20,000 square feet. That's not a Kroger. That's a couple turnip trucks. That's great if it comes in. Certainly that would be very good to see, but it's not something that's guaranteed. The same thing with the retail. There are other apartment buildings nearby which have had empty retail for more than 2 years. Hopefully it won't just be a bunch of empty eyesores which will not activate the greenway. Hopefully that's not something none of us want to see. Hopefully the green space will be a park like Noble Park in the Gulch. That's a great public space that people can use. And it's not something that's simply going to be used by residents for their dogs. That's the kind of thing that we can't guarantee, and there's no limitation on what the developer can do. In addition, if the developer were to sell out, none of those community amenities would carry over because they're not part of any deed restrictions or anything else. So that's our concern. We're having to trust what the developer is telling us in return for an extremely large gulch-sized building in Edge Hill, which is something we oppose. So oppose it for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Come on up. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thanks for allowing us to speak. My name is Diane Telgin. I am a resident and taxpayer at 1004B Southside Avenue. We're in the neighborhood most closely situated to the property, and I would like to correct what the developer said. It is not South Gulch. There is a sign there that some other developer put up that we do not consider ourselves part of the Gulch. We are part of Edge Hill. And so our concern about this SP is that it does not fit the Community Character Manual of Edge Hill. Our issue is not the height. We don't care about our views. Who cares about that? We're concerned about the traffic, the amount of density. We would love to have a grocery store. We would love to have retail. We would love all of the promises they have for green space and affordable housing. but none of that can be guaranteed in the SP. With an increase of approximately 6,000 net new vehicle trips per day, even with new lights at 12th and Hawkins and 8th and South, this will add congestion to our area. This will lead to frustrated neighborhoods, frustrated drivers cutting through our neighborhood, which they're already doing. A neighbor has had a dog hit by a car. We've had near misses with kids. We also have 2 schools within half a mile of here. So our concern is the increased density, the increased traffic, all for something that they can't guarantee we're going to get. They can promise, but we can't guarantee it. So that's my concern. But I'd love to see these amenities in something that's done in a safe manner, in character with the Edge Hill CCM. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Barb Eckert, and I live at 915 Southside Place. First, I want to thank you for your time and your service. Really, I'm here today because I'm a homeowner and a resident in the Edge Hill area, and I don't have the expertise of the Planning Committee, and I have tried to read that CCM and make a lot of sense of it or not, and it is a challenge. But as I read it, and the property itself being T4MU under the neighborhood character policy, that it really states that a T4 policy is generally 3 to 5 stories within that area, can have additional heights if needed. The T4 transit kind of honors the work that the community had done over the time to put together the CCM, and 60 to 80% greater height than that 3 to 5 stories that is kind of outlined in it really suggests that an amendment would need to be made to bring that forward. I think the important part, if 8 to 9 stories are allowed in a T4MU within an infill neighborhood against the clear guidance that seems to be spelled out in the CCM without an amendment, then essentially the 9 stories is good for Edge Hill. It's going to be good for an infill by Sylvan Park or even Germantown, and it's going to be coming to neighborhoods near you. So we ask that that be considered and looked at as it relates to, does this really fit the policy that's there? Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. If you could wipe the microphone, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I'm trying to remind everybody, myself.
Get a big sign. Wipe the mic.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Shannon Beauchesne. I live at 6614 Lee Road in Smyrna. This afternoon, I'm representing Edge Hill Neighborhood Partnership. We're a local nonprofit organization with a focus on housing advocacy. The developer for this SP has voluntarily agreed to reserve 10% of the units in this project for affordable housing, and we appreciate that commitment. However, under current law, such a voluntary agreement is not enforceable unless a community benefits agreement or a voluntary deed restriction is in place. A deed restriction would ensure those 10% of units remain affordable regardless of changes to this project down the road. As we can all attest, term limits exist, redistricting is coming, and ownership can change. Last night, Councilman O'Connell organized a virtual community meeting with the developer. At this meeting, Mr. Yuko was asked if he would be willing to place a deed restriction on this property, and he said no. Given his verbal commitment to affordable housing, it's unclear why he's not willing to place a deed restriction on the property. An example of a similar successful deed restriction is in the Reservoir SP at 8th Avenue South and Edge Hill Avenue. Councilman Sledge and the developer created an amendment to the SP to include the community negotiated affordable housing, and those 255 units are nearing completion. The Edge Hill neighborhood has been experiencing a rush of large multifamily developments with more on the way. We request that all parties involved do their part to encourage affordability in these new developments. A critical component of providing that affordable housing is taking the steps that are available to ensure these verbal commitments are legally enforceable. Unless the developer places a deed restriction on the property to reserve those 10% of its units for affordable housing, I'm in opposition to the SP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Good evening. Ryan Snellen representing myself, Brittany, my wife,
and my two young boys, Wesley and Sawyer, at 909 Archer Street. Earlier, the staff report referenced a corrected set. I have not seen a corrected set, and I'm curious if all the commissioners have seen stated corrected set. The community has spent years defining what is appropriate for a community character policy in our neighborhood. We decided on T4 MU was appropriate for this site, being not allowed of 8, 9, or more stories. Staff has documented several times, on many occasions, that the height of this magnitude is not appropriate. While the site is near downtown, being separated by an interstate, adjacency to higher density should not take precedence with the underlying policy. Second point, how has the developer not been required to perform a major community character policy amendment, which is required if seeking greater than what the policy does allow. I will also add that the developer has zero obligation to honor any promises for affordable housing, grocery stores, both of which I would love to see in the neighborhood. An SP does not obtain language that guarantees a developer to solicit these to adhere to these solicited promises. Councilman O'Connell suggests that more height is appropriate in this location, even though the underlying policy does not support it. Will he feel the same way if such an SP moves into Germantown, say? My community does look forward to your open discussion of how this proposal before you, the lack of procedures being followed, could be approved. As a reminder, that is how 8+ stories is allowed under T4 MU and how a developer has not required to engage in the CC amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up. Welcome.
Hi there. My name's Leon Troy. I'm a resident in Edge Hill on Archer Street. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I think that in general, I'm looking forward to seeing some development on the Beeman lot, but my main concern is the height exception that is being proposed. It's in stark contrast to everything else that's around it. The grocery stores, and that is something, there seems to be like two common themes with the people that are coming up here in the green shirts, and they are, the grocery stores is something that's very, sought after, and I think that's kind of a uniform thing, which is not guaranteed. The grocery store that's being proposed is a Sprouts grocery store, which is a high-end kind of boutique organic type grocery store. I've shopped at it myself several times. It's not going to be something that is, I think, a very affordable store, so people need to be aware of that, and it's also not guaranteed. The other component is the traffic, in the area. I mean, I think that's going to be a significant issue. But I guess my principal thing that I would like y'all to deeply think about are the vast difference in height, the 8 to 9 stories versus 5 stories, which is right across the street on the same side, which is, I think, the most analogous comp is the building right across the street, which is 5 stories. If you're going and talking about the Icon and things like that on the other side of the highway, it's a different set of circumstances. And I had one other quick little thing here. Oh, if 8 or 9 stories is accepted, that becomes a new precedent. So now you're talking that every other building around that area is going to use that as a comp. I think that becomes a problem.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else? I'll make sure we get everybody. All right. So seeing no one else wishing to speak in opposition, we're ready for a 2-minute rebuttal.
Good evening. My name is Erica Garrison. I live at 712 Bowling Avenue in Nashville, and I'm here on behalf of the development team. First of all, I wanted to thank you very much. I know it's been a long hearing, and you've heard a lot from the community. I want to thank both sides of the community for the debate, and I want to thank the councilman for his support and his comments at the beginning of the meeting. We're committed here tonight to working with the councilman and the community if this is able to move forward, to continue that conversation, and to try to continue to work together to have a good project that he can hopefully move forward at the council level, if you give us that opportunity. Number two, I want to address community commitments. Before you in your application packet that the architect handed out earlier tonight is a letter from the developer committing to certain things, including affordable housing, minority employment, using green space, and other items. All of those things will be worked through with the council person and the community, and we are committing to including as many of them as we possibly can in the SP. With regards to affordable housing and the deed restriction, we're happy to continue that conversation with the councilman and see, how we can properly document that. That's a voluntary commitment that we can make, and we'll try to see if we can find a way to voluntarily commit to that. Finally, with regards to the policy, I think it was very clear in the staff report that 8 stories is something the staff felt was appropriate and recommended, so we're only really talking about 1 additional story here, and whether or not that 1 additional story is warranted. We believe the staff report saying that the T4MU policy can consider additional height when the location and site characteristics warrant it is important here. We think the adjacency to the interstate, which is unlike many other policy area or sites in this policy area. The topography, dropping 15 feet by the interstate, the adjacency to land in the downtown code, and the location on an arterial boulevard all warrant the 9 stories, and we'd ask that you give us a chance to move forward and work this through with the council. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is the council member, but I think he's not here. Just want to make sure, because I don't keep. All right, so the council member O'Connell is not here, and so seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And before we do that, there was a procedural question raised about abstaining or voting. And so we always like to get these procedural issues under control. And so why don't we it's a good time to educate, really remind the commissioners on our role about abstaining and voting. And so I think that would be a good time to make sure we're all on the up and up from our council. Alex?
A few points. First of all, your rules have a provision for conflicts of interest. Under section 4B, it states any member who has or whose spouse, child, sibling, or parent has a financial interest in the property that is subject matter of a decision of the commission is disqualified from participating in the discussion, decision, and or proceedings of the commission in connection with that property. The commission member shall disclose the interest prior to any hearing on the matter. Additionally, when it comes to additional non-financial interests, there's some case law on this issue. Individual board members are subject to disqualification for bias if their impartiality can reasonably be questioned. To amount to grounds for disqualification, a board member's bias must take one of 3 forms. 1, personal interest bias, where the board member will either gain or lose fairly from the decision. 2, bias or prejudice against a party either as an individual or as a member of a group. And 3, bias stemming from the prejudgment of disputed fact issues that will prevent a board member from fairly and impartially weighing the evidence. Unless there's a proof of some type of bias of this sort, courts will presume that a challenged board member, like other public officials, will perform his or her duty in good faith and in the manner prescribed by law.
Thank you. And I think it's just a good reminder, everybody hear it, and the commissioner can make those decisions. So, Vice Chair, you want to go first? We're in discussion.
I knew you were going to look this way. I had a couple of questions, I guess. First, so the T4MU, generally 3 to 5 stories, circumstances for additional height. Are there any standards for how we determine additional height? I understand the circumstances, but I don't know if there's any.
Lisa, can you pull up that list that's outlined in the CCM for what factors the commission could consider?
Sure. So this is the list of factors that can be considered by the commission in regards to additional height. This is pretty standard within the entirety of the community character manual, not only for mixed-use neighborhood policy, but also for other policy areas that exist within the community character manual. It is broad
And the guidance is not specific because each site is unique. And what this language does is it gives us the opportunity to evaluate sites based on their specific context. And that's important to note because what might be appropriate for one area within the mixed-use neighborhood, even in this neighborhood, may not be appropriate for another mixed-use neighborhood site within this same neighborhood because it is very site and contextually specific.
Okay, that helps, thank you. I mean, I'm always sensitive to the idea of setting a precedent, and obviously this is a fairly significant change, but I also think this is a very unique site, and the fact that it's overlooking the freeway, you know, it is where higher density makes sense. And I do think as you're driving down 12th, you kind of are going upwards. Just from a visual perspective, it does make sense to start, 3 stories actually sounds like it would be way too low in this neighborhood. So I think that it's, I'm glad that there is some flexibility. It's hard when we don't have standards to say, like right now when we have to deal with a height bonus downtown, we kind of have some standards for how much more they can go up, then it makes it easier for us to evaluate whether it's too much or not. So it's a little bit hard in this setting to know is 8 stories right, is 9 stories right, or is 6 stories right? I don't totally know. The fact that directly across the street is 5 stories, and I don't know exactly the novel project, but if we did restrict them to 5 stories several years ago, it does raise the question of whether we should be going all the way up to 8. But, looking at the plans, I like the way that they go, the 8 stories is only adjacent to the freeway. And as they come into the neighborhood, they are dropping to the 5, which is consistent with what's around them. I do definitely, as we all know, I very strongly believe in affordable housing, and I would love to have more control over that. But I also do subscribe to the idea that you need more housing, period, so that housing prices don't just keep going up. So adding housing in this kind of a location is important. I am nowhere near a traffic engineer, but I do think that potentially having this much housing close to downtown, perhaps there will not be as much traffic with the multifamily because of the adjacency to jobs. But I no educated, that's just a guess. So in terms of the grocery store, I know Edge Hill has been talking about the need for a grocery store as long as I've been working in community development in Nashville, which is about 20 years. I've heard about the grocery store that we need in Edge Hill. Can we talk about that? I know a lot of the community groups talked about the fact that it is not a requirement, but can we just, for the sake of everyone, refresh what we can require in terms of the grocery store? And
I'll add one comment and then ask Lisa to fill in. I think under the existing zoning, a grocery store is less likely because of restrictions on retail. And so the existing zoning really wouldn't support, there's some modest retail that would be allowed. And under the proposed zoning, it is much more likely that we would have a grocery store given the minimums that are set forth in the SP. But Lisa, fill in here. The zoning itself does not confer a specific use. That would occur with a lease agreement and the like between the property owner and a potential tenant.
Right, just to fill in a little bit. So with industrial warehousing and distribution, the current zoning, retail is permitted, but as Lucy said, individual uses are limited in the size that's permitted. And it's very restricting. And so as the SP is established, there is a maximum of 400,000 square feet of non-residential uses. And then there has been a minimum set of 22,000 square feet of retail.
which is a pretty specific category within the zoning code that could include a broad range of things, including a grocery store. And so the SP has set a minimum amount that is required to be within the SP. That is a bit of an unusual thing. We don't typically see that with SPs. We normally just see a maximum. And so you could have an SP that has a maximum of, let's just say, 10,000 square feet, but they ultimately don't build any, right? And so this SP is setting both a maximum but also a minimum that you have to meet to better provide that opportunity.
I have this recollection. I was trying to remember another time we talked about grocery stores, and I was just realizing it was when we did the SP for going up to Membrium. And we had another conversation at that time about a grocery store, and we talked about the possibility that we said that the grocery store should come in first, and somehow we got something in the SP tied to the grocery store, a condition tied to the grocery store. I have no further memory of what that was, but I was trying to remember a time that a grocery store did enter into a condition.
If we could maybe do a little research, Lisa, why don't you ask one of your staff, and if that would be okay to come back,
Yes,
we can do that. But we can require uses with phases. Okay. But I would like to verify, since you have something in your head.
It was the Ellington SP, I don't know how many years ago. Because I know that that's really important to the community, and I would like to see us do anything we can to try to make sure that really comes to fruition. Perhaps Mr. Haynes can talk about the challenges of getting an urban grocery store into downtown Nashville when his turn. I guess that's it. I mean, I have to take off my planning hat and just thinking about this going forward to council. This is the basis of a community benefits agreement, and it would make me feel so much better about this if this really was something that turned into more of a binding commitment. I think from a land use perspective, this project makes a tremendous amount of sense. I see a lot of benefits to the community, but I would really like to see these things, I'd like to see this more rigorously applied to the project, so I know that the community that's come out here in support of this project really gets what they're seeking. And I think the developer has taken a lot of steps. But perhaps there are ways when this gets to council that we can formalize this a little more. I do see the developer has a history of doing workforce housing with some of their projects in Chicago. I would love to see them agree to do that absent the condition of the grants or funding from Amazon. But that's beyond our purview. So maybe when that gets to council, you guys can think about some of those things.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Tibbs? And then we'll get an answer once we get an answer on the grocery store, we'll come back to you, Vice Chair.
First, staff might remember, but if not, I know the civil engineer brought up a 15% reduction, and I forgot, unless somebody else knows, what was that a 15% reduction of?
Yes, so that was a change in trip generation from the proposed plan that is under review now from the plan that was included in the 826 staff report. Mm-hmm. A new traffic table was prepared that removed the hotel use, and they did an updated, and the traffic engineers submitted an updated traffic memo related to that trip generation.
Okay, thank you. I don't have much extra additional to say than Vice Chair brought up. I also agree with height at the interstate. I think makes appropriate sense, and especially considering the use of it now. But just to emphasize the same thing she said, the community is interested in the benefits that this is bringing, workforce, the grocery store, those things. So I do agree if somehow or another a community agreement can be any kind of way brought up. I think it's important. I mean, and I'll say the developers heard it, and it's like if they want a grocery store. So, I mean, this is a part of a lot of the reasons why you have so much support is the benefits it's bringing. And a lot of the things that you put in there are very conditional. So anyway, I really emphasize that. I think that they've worked hard to understand what the community's looking for, which I definitely applaud them for it, but just as much, I just would like to see more of a commitment for it. But as far as just a master plan, just the planning, I believe it's appropriate for this location.
Thank you, Commissioner, but I want to make sure that, just to be clear, that if the council can remind us that our vote today is not based on a community agreement. There's been some commissioners' discussion on that. I'd like to try to, that's not the reason why we're voting for or against it. Is that correct, Counselor?
Yeah, of course, everyone knows this, but just a reminder that Tennessee Code 6635-102 prohibits conditioning zoning changes on the allocation or construction of private residential or commercial rental units to be sold or rented at below market prices. So it's one of those things, just be clear in your motion and in your discussion, as I think has happened so far, what is actually playing into your decision, because you don't want that to be confused, that there's a requirement of affordable housing within your vote.
Thank you. Want to make sure. Always trying to keep it straight, narrow here. Okay. All right. Commissioner Blackshear.
I'd like to thank the community both for and against for coming out again. Made for a super long meeting last time and a long meeting this time, but it's always really helpful to hear everyone's voices. And I know it's not easy to get out here for 2 separate meetings to discuss this, so thank you. There's been a lot of discussion already that really just kind of follows along what I was thinking, so I don't necessarily want to spend any more time duplicating it. I did have a question for staff. I mean, we've been talking about the difference between 8 stories and 9 stories, which seems to be not that big of a difference, but I wondered why in your analysis, why was that enough of a distinction to kind of change your recommendation a bit?
Staff had previously, we were primarily concerned with the buildings that were situated adjacent to the Edge Hill neighborhood. And so we had initially recommended 8 for the rear buildings. At a previous meeting, I think several staff reports ago. And so we typically try to maintain consistency. However, we presented information for the commission, if you'll go back, Lisa, to the side-by-side comparisons that we think, you should consider. But the staff, we tend to try to be consistent, but we were really focusing on these buildings that were on Hawkins. And so, we provided information to you so that you could make that determination and make the determination based on the CCM language.
Sure, that's helpful to hear the rationale behind that, because looking at the list, that bullet point list of factors that you could consider when thinking about floors above 5, it just seemed that would also apply to a 9th story as well. So that was helpful to hear that. It was also really helpful to hear, I'm not going to talk about anything regarding affordable housing, but it was also helpful to hear that, and we know this looking at the CCM, but the idea that this is site-specific. And so you've heard the talk of precedent and making sure that we're not binding ourselves to saying, okay, anything that's requested in or around this neighborhood above 5, we have to now approve because the sites are always going to be different. Obviously, not only is there the interstate there, but also the different in elevations as well in that area of the higher story buildings. So I agree with everything really that the prior commissioner said, and I think it's a plan that can make sense in my opinion, and I'm certainly looking forward to more discussion at council. And with that, I'll pass it to the council lady.
Councilor Murphy.
So am I expecting to see the 3 of y'all at the council meeting as well? Is that what I'm picking up here? Because y'all are going to miss me so much. I think that I actually was more supportive of this plan at the last meeting than now. Here is why. I'm going to start at the back of the page here. Lisa, how close are they to residentially zoned property? How close is this site?
think she's measuring. Can we come, is that right, Lisa?
I mean, is
Can we?
it like a block away? Because number 9 says that they will voluntarily comply with the requirements in the code for construction hours. Is that something they would be required to do anyway, and they just felt the need to restate what they are already required to do, or is that something that they actually are they are throwing out there?
They are not immediately adjacent to residential.
Okay.
To the south of Hawkins Street is also zoned IWD. So they're not immediately adjacent to residentially zoned properties.
Okay. So in number 8 of their things, they mentioned that they will follow the state's blasting requirements. I think it's a little redundant of the developer to acknowledge that they have to follow state law. Item 4 on here is they will continue to put forth best efforts to require or to secure a signed lease from a grocer. As Commissioner Farr mentioned, I had already also made a note that there should be some type of trigger or condition. A lot of the community support that we heard here tonight was based upon the promise of a grocery. And given my experience on my own Charlotte corridor and conversations about we need a grocery because we are entering a food desert over there, I also had considered a trigger of that sense. I think it's extremely appropriate given that so much of the support mentions and relies upon that grocery condition. I think it's absolute nonsense for the developer to throw out that they are going to do workforce housing and things like that, dependent upon someone else giving them a pilot or getting money from Amazon, so on and so forth. Don't put it on here. Don't tell the community we're going to do workforce housing on the condition that somebody else pays us, when also they are telling us they have to have that 9-story. I feel like that is just some smoke and mirrors. That isn't fair to the community, whether you're for or against this. That really has rubbed me the wrong way tonight. I know that there are a lot of neighbors in support of this, and I know it was my own constituent who's put together the map, which I appreciate because y'all know I love colored in maps. But it does appear that some of the opposition lives closest to the development, which is a little concerning to me. There wasn't a whole lot of green checks around there. I do think, and I know that Councilman O'Connell is great about watching these meetings and taking a lot of our input. He's very good about doing that, so I know that he will hear y'all's message, and I am happy to carry that to him as well about a more solid, realistic, real-life community benefits agreement here, because that is more the council realm. I think that I am more comfortable if this was 8 stories rather than 9. I just don't see the justification for that 9th when they are telling us they will do these other things if we give them the 9, but all of these other things are not things that we can consider and not things that are set in stone and that are dependent on things that are so far out of the reach of council and Metro. I really think that we should cap it at 8, and I do think there needs to be some kind of trigger or condition for the grocery store, and if we've done that before, that would be great to have that language. I did feel a lot more support for this last time, so I'm sorry that maybe we deferred it and now I have these feelings, but that's where I've changed today. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, previous the public stated when you are in the kind of end of the line. Previous commissioner said lots of things, so my fellow commissioner asked many good questions and stated good questions. So I try not to repeat. But one thing I noticed is lots of passionate support from, Edgewood neighborhood. So that is a really good sign. But at the same time, my concern is opposition is closer to the development. So I'm trying to understand, what their issue would be. Basically, traffic. I mean, this project will bring 2 traffic lights, but we wouldn't know what kind of traffic actually generated because we do have a formula to kind of put this usage will generate that much and so forth. And, hotel use was no longer in use, so therefore the traffic projection will reduce. But in reality, those people who live closer to the project may feel more pain actually it developed. So I do understand that. So one thing, not on the community benefit, but I think that one of the plan state the public open space. I did not see anywhere in the condition, I think it was mentioned, a private park, about publicly accessible. So is it indeed, or is it stated privately owned, maintained, but publicly accessible? Is it one of the conditions?
I'm pulling up the plan so that I could look specifically at that sheet. There is not a specific condition, but I think it's because it was already addressed in the plan. But I need to pull that up so that I can verify that.
So while Lisa's looking at that, typically SPs rely on a site plan, and so we'll assess that. But sometimes there are also strengthened conditions or conditions that are placed simultaneously as standards that council can adopt. So number 9 on page 76 includes language about the final site plan, including for the central open space area. I think if you were so inclined, you could include a minimum requirement there. We can, to clarify, I know I've heard some comments about this, we can condition green space, and you can condition it in terms of size, you can condition attributes of it, and I think you could condition it to be publicly accessible if it's not in the plan. So
Yes, I would love to see that in the condition, because lots of things communities are supporting is that park, especially, publicly accessible and, privately maintained. So that's one of the selling point. And as well as grocery store, which we do not have any, authority to do that. But I think park open space, we did that with another plan. So if we can really benefit the community, I would love to see that, as a condition of when finally approved. So as far as, the height, I was looking at benefit to the community as well as, like adverse effect to the community. Like, what's the difference, 8-story versus, 9 stories? Visually, it does not make any difference, but actually, it will generate more traffic if it were to, produce more residential unit. And so, yes, indeed, that is adjacent to Interstate 40. So I understand 8-story, to kind of buffer the noise, and, besides the topography is just kind of going down. So having a story on that side, I can see that. But, I really don't see the benefit of the additional story, because if we were to add additional story, typically it will have additional benefit. But besides, it seems like, this site plan is already developed, park size is already developed. So if, they don't get 9-story, so the community is not going to get any park. So if that's the case, it really concerns me. So for that, I am, inclined to support staff recommendation with a story, and, I'm interested here at the commissioner's comment.
Commissioner Sims?
I was expecting you to call on me very dead last. First of all, I want to thank the staff, and particularly Lisa and Bob and Lucy for putting up with me over the last 6 weeks as I tried to figure out this case, because as all of you know, I live in Edge Hill and have lived there for 30 years. And in those 30 years, I've come to know many of you. And so to watch the neighborhood kind of be on both sides has kind of just wrung my heart out. So it took me a lot of work to get through on my emotional part to down to where I could just look at the facts, and which is in fact what we're supposed to do. I really am concerned about this, not so much for the things that we're discussing here, as it was the process that we have gone through as a neighborhood. And I think I probably ought to address the whether or not I have a conflict of interest or not. I did ask the legal department to actually write me, and Lucy discussed that with me. I certainly am not biased. All the last SPs that we've gone through over the last few years, I've signed off on all of those. I asked the neighborhood on every mail list I could come to please take me off of the mail list and please not to talk to me about this. And so I have done everything I know to do to walk into this as unbiased as I can possibly be. I am concerned, though, that when we look at a neighborhood like this one, Nashville Next encourages us in terms of how we should look at these character manuals in a couple of ways. It says we should take really into effect the history of it. We should also really look at it in terms of, does it create a sense of community among us, and does it create a sense of place? I have been really worried. One is that this neighborhood really has got such a rich, deep history that we've only recently begun to understand as Fort Negley became a national site, historic site. This neighborhood is where all the slaves, the enslaved people, those that were freed, those that were conscripted to come work on it, ended up living. This place is an unusually historic neighborhood tied directly to Fort Negley, and therefore we need to be really careful in terms of how we put forth any recommendations for land use. The other thing is that this piece of property, and many of you might say that doesn't matter, but in my opinion, it matters a lot. This piece of property was eminently domained, this very piece of property, and was promised that there would be affordable housing on it. Only a few years later, MDHA, for reasons I don't have any idea and didn't have time to really check the history, I'm sure at that time people thought it was a good idea, was sold to the Beeman family to put a car lot on it. So this neighborhood comes with a lot of hurt around this site and around the eminent domains that actually happened all across the neighborhood. So again, I think we have to think very carefully about what we're doing here. I also know that this site was filled with affordable housing, a church, a large church actually, and small African-American businesses that was destroyed. So when we make promises to bring back jobs, to bring back a grocery, to bring back the things that a park, those promises cannot be broken. This neighborhood, and I have felt the effect of it as a resident, can simply not be taken lightly. And to get a letter, some kind of commitment that's not even signed, and in ways that we as a commission cannot hold you accountable, feels to me as something that we have to really think through and really challenge ourselves as to how do we make sure we keep our word to this neighborhood. I also think there's a lot of wisdom in the old proverb that says, without a vision, the people perish. In 2005, Edge Hill came together and really put together a really good plan. It was done with the Civic Design Center, and it was done with University of Tennessee's architectural school. We asked that become part of the general plan, and we to this day do not know why it wasn't incorporated. As a neighborhood, we came together again in 2014 and asked that a design plan be put together with us and for us as part of the history of Edge Hill and to help guide this. And again, we don't know why it wasn't incorporated. And this part of town is not simply part of Midtown, and it's certainly not part of Green Hills. It is a unique neighborhood. So I'm really think that somehow and we do, thank God, and I really mean that, Lucy and the mayor and the council have gone to staff to get us a detailed neighborhood funded, and we started it, but it will still be another 5 or 6 months before we can actually get to work on it. And in that process, the only way that Edge Hill has been able to actually grow is through SPs. And I think this SP is, for me, troublesome because it didn't create a neighborhood where we could come together, really meet in common, and there's lots of fingers to point. It's every way. But in that decision to hurry up, there's a hurriness here that we haven't found in other developers in Edge Hill that came to ask for an SP. In one fact, one of the biggest changes happened to us. The Elmonton group took over 2 years to work with the neighborhood to get it to a place that we could agree with it. So, and the last thing is I really do think that Princeton University did a great study on decision-making, and they looked particularly at land use decision-making. And they said that one of the worst ways you can make a decision is through fear. Afraid that if we don't get this, somebody's going to put up warehouses. If we don't get this, the owner's going to get mad. If we don't get this, there's no telling what we'll get. But decisions made out of fear or in haste are prone to errors in accurately judging the risks and the benefits of our actions. Therefore, as a commissioner and someone who loves Edge Hill deeply, I think it is important that we slow down our process, really try to come together, and that we figure out, and we've done it for the last 5 years. We've figured it out together. So I really don't understand why we're in such a hurry or why we're grounding much of our suggestions in fear. So that's kind of where I'm coming up with, and I would personally like to see it deferred until we can all sit down and work together. As someone said, the oldest not-for-profit in this town, Neighborhood Association, is Organized Neighbors of Edge Hill. And we decided with Bill Barnes almost 50 years ago that we would all work as one. We haven't done it here, and I think in enough time, we could.
Thank you. Commissioner Haynes? If you can shut your mic off, Commissioner Sims, so we don't get feedback. The microphone?
Oh, yes.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Haynes?
So I have lots of questions. First, let me comment to Vice Chair Farr on the Elmington case. That might have been approved here. They never got the grocery store, and it went away. So we need to take seriously this issue of the grocery store. It's very difficult to get a grocery store. I'd like to ask the applicant a few questions in a moment. First of all, Lisa, can you walk me through the proposed uses for blocks A and B? Because as y'all have heard me argue over the years, not every 8-story or 9-story building is of the same height, and I'd like to understand what the proposed uses are for blocks A and B.
Certainly. So those are indicated to be mixed use, multifamily, retail, office. The SP sets up a maximum number of residential units, 730, and a maximum square footage of non-residential, 400,000. That non-residential can be a variety of uses, office, a minimum amount of retail that's required. And so the specific uses could be spread throughout these buildings in various ways, which would be reviewed with final site plans. They have set a maximum height in stories and in feet. But again, that is setting a maximum.
Okay. Can I ask the applicant to come up and ask them some questions, please?
Absolutely. Come on up.
So I know you can't talk about your negotiations with Sprouts, but can you comment more about this grocery store commitment? And if Sprouts were to go away, who's behind Sprouts?
Yeah, I'm Curtis Lesh. I'm the architect for the developer. I'll let Chris handle that question.
Chris, just state your full name. And
my name is Chris Yuko. Is it good? Okay. So we are unable to disclose the name of the national concept that we have an LOI with, but we have architected Building E to the plans that they have sent across in order to provide more than enough space for their floor plate. And there are numerous, because it's a food desert, there are numerous concepts that have been looking at this site even before we came along and are very interested.
Let me stop you there. Yeah. Numerous concepts.
Yes. So when there was the movement back to the urban core, which is something that you're well aware of, A lot of these grocers have developed urban core floor plates and footprints in order to come into mixed-use buildings and make it work. And of course, there are a variety of sizes depending on the concept. So, and I'll just use some generic ones that are here in the city. If you look at like a Publix, which you're aware of, or Kroger or other concepts, and then there's some other ones that are available, they have differing size of their urban floor plate. The ones that we have been speaking with have a minimum size floor plate of 18,000 square feet, which is viable for them. They're willing and able to do it. And their maximum for their urban floor plate is 24,000 square feet, which is what we've provided for.
Okay. So you mentioned in your beginning comments that to provide the public benefit of this project, you need the 9 stories. Help me understand that. I don't quite follow that logic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've, over the last 9 months, have been diving into the massing and the sizing and all the models for the site. And as we have given up this 2.5 acres dedicated to pedestrian realms, and as you've watched the evolution of the plans, if you look at building A and E and working alongside planning, and it's honestly, it's gotten much better working alongside planning. That A and E was one solid building, and the park was not adjacent to D, and it was just very different plans. So when working alongside planning, we have created additional pedestrian realms, given up additional land to public benefit, and it's the way that we economically pay for and are able to provide all of those benefits to the neighborhood on the site.
So are you saying if you don't get the 9th story, you don't build this project?
That's what I'm saying. It'll be very difficult to build a project without the 9 stories, with the size of the public green space and the park. So we can look at it, but the size of the park, and there is a minimum size green space written into the SP that we are committed to and we must provide. And to provide the plan as we have it before you today, we need the 9 stories.
And lastly, on this deed restriction, this seems to be a critical, important issue.
Absolutely.
But you're not committing to doing that.
Well, at this point in time, the challenge that we're facing, and we've worked in affordable housing for a really long time. We're one of the largest providers of affordable housing in the city of Chicago. At this stage, where we're at, where we're talking about 9 stories or 8 stories, and we're talking about open public space and how large it'll be, we don't know the absolute number of square footage of unit counts and things like that. And so we're unable to say, hey, this is the unit count, this is the 10%, this is what the economic model for affordable housing will look like. Now, we are fully committed and made it public record, committed to getting there. We are already through the application. We're in the 2nd phase of the application process to a very notable fund to have a partnership on this. We're looking at another pilot program, and we're fully committed. And I've said this to the faces of everybody in green shirts and everybody I've been to the door of, at their kitchen tables, in their living rooms, that we are fully committed to doing this and figuring it out. And so as we get further along in the process, as we're able to define the heights and hopefully move beyond where we are today, start working alongside Councilmember O'Connell, further defining, refining, adding teeth to all the conditions, we will be able to get a partner with specificity. And once we are on board with that, we will, when the agreement is made, there are teeth that are put legally to the agreement that reside and exist with the property.
Okay.
We just need to get there.
Last question for you. If the grocery store is going in Block E, walk me through on the diagram where the loading dock is.
So the loading dock is off the central drive. And so part of the street grid is one of the conditions for additional height. And so we created the full street grid in working with planning. As you pull into the property off of the westernmost curb cut, you have that drive that has the bollards and a loading dock on the side there. So there's no access. And working with NDOT to get the recommendation, we took access off of 12th. So originally at one point in the process, I showed access on 12th. We removed access from 12th and made it lined with trees so that they can do the 12th improvement plan, which we've committed to helping fund. And that is where trucks can pull in and service those buildings.
So the truck's going to pull in the central drive and then back into the loading dock where?
Where the arrows are where it's shown on Building E.
Okay. Thank you so very much.
No problem.
So to my fellow commissioners, you guys know
Thank you.
we need urban mixed-use projects. They're incredibly difficult to execute, especially on the grocery store. This grocery store could vaporize tomorrow. I do think the grocery store being in Block E is the right location for the grocery store, given the turning radii of all the trucks that have to navigate that, and that's critically important. I don't buy that he needs the 9th story to make this work. We've got a 7-story concept above with Publix. I think the green space, the greenways, the park, all of this can work with 8 stories. So I'm going to support staff's recommendation. I do think this is the right place for urban mixed use, and I do think 8 stories is the right height for blocks A and B.
Commissioner Hanley.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo some of my commissioners. I do think, this project has created an opportunity for a lot of people of the Edge Hill community and even beyond to come together and not only be engaged, but be educated. Again, like seeing all of the people that were here. I'm very familiar with the Edge Hill community. I've led and been a part of, several engagement efforts. I think even there are some familiar faces here tonight, but I think even more so than the faces, there are just a lot of familiar stories. I think the frustration that's being expressed by the community in terms of vision after vision, promise after promise fading, I think the commission hears that, and I think they're weighing in based on that understanding. So I think, confirming that you've been heard, I think is something that I would like to do from my opinion. I think that's something that's happened. I will say from the concept that's in front of me, I'm a big advocate for incremental density. I've said it a lot, and I'm also a big advocate, and probably the reason I'm here is for affordable housing. I too, didn't like to hear that there was not a more solidified type of commitment or formalized agreement to the affordable housing, but also understand the balance of density and what it allows you to do. I also think that having additional density allows you to generate some more interest in terms of having particular retail and grocery stores. I also think, when you talk about the affordable housing there, if you are able to get to that point, more stories, more potential units equals more housing opportunities for Nashvillians. And so I have a little bit more of a critical an acute focus on what, a 9th story could do for a project. And again, having a site plan that's been shown time and time again, and then to, subject the community to go back and look at something that is almost hitting the reset button because you don't approve a 9th story. If you have the applicant saying that it'll likely change heavily without that, it gives me a little bit more consideration to the 9th story as well. I do have 1 or 2 questions though, because that's about the parking capacities. I didn't really see us lean in heavily on that when we went through the presentation. I know there's a lot of angst expressed about the amount of traffic that'll be coming to the area, and then also the plan does show on-street parking along the street, which is known to be a traffic calming agent, but I'm not sure of how it's intended to be used. And again, if this is the latest and greatest plan.
This is the latest and greatest plan. The comment that I made during my presentation was related to a slight modification that's needed to one of our staff conditions related to the underground parking. Okay. And so the parking is proposed to be underground and to meet the zoning code requirements. The slight modification was that the note was basically to say all parking is underground. And in reality, there will be places where, because of the grade, there is a small amount of the parking that is above ground as you're going down a ramp before you go underground. And so wanted to make sure that we were clarifying that except for those areas which will be fully lined with active uses, that all of the parking would be underground. But this is the most current plan, and it reflects the underground parking that will also meet the code.
Can I use a Commissioner Liberty? I like what Commissioner Hayes did. I'd like to address the developer if that's possible.
Yeah, come on up.
Thank you for coming back up, Chris. 2 questions. One, parking, and you mentioned what had been shared with potential candidates for a grocer. They've seen the plans in terms of the amount of detail related to parking as well. Is that correct? I mean, they've seen it in that level of detail, not just square footage, not just floor plate, but overall site plan, overall parking commitment.
That's correct, and they also are very specific on the parking and their requirements, and so they drive a lot of what we have planned.
Understood. And right now, the site, at least in terms of how you've performed it, it's based on parking to support full 9 stories as shown here today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Those are my questions. Sorry to make you come back up for a brief, but those are my questions.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. The last thing I want to say too, there's a lot of conversation about the appropriateness, and I know we brought those bullet points back up about what should be considered in terms of looking at a site and going outside of the community character manual. I don't know how this isn't considered as the perfect opportunity to do that. Considering all the factors that are highlighted. If those bullet points are pulled directly from our community character manual or the policy as to why, and you check off 80% of those, I think it's really appropriate. I understand. I just want to show my support for staff taking a look at it and applying those, I think, appropriately. I just wanted to go on the record for saying that. But based on looking at it, I know I would make a recommendation to push forward with a lot of utilization of all the tools that we can to try to really work in a lot of the things the community has expressed. I think more comfortable retail space. I think I heard the developer mention that there was between 18 and 24,000 square feet is kind of the maximum. That's what they program. But I think the minimum is only 22,000. So to me, I think there's some areas here we can make slight adjustments to really become more keen to that focus. I don't know how to best memorialize that, but I just wanted to make that statement for discussion purposes across the commission. Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. And I think we have an answer for Vice Chair's question on that Lisa can provide us on the grocery store that give us the example of what we did or the condition.
Sure. So I went back and I had to pull up the minutes from the Planning Commission meeting and then look at the SB plan and the council bill so that I could sort of piece together the timeline. And so during the discussion, it was the Demonbreun Hill SP project. And during that discussion, you all did include a condition that indicated that if a grocery store was not included in the first phase, final site plan, that it would come back to you all for a review. But that condition was not ultimately included in the council bill. So that's sort of the history there. And so you all discussed it, but it was not included by the council member in the bill.
Vice Chair.
Well, is that something that, could we do a similar condition in this case? And encourage the council member to honor that condition?
I believe you could add a trigger that's related to a certain phase and include it as a condition in your recommendation.
Or the other option, I mean, if a grocery store is a specific use that's allowed, under the commercial use code, could we be more specific to building block E that that it's not just commercial space, but it is actually the grocery store? And then we would, if that didn't come to fruition, it would come back to us, I assume, and we'd have a chance to look at that again.
Sure. So the zoning code does include, so grocery store can fit into the retail listing of the zoning code, the use listing. But there is also a grocery store specific listing in our zoning code under the use table. And so I think you could be more specific than just retail.
So let me caution us, if we try to make the grocery store a commitment in the first phase, I worry this project never gets started. The grocery store deals are so difficult to do, so I would really urge us to not do that. I think maybe having the grocery store committed to Block E is a different story, but we need housing in a desperate way. And I think this is a perfect place for density. And I'd rather see, while all the stars are aligning, that he gets started on the rest of the blocks than trying to tie the phasing.
So perhaps the second option would be better to say we want to try to actually not just have the commercial use for Block E, or commercial or retail use, but specifically a grocery store. So not tying it to the phasing or the timing, but just that if there is not a grocery store there, it comes back to us.
So in that instance, you would be limiting Block E to a grocery use. And I don't, Lisa, correct me, I believe that if they weren't able to secure the lease, then they would likely come back to get a different zoning. So you don't necessarily have to require that, but I'd welcome staff to weigh in on that.
And only for the portion that is retail. Obviously, there's more to that building than just the grocery store.
Right, so I would suggest something to the effect of Building E, located at the intersection of 12th and Hawkins, in case building numbers or letters move around, that Building E, located at the intersection of 12th and Hawkins, is required to have a grocery store. That use is required. I would be somewhat flexible on the square footage, given that there is a range of floor plates available for urban grocers. But I think that you could also specify perhaps a square footage range.
So,
Commissioner Haynes?
Yeah, let me speak to this real quickly. I think if we require it to have the grocery store and then he never makes a grocery store deal, that's a problem. But if we say once he secures a grocery store that the location goes to Block E, I mean, he could land an urban Target that sells groceries. So we got to be careful how we word this. I think the right location for any 18 to 30,000 square foot retailer should be Block E.
This is good discussion. We're getting there. So hold on. We got some other hands. Councilmember Murphy.
I like the direction that we're going in. I appreciate Commissioner Haynes's knowledge here of how big a square foot of grocery stores mean, because I don't want to see a little corner market go in here and check that box. I trust Councilman O'Connell, but without him here tonight, I am concerned about putting the condition on here, since we have, I don't know who the council member was in the other situation. I am concerned that this could go to council and get pulled out. We are seeing that, as I mentioned at our last commission meeting. I'm seeing that at the council members throwing out our recommendations. My concern is that we will be able to sleep tonight. Community members will feel better whether they're for it or against it with this condition, and it might get pulled out. And I trust Councilman O'Connell, but I would feel better with his opinion on this. I think it is key to put in there the square footage of the grocery store or some sort of description, however we can in the code. I also think that it's appropriate to say if it's not there, they lose something else. So it's a carrot and stick in the condition. But I am extremely concerned that it gets to council, it gets pulled out, and it just needs 27 votes instead of 21. And so I think we are deliberating very strongly in support of both sides of this neighborhood, but without that commitment from Councilman O'Connell or his input and thought on it, I'm a little nervous. So.
Thank you, Councilor. I saw Commissioner Johnson. Did you have a question?
Yes, I'm kind of speaking in line of Councilor Lady Murphy said. I think instead of specifying where the grocery store goes, but I think community really want a grocery store. As a condition, we conditioned minimum of 22,000 square foot of retail. So instead of retail, including grocery store. So something, within the 22,000 square foot retail, specifically include grocery store. If we can work out flexibility, but having grocery store, that's what I was kind of wanted to suggest.
Yeah, let me speak again.
Okay.
I don't think it is wise for us to require a grocery store. I don't think he can commit to that. I think we can encourage that. We can say it should go in Block E. We can give square footage ranges. I think that's putting a burden on the developer that he may not be able to deliver on. The neighborhood clearly wants a grocery store. He's going to try to get a grocery store. It's going to be difficult. So we got to make a decision as a board what we want to establish here.
All right, so we're
to Council Lady Murphy's point, I do think Councilman O'Connell needs to be here. If we're going to get this specific in this level of discussion, I don't want us to spend all this time and effort and then it goes to council and get thrown out. And I would be for a one-meeting deferral to ensure that he's here, that we close the public hearing. We've heard all we need to hear on that, but that we make sure Councilman O'Connell can be here and we think through all of these additional restrictions we want to ask him to support. So that would be my suggestion for y'all to consider.
All right, so Commissioner Haynes, it's a very good point. So let's just make sure, we always ask the team about timing and if it would, on the council portion. So give us the information on timing.
Hi, certainly. So Councilmember O'Connell has requested the bill on this item, and so that bill will be filed tomorrow. And so a decision does need to be made. I know that Councilmember O'Connell, I texted him and said, "Are you watching?" And I know that he is watching. He wasn't able to come back, but he is willing to, he is intent on continuing the conversation in relation to appropriate conditions for grocery.
So does that mean that the councilman wants us to vote tonight? Is that what you're saying? I want to make sure that we're...
I will say that I know he was here earlier. For those of y'all who might not have heard, he had a work meeting, and then he's got two little girls. I did offer to let them sit up here and that Mina and I would feed his little girls snacks while we did this, but I don't think he wanted to take me up on that.
Lisa?
I will say that you could make the recommendation, and then if the council doesn't agree with that, they can always re-refer it back to the Planning Commission. If they do agree with that, they can move forward with that recommendation, or they could not do it and try to get 27 votes as a disapproved bill. So, there's a couple options. It's not, if the council member wants to re-refer it back to the commission to have that condition reconsidered, that's an option also.
Thank you, Bob. Lisa, what is, we always, I want all the council members to hear this. We always take under consideration extremely seriously what the council members are requesting. They ultimately decide what to zone or not zone. We make recommendation, and that is a normal process that we go through. So, Lisa, is there an update from the councilman?
Well, he asked if he could call in, and that is not an option any longer. Unfortunately, with our meetings, no longer we're able to be virtual. And he is unable to get back to the meeting due to other obligations.
So on the timing piece, is there a problem with us deferring at one meeting? That's what I want to know.
There is with the bill. The bill has been requested to be filed.
Okay. So Commissioner Haynes, that's your answer on timing.
let me try to make a motion. I will move approval of staff's recommendation with adding a condition that if the project were to secure a large big box retailer greater than 18,000 square feet, that location would be at the southeast corner of 12th and Hawkins.
A grocery retailer?
No, I'm saying
just a retailer.
A retailer, because it could be Urban Target, who's not considered a grocer, but who would sell groceries.
Okay, a retailer that sells groceries, I think, is important. Okay. Now, hold on, Commissioner Haynes, there was also a request and discussion about conditions of public green space. And Lisa, is that just to get that clear? I mean, I think that's part of the reason why we're asking for a height variance. And Commissioner Haynes, you said staff's recommendation, is that of the 8 stories or is that of 9 stories?
That is of 8 stories.
Oh.
And I am satisfied with condition number 9, that they've got to submit a final site plan, including central open space area. That I think that gives staff and us enough latitude to review it again when submitted.
Okay. So that's a proper motion, and that's for the staff's recommendation of 8 stories with a retail store that has groceries. So
Chairman, there was,
yeah, Lisa.
there was one additional clarification that I had mentioned, and it would be removal of condition 4, and then updating condition 5 to indicate, except for limited areas of structured parking that will be fully lined, all parking shall be located underground. And that's just a staff correction.
Part of the. Okay, hold on. We're getting the question. All right, so here's the procedural situation. We've had several commissioners, including the council lady, Murphy, ask that they would feel more comfortable with the council members here. We've been communicating, which we do out of respect for the council members, by text, and I appreciate Lisa doing that. He can be here later tonight. So, with that said, I don't like it either, personally, but with the request, it's hard to say no to that. That's my personal opinion. Now, I'm just one person on this commission, and so we can move this item to the heel for tonight, and Councilman O'Connell is willing to come in, and after speaking with legal and the director, we think that that's the best action since there was discussion of him being here from some commissioners. So is there an objection to moving this to the heel of the calendar?
Do we just suspend our discussion with his active motion on the table?
Yeah, I think so I think that's proper procedure. Let's ask Alex what we would suspend discussion. We're in the middle of discussion.
On a motion.
Yeah, so we can suspend this particular, I think.
So this qualifies as a subsidiary motion because you're postponing it to a definite time, which is at the heel of the agenda. So that motion would be heard over the motion on the table. So if you accept it, it would be moved to the heel, and you come back to the same spot you were at.
So it's not my decision, it's y'all's. We have to vote on the motion it would be another motion to move this item to the heel.
I'll move that we move this item to the heel of the agenda.
It probably needs to be, since you seconded the original motion, it probably needs to be another commissioner in my mind. Commissioner Blackshear, do you want to make a motion to move it to the heel?
Absolutely. I move that we move this agenda item to the end of the meeting.
Which is the item 20, and that's
Item
proper
20.
motion. Is there a second? Second. Commissioner Henley seconds it. Any more discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. So item 20 is to the heel. And we've been here for almost 4 hours, and I know that I need to use the potty, as my daughter would say. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back to here. item number 19. Testing, 1, 2, 3. My mic's not on. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing. Testing. Hold on. Testing.
We're having microphone issues, so give us a second.
Testing.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing. Testing. Is that on?
Yeah.
Lisa, the next meeting is the October 14th, so I would recommend to the commission that you entertain a motion to defer item 19 to October 14th.
And that's per the applicant, correct?
That is per the applicant.
All right, is there a motion to defer to October 19th? All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any discussion? October 19th, correct? That's the motion. 14th, okay.
Forgive me, item 19 for October 14th.
There we go.
Right.
Okay.
So that's the motion. Sorry, we were mixing up numbers. It's getting late. So item number 19 deferred to October 14th is the motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just want to note my recusal from 19.
Commissioner Blackshear recuses herself on item 19. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the deferral say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and that item is deferred. Now we are on to item 21, and that is all right. Seth?
Ready?
Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Seth Harrison with the Planning Department, and I'll be presenting.
Seth, you're going to have to speak in the microphone a little bit.
Sorry.
Thank you. Perfect.
All right. I'm Seth Harrison with the Planning Department, and I'll be presenting item number 21. This request is to rezone from RS5 to SP. The preliminary SP affects approximately 0.83 acres at the southeast corner of Booker Street and 27th Avenue North. The proposal is to create 16 multifamily unit homes consisting of attached and detached products. Staff recommends to approve with condition and disapprove without all conditions. As a note, this SP was previously recommended for approval by Planning Commission April 25th, 2019. The recommendation to Council expired, requiring a new vote. Currently, all surrounding zoning is RS5, but there are similar type developments that exist within this neighborhood to the south with MULA and RM20A zoning. The policy is T4 Urban Neighborhood Evolving, which calls for increase in density and housing types with consideration for the existing character of the neighborhood. As the plan is proposed, the units fronting Booker Street and 27th Avenue North have lined up with the existing homes across the street, with the remaining units located internally with a proposed density of 19 units per acre. The SB includes on-street parking, sidewalk improvements, landscape screening along Booker and 27th, and a landscape buffer to the south to ease transition to the existing single-family home. All vehicular access will be done through the existing alley located off of Booker Street. The proposed elevations include 3 stories along Booker Street and 27th Avenue North and 2 stories for the internal units. The proposed elevations are similar design to a single-family type unit. Staff recommends to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And so we'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant here? Welcome. Please state your name and address. You have 10 minutes. And if you can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. My name is Philip Piercy. I'm with Cowles Design Group here to represent E3 Construction Services on this project. Like we mentioned, it was approved several years ago, but just never did move back through council, so it expired, and we're trying to get that reestablished. The plan is pretty much exactly the same as it was at that time, with just a few little minor changes that the staff commented on, or the different departments commented on this time. Would point out that the units are kind of staggered with their setbacks, so that on the south side, on 27th, they're more in line with the first house with the setback, and then they get closer to the right-of-way. And then on Booker, although they're parallel to the right-of-way, Booker Street is not centered in the right-of-way. And so as you can see on the plan, they kind of, in the appearance, as you drive there, they would stagger back to be further from the right-of-way before they get to the other adjacent houses. The staff's report mentions that the plan is consistent with the policy, and we just request your approval, and would like to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. We'll save 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you.
Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support? Anyone wishing to speak in support? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. Welcome, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Tanya Wade Moody, and I live at 726 26th Avenue North. I've been there over 20 years, and I do have neighbors who's been there longer than I have. And about 3 years ago, we did a petition. We submitted it about a lot of the tall skinnies that they wanted to put in our neighborhood, those condos. And it's just like we have been here to several meetings, and it's like you all are not hearing us. We tell you all what we would like to have in our neighborhood, what we would not like to have in our neighborhood. And it's just like, forget what we say, because if you look at it, they put all these condos over there on Clifton and now down 26. Now, we was told that they was not coming down in our neighborhood. Well, they did. So now you have our neighborhood looking like a jigsaw puzzle. You have the condos, you have the single-family unit homes, which is on one level, then you have the 2 levels, and now they putting 3 levels over there. It looks crazy over there. We have to live over there. We have to look at this. We have to deal with the traffic. Now, he's talking about parking on the street. Right now, the people that has moved in those condos are parking on the street, and what they put in these 3 levels on Booker, they have nowhere to park but on the street. So now you're making it a one-way street. It's ridiculous. And what he's talking about, people parking on the street, it's going to be a one-way street. We don't need that. And now you want to try to squeeze people in together, 16 units? We do not want our area rezoned. When they buy this property in the single-family unit, that's what they need to put back over there. Where are the affordable homes? We would like to see affordable homes. You putting all of this stuff up here that people can't afford. An average person cannot afford it. If you're working, you have a child or have children, what are you going to do? These prices are crazy. It has increased ridiculous. It don't make no sense, and we do not want our area rezoned. And we don't approve of what they talking about.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, two-minute rebuttal.
Thank you. There is a little mixture here with the units. There's like, some with 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms and 4 bedrooms. The units in the back are smaller and meant to, to meet a smaller price point. I don't know exactly what their price point is right now. The developer wasn't able to come tonight. With regard to parking on the street, a lot of the streets there right now, you are actually parking on the edge of the street. We've provided for the 16 units, I think it was 33 spaces on site. And then on the street, we have inset the parking to not conflict with the existing pavement. And so we have an additional 11 spaces there, which we get half credit for. But, in all, you would have 44 spaces for 16 units. So I think the parking shouldn't be a concern. But again, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And I don't see the councilman here. Did the councilman submit a letter? Lisa?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. All right. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Sims, you want to go first?
First of all, I want to thank you for coming. It took a lot of courage to come talk about this. I did go by and look at this and drove around your neighborhood, and it does appear to me to be really dense. I mean, I can see some growth, but 16 is really cramming it in there. But the neighborhood does need housing. We've heard that all night long. And I think that if we can somehow figure out how not to quite do 16 in here, we might be able to come to some kind of agreement right now, but I want to listen to what the other people say, because I'm always the outlier voice. So.
Commissioner Haynes?
I certainly understand her concern about parking and making streets one-way, but it sounds like the project has adequate parking with the 32 on-site and the 11 on the street. So I'm going to support staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Henley?
I do have one question. Just I don't have the historic knowledge, but it sounds like this plan or a very similar plan has been approved before and just had to come back due to inactivity. Is that correct?
So the Planning Commission did recommend approval of this same plan, but then it never went forward at council. And
Okay.
so after a time, recommendations on zoning expire, and so it has to come back to you all. And so that's where we are.
And just so I'm clear, this is materially the same plan. Nothing extremely significant has been modified. No additional units, no reduction in parking, nothing that significant has been modified.
No, it's the same.
Okay. I mean, broken record, as I've said before, I'm a proponent for incremental density. I think, to Commissioner Haynes' point, I think the parking, based on counts and what they've shown here in the plan, is adequate. I've drove through the community, I know it very well. There is a lot of what seems like mishmash and hodgepodge that are popping up there. But that's what a transition looks like, especially when it's done in an incremental state. So I'm not opposing the plan. I think that staff has looked at it. I think it's already gone through a review and approval one time before. I think at this point it should be with the council member again. So I'm in favor of staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand this is neighborhood evolving, and I understand we do encourage Mr. Henley's favorite word, incremental density. But to me, this configuration is more than increment, like, 6 unit possible with base zoning to 16 unit. And yes, I'm sure we do need a variety of, housing unit and so forth, but it seems to me, it looks like each of the unit is about 500 square foot. I'm sure some area may want those, like a smaller unit, but, at the same time, I think we have to be cognizant of keeping the neighborhood as a neighborhood, adding gentle density, not, radical density. So just because SP allow those kind of, density and development, that does not mean we should embrace it. So I do have lots of concern with this just too dense. And, of course, when we comes to final SP, we will, appropriate department will look at it, the plan such as where the AC unit will go. But I remember, like the nations, somebody, tried to build lots of smaller houses, what they call, tall and skinnies. And by the time it built, actually they did not have enough space for the unit to maintenance. So we don't want to create those kind of, adverse effect in the neighborhood. So I do understand where the development ideas come from, but I'm not sold on to it.
Councilor Liddy.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Lisa, when did this go through planning before?
April of 2019.
And how long, so it's an SP, and I know when SPs like pass the council, they have like a 6-year, what have you, what is the approval here? Is it?
So this has not gone through council.
Right.
So the Planning Commission recommended approval, and Planning Commission recommendations on zoning are good for 2 years. And then they expire, and so it has to come back to the Planning Commission for a new recommendation.
I literally just did the math in my head that it's been 2 years. I was like, it hasn't been that long. And I think somebody asked, did we have a letter from Councilman Taylor? We didn't.
I don't believe that we had any correspondence from the council member.
I would venture a guess to say that there's a reason why he didn't move it forward. I know that when he came into office, there were a lot of bills waiting on his desk. And he was picking and choosing which ones he wanted to spend time on. And do we know the unit count per the bedroom count on these? I heard 2, 3, and 4s. What is the total bedrooms we're looking at?
That's probably a developer question.
It's in the plan on the cover sheet. We have 1 4-bedroom, and I'd have to count them off, but all in all, it's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 3-bedroom, 6 2-bedroom. So no 1-bedrooms.
So I'm sorry. Did you
I think it was 1 4 9 3 6 2-bedrooms. Does that add up?
I'm sorry. Could you just give me the total bedroom count?
Okay.
40.
Yeah.
40?
40 bedrooms.
Okay, so 40 bedrooms, and there are 44 spaces, parking spaces. And we know that oftentimes more than one person sleeps in a bedroom, making 2 cars. I feel like this is beyond incremental density. I think this is a big change to the neighborhood. And I also think that there could be a reason that Councilman Taylor didn't move it forward. Now, again, we can move it forward tonight, and he can choose not to move it forward again. But I think this district has seen a lot of change and a lot of increase in density that they haven't wanted. And so, met the will of the commission. But I think ultimately Councilman Taylor will decide whether to move it forward or not. But I think the fact that he didn't speaks volumes.
Commissioner Blackshear.
Just as a preliminary question, I know we've talked about before the tall and skinnies, and sometimes we've talked about the height that a house will go up to already being permitted under the base zoning. So just out of curiosity, I mean, do we know how tall a home could be built under the base zoning and how it compares to the SP?
Sure, this is within the urban zoning overlay, and the current zoning would allow heights of 3 stories in 45 feet with an additional exposed basement that can be up to 7 feet, so for a total height of 52 feet in height. And so the plan as submitted included actually detailed elevations, which Seth has pulled up on the screen. And so the SP is approving these specific elevations, which step down in height to the center units, but are generally consistent, although I believe actually a little bit lower than what would be permitted under the base zoning.
So that's interesting, and the neighbor might be interested that the height, I'm not talking about obviously the density, but just the height is pretty comparable, if not better than what would be allowable under the base zoning. That being said, I liked Commissioner Johnson's phrase. So she borrowed from Commissioner Henley, who said incremental density, and she said radical density. I think this might be an example of radical density. I'm going to start saying that now. To go from 6 units to 16, and the neighbor is right. If you drive in the area, it's quite jarring what's going on. And obviously you can see, it's evolving, right? So you can see the evolution and the housing type. But it certainly presents problems for those who are living there. The parking is a concern, of course. And then also, at some point, the density, even if we need more housing, it becomes too much in a certain area. So I certainly would not support 16 units. And I am kind of curious, we've approved this before in 19, and I just drove this area this past weekend. So I'm not sure what was already approved in 19, but I know what's on the ground in 21, and it just, to me, seems like this is too much at this point. So perhaps I can be in favor of a lower density count, but 16 to me seems to be a little bit too much.
Commissioner Tibbs?
I think my thing is just, seems like the community, I shouldn't just single you out, but needs to have more information about what's going on. There's a concern all around what's happening in their, in the neighborhood. And maybe in 19 it was a less, there's less development, whereas now it is. I won't say I'm necessarily completely opposed to what they're doing, but I feel like this is, if I had it, I would like to maybe even defer it, where the council person gets to talk to the community and the developer gets to talk to the community and maybe even, get more buy-in from it. So I would be in favor of a deferral for it, just so the council person can get involved and the community can get involved.
Thank you. And that begs the question, is there a timing issue? Has it been filed at the council yet?
No, there's not a bill.
Okay. Vice Chair?
I think I'm in favor of what Commissioner Tibbs suggested. Just looking at it, I think, looking at the streets are extremely narrow. So if you did have people parking on both sides, I can certainly see why that's causing challenges. I guess it just begs to question, we have this issue with neighborhood evolving all the time, and it is a challenge to figure out how you balance increasing the density in a way that's has some respect to the existing character and the design in that area. And this is definitely not consistent with the design in the rest of this neighborhood. We're basically setting a trend for how this whole area will redevelop. And so I sort of agree that, if there's an opportunity to be thoughtful about that, it makes sense. So I think I would be in favor of what Commissioner Tibbs suggested in a possible deferral.
So it's probably time to maybe do a 2-meeting deferral might be appropriate?
Sure. Do we have, so there's not we have no legal obligation because of the fact that we approved this. I think you've answered that, but I just want to.
Yeah, and I think the team can get with the council member and in a 2-meeting deferral and see if.
Okay, well then I'll make a motion for a 2-meeting deferral. And
that's a proper motion. Is there a second? And Commissioner Tibbs seconds. Any discussion on a 2-meeting deferral? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and it's deferred 2 meetings.
Thank you for your.
Thank you. We are on, so, Councilman O'Connell. He's here. So let's get the commissioners, if you could bear with me for a second. Procedurally, this is it's at the heel of the calendar, so we need to make a motion to bring it in front of us right now. So we would, is there a?
Yes. I make motion to hear item 20, bring back from the Hill.
And so out of order, we will hear, that's a proper motion. And is there a second? And Commissioner Haynes seconds it. And any discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And so we are on item 20. We are currently in discussion, and we want to, there was several commissioners that wanted to hear from the councilman, and councilman, we do apologize for bringing you back down here, but thank you for coming.
Like a slow genie, I am here when summoned. And these are also my pajamas, so no big whoop. I will be honest.
The kids are all by themselves at home.
That's right. So regrettably, I was listening to this while reading bedtime stories, so I caught most of the discussion, and I will admit to some confusion about my role at the moment. So whatever I need to answer, I'm happy to answer.
So let me. So there was a lot of discussion, and I think a lot of the discussion centered around 9 stories. There was, I think that we had a lot of discussion on the public green space, but it seemed to be, that seemed to be satisfied under the plan and under one of the conditions. And then there was a lot of discussion on Building E being a grocery store and what kind of condition, as most of the community testified about grocery use. So a lot of discussion about that. I think what we wanted to hear from you is just kind of your thoughts maybe on the 8 stories versus the 9 stories, the grocery piece, and.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a ton of thoughts, right? I'm neither the applicant, and I also feel like the reason we start with the Planning Commission is to get judgment from staff and commissioners. So I mean, that's what I'm here to do, right? I tried my best to share my thoughts at the top of the meeting.
Thank you, Councilman. So we'll
I mean, it sounded like there was some specific concerns about additional conditions that might be applied, and I don't have strength of feeling about those. If you all feel like you've got conditions that would make the project more successful for the community, that's another reason I'm here, is to understand what those are.
No, and thank you. And we don't mean to put you on the spot by any means. It was just, there was some questions that we wanted to get your input on how you thought one way or another, because one of the things that is important for the commission, I know me personally, is that we always want to address the council member and make sure, that we're, in tandem on the same page. And so I really appreciate it. We had lively discussion about the merits of the project with the 9 stories, the grocery store, and the open space. So I appreciate that. If the commissioners have other questions that pop up that we need to get you to answer, we'll call you back up. But we just really want to be respectful of the council members.
Can we repeat what the motion on the table is for the councilman's benefit? Because I think that's the discussion we wanted him to be aware of, right?
Yes, so there was a motion by, I think this is where we are in the discussion. There was a motion, and Alex, correct me if I'm wrong if I say something out of order, but there was a motion by Commissioner Haynes to accept the staff's recommendation of 8 stories with a condition of, we were in the middle of discussion about the grocery store, and I think Commissioner Haynes wanted it to be that the grocery store would go in Building E. Commissioner Haynes, do you want to, was there anything I missed on that?
I think we were trying to talk about a urban big box retailer greater than 18,000 square feet, up to 40,000 square feet, being restricted to Block E, but not using the word grocer, so that if it were an urban Target or somebody else, that we would restrict that to Block E. And what we didn't want was this to get to you at council, y'all make amendments to what we're recommending, so we wanted your concurrence with that particular additional condition.
Sure, and I can't make any guarantees about what my colleagues might or might not do once this, reaches our gates. And I'm perfectly comfortable with that. I've heard no objection from the applicant that suggests that would somehow, again, jeopardize their vision of the project. It's obviously clear from their testimony that the applicant prefers 9 stories. So, I mean, that's where they are. And again, I'm here mostly to listen.
Thank you, Councilman. And Commissioner Haynes, if I can, so we have, after all of the, and I know this is not normal, we normally don't do a lot of this, but some of these big complicated projects, we work through, and I think the director potentially, the developer has listened to all of our testimony very seriously, and potentially there could be a compromise or an idea. Director, do you want to state that idea?
Well, I think many of the commissioners feel a great sense of responsibility, as I know you do, that the community so desires a grocery store. And I think there is a bit of concern that we, through zoning, have a difficulty being able to absolutely mandate that. And so through the discussion with the 8 and 9 stories, another option for the commissioners to consider is whether we would want to condition 9 stories with a lease agreement for the grocery store. So that, and 8 stories otherwise, so that the grocery store is linked to the additional height. I think I would ask Jeff or Commissioner Haynes, forgive me, or Commissioner Henley for some advice on what that trigger would be if that is something that the commissioners would like to entertain. I believe the applicant would agree to that standard if that's something that the commission wants to consider.
Commissioner Haynes?
That's an interesting idea. I think that's a reasonable compromise. I think that probably holds up blocks A and B until he makes or doesn't make a grocery lease. He could start on blocks C and D, which is probably the direction he should start. So I think I could probably support that compromise.
So procedurally, we would need you to withdraw. Alex, I believe that we would need him to withdraw his original motion and make a new motion.
He could withdraw or he could modify it.
Or modify, okay. How about, I think cleaner it'd be, let's,
Sure.
Jeff,
Do
if
we
you're.
still want to leave, though, the portion of the commitment that it's going in E? I mean, I still think we want it.
Oh, yes.
We want that part of it to remain, right?
I agree, Vice Chair. So the motion, Jeff, would be Commissioner Haynes. You can tell we're all close here, okay? So sometimes we have the commissioners. So Commissioner Haynes, the motion would be to 9 stories only if the grocery store in the E building at 12th and Hawkins Street.
So I will amend my motion to approve staff's recommendation, including the additional 9th story for blocks A and B, conditioned upon the applicant securing a lease with an urban retailer greater than 18,000 square feet at the southeast corner of Hawkins and 12th. If the lease is not secured, then blocks A and B would be limited to 8 stories in height.
So I believe that's a proper motion. Chair thinks that's a proper motion. Is there a second? Vice Chair seconds. Any more discussion? Councilor Murphy on discussion.
So also, Councilman, there was a lot of discussion about the community benefits, what was promised to the community, and there were a lot of looks at me to hold your feet on that, and so let's just get that out in the open too. I don't want to, I didn't want to speak for you on that part either. So legal, sorry, Alex, if we put this condition in place, and I guess maybe to Commissioner Henley and Commissioner Haynes, I don't know how long a grocery store lease is. 5 years, 10 years?
In the duration, most grocery leases are 15 to 20 years.
15, okay. I didn't want to get into a situation where they get the lease in and 5 years later, they pull out of the community. And they've gotten this bonus and the grocery store is gone. And I understand that we can't look 20 years down. If it's a 20-year lease, if that's typical standard, then I feel more comfortable with that. I am concerned that our original motion was grocery store and 8 stories, but now we're a grocery store and now 9 stories. I feel like that has changed. But I just want to make sure that the community is getting what they were told they're getting. And if the commission feels comfortable with that, so, okay. But I do think that our discussion has changed from you got to have the grocery store and you get 8 stories to now you get 9 stories if you promise to put the grocery store in. And I guess, can I get further clarification on, is a signed lease a sure thing? Because I've had developers tell me all the time in my district, oh, I've got Publix locked up, they're coming, and then it falls through.
Alex, would you like?
So this goes back to my comment always. My industry does not enjoy a great reputation, unfortunately. So people will tell you.
I didn't say that this night, though. I have not said that tonight.
I'm admitting it. We don't enjoy a great reputation. Developers say all the time they have commitments. A commitment means nothing until it goes through committee and you go through the laborious process of having a lease executed. So let me clarify your earlier question. The original proposal for 8 stories never said they had to have a grocery store.
Okay.
Okay. In fact, I said he can't agree to that.
Okay.
So what we're now saying is he can have a 9th story if he has a lease agreement.
Okay.
Now, let me also clarify this.
In our conversation.
A lease agreement, maybe the store will open. I've had a lease agreement with a retailer and the store never opened. So, it's a crazy industry.
Okay. I don't want to be in the position where we are unfairly tying the councilman's hands or tying the community what they have been promised and hoped. And then if it doesn't come through, we are all left holding the bag. That's my big concern here.
I think this new compromise position puts the burden on the developer to secure a lease with an urban retailer for greater than 18,000 square feet. Otherwise, he doesn't get the additional height.
Doesn't get the bonus. Okay. Thank you, Council.
Commissioner Sims?
Commissioner,
Are you
not
finished?
Councilman.
Councilor Murphy, I want to make sure you get, okay. Commissioner Sims, you're next.
I'm also concerned about what kind of leverage can we do for jobs and for the park. There's going to be enough residents here that this small park will fill up that. So there's not going to be much space for neighborhoods to enjoy this park. The other is that we've promised them jobs and job training, and having been the mayor's executive director for workforce development for a lot of years, I know that that's even harder than getting a grocery store. So I'm not sure how we're going to hold this contractor accountable for that.
All right, any other discussion? We have a motion.
I did want to add one, before you finalize the motion, there was a couple corrections to the conditions that we want to make sure that you incorporate.
Yeah, put it on the record, Lisa. These were staff changes, as Lisa stated before, but let's restate those.
I'm going to read this all as I understand it, if this is okay. Approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions at 9 stories for buildings A and B, conditioned upon a lease being secured for an urban retail at a minimum of 18,000 square feet in Building E at the corner of Hawkins and 12th Avenue South. If an urban retailer is not secured, then buildings A and B will be held to 8 stories and with the following additional conditions. Remove condition 4. Modify condition 5 as follows. On the corrected set, add the following note. Except for limited areas of structured parking that will be fully lined, all parking shall be located underground. And with an additional condition related to the open space, the developer shall propose an agreement for reasonable public access, hours of operation, and other operational expectations to the privately owned, publicly accessible open space. This shall be reviewed by Metro Planning and Metro Legal and recorded prior to the issuance of building permits.
So that might be the longest motion we've made so far, but Commissioner Haynes, that seems correct to me. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the vice chair understands that motion as well as being correct? Okay. So a proper motion and a second. Any more discussion? Oh, Commissioner Henley.
I do not want to further convolute the motion. I just want to address Councilmember O'Connor. I think one thing that we need to make sure that if you weren't aware of or didn't hear, I think one of the most compelling cases made to me by the opposition was that there is not a deed restriction of any sort that ties to the affordability component that was heavily mentioned. I won't say promised by the developer, but mentioned. I think that's something that I think I would be remiss if I didn't ask for that to be something that's high on the priority list as you continue to work with the developer, particularly for addressing the affordable housing crisis that our city's in.
Absolutely. I've looked at, the Elmington project nearby. There does not seem to be a deed restriction there. There is a pilot on a portion of that. I'm willing to use whatever affordable housing tools we can legally bring to the table on this. I mean, that's what I try to do with every project, and honestly, this is further than we've gotten with most.
But Commissioner Henley, your motion is, you're not saying you would not vote for
Not a
this?
motion.
Okay. There's nothing about your vote that's tied to affordable housing, though, correct? Correct?
Correct.
There we go. Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a proper motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Wait.
Sorry.
And there's, Commissioner Sims is no. Everybody else is an aye? Want to make sure. Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate it. Get back to those baby girls. All right. And so item 20 is approved with those specific conditions read by Lisa. All right. We are on item number 23 now. And just to clarify, the ayes, there was only one no, and that was Commissioner Sims, just to clarify. Well, before we start item 23, I want to, is there anyone in the, let's make sure, this was tentatively on the consent agenda. Is there anyone in opposition? Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. Again, I'm Seth Harrison with the Planning Department, and I'll be presenting item number 23. This is a request to apply a contextual overlay district to about 136.48 acres. Staff recommendation is for approval. This area is zoned R10, R15, R20, and the majority is zoned RS10. The policy for this area is mostly T3 suburban neighborhood maintenance with some conservation to the east. Contextual overlays apply a set of standards including setback, height, lot coverage, and access. The proposed area for the contextual overlay is generally located between Raywood Lane and Packard Drive, north of Tusculum Road. Contextual overlay districts require an entire block face to be included to meet the requirements. When a lot is at a corner, unit orientation determines which block it is located on. On the following slide, the overall area will be shown. These are the proposed properties to be included in the overlay. Staff recommendation is for approval because the requirements for contextual overlay have been met and the overlay is consistent with the T3 neighborhood maintenance policy.
Thank you, sir. And so we'll go ahead and open this item for public hearing. And the council lady is really the applicant. And so Council Lady Sepulveda, how about that? And we appreciate you. After I tortured it, the director helped me with it. And so Council Lady, we really appreciate you coming down and thank you. So you're the applicant. And then obviously once all the public comment is, we'll come back to you.
Great, thank you. It's Sepulveda. I've decided to start correcting people even further now. So let's learn it eventually. So I'll be brief. I know people are tired, and I've slept 2 hours. So this really came about because I had people from the community reach out to me. There was one lot in this area that was being subdivided, and there was a house that was being built that was out of place from what the rest of the neighborhood looked like. My district, I believe, is the second smallest geographical district, and that's because we're so condensed. So the next thing that is really coming up is lots being subdivided. Almost every part of the district that can be developed in another way has been developed. And so what we're seeing in some of these older neighborhoods is the potential for subdividing. And so I had constituents reach out to me asking for us to have a contextual overlay. They thought they had one in 2014, but planning, I was told that planning left some of the corner lots out to give more options for different housing, but the neighborhood was asking for some meetings. So we had 2 community meetings. I sent out a robocall, did a couple of lit drops, social media, newsletter, English and Spanish, and it was for the entire district, not just this area. And from the discussion, it was decided that this neighborhood was ready to move forward with the contextual overlay, and the rest of the district wanted a revisit at another time whenever they decided it was necessary. So I do have 2 constituents here on opposite sides. Just so everyone knows, my goal is to get a recommendation from you all tonight, have the public hearing at council on October 5th, and then defer on 3rd for another community meeting, just so we are able to answer all the questions, and the people who were left out of the communication for one reason or another, maybe they don't have social media, I could try and find another way to reach out to them and make sure that we have buy-in from the entire district. So that is what is before you today.
Thank you, Councilor, and we'll reserve time at the very end for you. I really appreciate it. All right, is there anyone wishing to speak in support? Come on up. And state your name and address for the record. Appreciate you coming.
Good evening. My name's Tucker Price. I live at 5001 Madeline Drive, Nashville, Tennessee. I am in favor of this approval for the district. I've lived in this district, Packard Drive, for 8 years. Just bought my first house. I'm 33 with my wife, 2 kids. This area has 5 schools, 3 elementary, 2 middle school, 1 high school, maybe 2 high schools, and then a private K through 12 down Tusculum Road. This is a very populated area. During the beginning of COVID pandemic, if you guys remember your red heat maps, 37211, 37201, these were the hotspots. These are the working communities of Nashville. They keep Nashville thriving and vibing. We need more housing in this area, and these lots are capable of multi-splitting. I had mine surveyed when I bought the house. It's 8/10 of an acre. I believe Holland Skinnies require 2/10 of an acre. I do recommend that there is a max rule. Don't let them max out the lots. If we do approve this, keep them 1 under, or if you do decide to approve it and they do want to max out, say 8/10 of an acre, you can get 4 tall and skinnies on it, require the developer to put solar panels. I put solar panels on my house. Instead of buying a new truck, I bought a solar system. It's a hybrid. I run off battery, and I have a net metering agreement with the state of NES. Tennessee and Texas are 2 only states that allow the homeowner to negotiate your net metering agreement with the electrical company. New developers come in, they support the project. This can help the community become one of the first green communities in the city of Nashville. I do support this project, and I'll leave it to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? I'll make sure we get everybody. All right, I don't see anybody. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Andrew Flanagan. I'm at 338 Fairlane Drive in the Fairlane Park neighborhood here that this contextual overlay affects. I'm completely against this. The problem with this contextual overlay and how it will affect the Tusculum or the Fairlane Park neighborhood is that our houses were built in the 50s. The average house was 950 square feet. So the element of this that I most object to is the 150% of my neighboring houses on either side. On the surface, that sounds great until you start doing the math off 950 square feet. So that would put us at 1,475 square feet. So if my house happens to fall in a row with houses that have not been altered through the years, you're locked in at 1,475 square feet. And we all know that's not a practical square footage based on today's construction and what today's demands are on a house. When our houses were built, they did not have indoor laundry rooms. We didn't have electric dryers. We hung our clothes in the lines. That was before my time, but that's how the houses were constructed. We have to alter our houses through the years, and this gives us no ability to do that. The interesting thing is, most of these lots are over half-acre lots. We also, an important note would be that we also have the majority R zoning. We already cannot have tall skinnies. There's certainly tons of examples. It's a complete coincidence that the person who spoke in approval of this lives in a house in our neighborhood that is 2,415 square feet. On either side of him are 950 square foot houses. His house would not be allowed if this were to pass. I want to preserve the ability of my house to be able to improve it to meet future needs. And to have a house much like this other guy's. Other people that are proponents of this, you need to look at it and see, have their houses had additions? It's very common to have a 600 square foot footprint addition on a house. You also can't put a second floor. You can't put a garage on the front. Our houses had carports. They've been converted to front entry garages through the years. So 2 minutes isn't enough. I waited a long time. I really think that this is not a good fit for our neighborhood, and I hope you guys will not put this forward.
Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, Council Liddy.
Thank you, and thank you to Andy and Tucker for being here. So I did get a response regarding the carports. That had been something that 2 other people reached out to me about. So the answer I had from our staffer at the council office was that if the carport is attached to the house, i.e. it has 2 posts and the outside is fully connected to the house, then it is a part of the house footprint and counts towards the lot coverage. The attached carport can be converted into living area. However, if it is converted into a garage, the garage door must face the side or the rear of the property. Existing garages with doors facing the street can remain and are grandfathered in. One thing, it is correct that freestanding or adjacent carports, i.e. held up with 4 posts, are not considered to be attached to the house. So that was something that a couple of people did have questions on, so I just wanted to state that for the record. That was the answer I had. Again, I do plan on having another community meeting regarding the contextual overlay. I was elected about 2 years ago now, and I told my constituents in my district that I'm never going to introduce something that, or try and pass something that my community does not want. That's not how I operate. So if another meeting is needed for anyone who has opposing views that weren't able to be at the other meeting, then I am happy to have another meeting before 3rd reading to make sure that everyone is heard and that the majority of the district wants to continue with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Tibbs, you want to go first?
It seems like Council Lady is has thought through this with most of her constituents, or, and I think this type of overlay, not conservation, but this contextual overlay is, it's one good thing that we were able to use for keeping our community. So anyway, I believe, her stance on it, that she's going to have another meeting if necessary. So I'm supportive of the council, supportive of this overlay, and the fact she's going to move forward with it and still have another meeting if necessary.
Commissioner Blackshear.
Generally, I'm a fan of these contextual overlay districts. We do have neighbors who come from time to time who are not fans of it being applied to them. And so what we normally have, to the extent that they're not in the middle of a block face where it just doesn't work, but generally those houses are pulled out so the overlay districts don't apply to them. I thought the neighbor in opposition brought up a really good point that I had not thought about in prior overlay districts, which is, the houses that are currently built maybe just are not modernized to current standards. If you were built in the 50s and maybe there were just certain amenities that we just did not have then that we have now, is it fair to say, or is it even sensible to say that we should restrict those houses to be basically frozen in time? Obviously, a contextual overlay does not just apply to the size, talks about design standards, and so it doesn't sound like anyone has a problem with the design standards, just maybe the ability to change the housing beyond what would be allowed by the district, but something that would allow the house to move into the 21st century. It sounds like the council lady is considering all of the neighbors' concerns. I'm not concerned that she will not listen to what the neighbors are saying. I will say, I guess I'm just not as much of a fan of this overlay district, having that in my mind as I've been in previous items, but I have utmost confidence in the council lady that she's obviously going to listen to her constituents.
Council lady.
I'm going to differ a little bit from that. The contextual overlay freezes homes in time, because what it does is it does limit from having McMansions next to smaller homes that were built earlier. There could be a new modern home built. It just does limit that size, rather than, it doesn't say that you have to keep it in your 1950s home. This is an area very similar to the White Bridge Road area in my neighborhood, where we've considered this as well, and where I've seen those when I first moved into my neighborhood be considered starter homes. They are now going for things that I could never afford or think of affording. And I think what this overlay does here is exactly one of the main things that Council Lady Sepulveda has talked about, that her district needs affordable housing in neighborhoods. This is a neighborhood that is, I'm assuming, or hopefully is affordable now and will stay affordable, where people can add on as they can afford it. And as homes change and as homes grow, that will of course change some of these numbers. I am extremely impressed that she is able to come to us tonight with a very large contextual overlay and only have one objection. That says to me that she has done the work, and she has worked hard to do that. And so I overwhelmingly support this. With regards to the garage aspect, looking at a lot of these lots, now granted we're looking bird's eye view, they do look deep enough where you could put a carport or garage behind the home. And so I'm not as concerned about the garage standards and things like that. And I think that this is exactly what I have heard the women of the Southeast say that they need in their districts. And I am proud to support my fellow council member in passing it tonight.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Contextual overlay or neighborhood overlay is always a difficult one. But I think good thing is it's always, community driven and also district council member driven. So that means they know the area. So majority of the neighbors recommending and supporting is a good thing. And, we do have a commitment from a council member, so she's going to continue the engagement with the community. And sometimes, when those kind of new overlay comes, sometimes misinformation or misunderstanding or need more detail. And I think she will have more time and, contact. So I think that's a great way to preserve affordability and, preserve the neighborhood. So I am 100% support of the staff recommendation and council lady's effort.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanley?
I would, again, echo my fellow commissioners here. I'm impressed by the breadth of the area presented to us. I will express this, but I think Councilwoman Sepulveda has already addressed the concern with continued community engagement forthcoming. But I do think limiting one of the conditions or one of the objectives of the contextual overlay being to hold the area of a particular residence to 150% of the neighboring residences is something that should be considered quite heavily. I'm looking at the chart. Some of these lot sizes are varying and different, and it sounds great as a whole until you're the one that's stuck between two properties that are 740 square feet, and you have been fortunate enough to have an affordable home and been fortunate enough to save money or been fortunate enough to get a new job, and you want to add onto the home, and you can't also pay for your neighbor's renovation to make sure their home meets a certain standard to trigger it for you. So I think that's just one thing to be very careful about, having had family members who actually are fortunate enough to remodel homes and having neighbors that are fortunate enough to remodel homes, that they do look a little out of place in a certain time, in a certain context. But we shouldn't let someone's fortune or fortunate incident be something that we restrict. I just feel that's a concern of mine, but I think that's something that can be addressed through further engagement.
Commissioner Haynes? No comment. Debs?
I'm really proud of you. I know how much work this took, and I really wish you lots of luck. So.
Uh-oh. Vice Chair. Yes, Councilor.
I just wanted to ask, there was a comment made that I just wanted to clarify for the public that these homes that are R10, R15, R20, they can still subdivide. Is that correct under this contextual overlay?
So R10 is a 1 and 2 family district. It can have 2 units on the lot, but that's not a subdivision. That's just that's a duplex.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. That's what I meant.
And so if it's zoned and allows for 2 units, then it still would be allowed for 2 units. That's pretty limited in this area. Most of the properties are zoned RS, which would be single family only. I was looking through, and there are some RS properties that are likely large enough to be subdivided, although I also think that that's pretty rare because it's a neighborhood maintenance area, and neighborhood maintenance would require compatibility for any new subdivision. And so I do think that there's an opportunity for some subdivisions, but if it's permitted for 2 family, applying this would not change the permitted land use.
I just wanted to make sure that was clarified before we made a motion.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
I'm torn on this one. I am sympathetic to what I heard from the neighbor that is opposing it, largely for the reasons that Commissioner Blackshear noted. I also find it a little interesting that I don't see comments, unless I didn't read correctly. I don't see a lot of comments in support of this, and given what a large geography this is, just generally when we've done these, we've had a lot of community in support at the meetings that indicated to me that it really was something a large percentage of the impacted area wanted. Now I know it's 9 o'clock at night, and perhaps there were people here early at 9:20. So I don't want to second guess anything, but it is a large area to impact. And I guess there's enough room for changes in the course of the public process that the council lady will go forward with. if there's continued concern on the part of some of the neighbors. Is that right? I mean, I'm not 100% sure what flexibility she has. Is it to take lots out, or is it, I mean, the standards are going to be the standards. So would it be?
Yeah, that's what I was told by our staffer, that the contextual overlay is what it is, and it's just mainly changing which parts of it are continue to stay included. Like I said, I did have 2 community meetings, and I still plan on having a third. So one thing I should say is that my district, it takes a little bit to get more people involved, and that's why I use so many tools to try and let people know what's going on. So we're working on that, and we're working on trying to get the number of voters out more. So it's different in that sense compared to other parts of town. We also have large immigrant pockets, and so trying to translate everything and letting them know that what's going on is also part of what I have to do for my district. But absolutely, I hear Andy's concerns, and I know that there were 2 other people that reached out to me, one yesterday and one today, and so there have been 3 people who have reached out with concerns, so I still plan on having a third meeting.
Great. Well, and I was sensitive to the neighborhood and what your constituents, so I didn't want to raise those questions without that sensitivity. But I will make a motion that we support staff's recommendation.
Second.
That's a proper motion, and second by the council lady. Any more discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and item 23 is adopted. So we are on item number 24, but before let's just as we move into the night, sometimes if items were on the consent agenda and then got bumped, let's see here, item number 24. So it was tentatively on the consent agenda. Are there folks here in opposition? If you raise your hand. Okay. All right, then we'll hear item 24. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Dustin Shane. This is item 24, Bowling House Neighborhood Conservation Overlay. This is a request to amend this conservation overlay and to expand it. And staff recommendation is to approve. The zoning on these properties is RS 7.5, and the policy is T4 Urban Neighborhood Maintenance Policy. Here's a aerial showing the properties there in Sylvan Park. So this neighborhood conservation overlay was originally established in 2017, and it included properties on Nebraska and Colorado avenues between 45th and 46th avenues. And this proposal is to extend this along Utah and Nebraska avenues between 42nd and 45th, and then also to include 3 properties on 44th and 42nd Avenue. So one thing I want to bring to your attention first, the caption that we sent out originally with this needed some clarification. Notices went out for the Planning Commission and Council. The map and the address list on these materials was complete. The caption did not reflect the entire list that the map and the address list did. So the agenda was updated, and also the council member has agreed to defer at council so that we can send out a clarified caption and do a bill substitution. But I will point out again, the correct sketch and owner list was submitted with the bill and on development tracker. So the Planning Commission hearing can proceed at this time. So Metro Historic did an analysis and found that most of the structures were built between 1900 and 1950. They are mostly 1 1/2 stories, simple cottages and bungalows, and they directly meet 2 of the criteria for such a district, one being that they're a prime example of a type of growth and development, in this case, Nashville's suburban growth. And the third criteria is that they're an excellent collection of turn of the 20th century residential buildings. They also found that in 2011, the State Historic Preservation Office recommended the overall neighborhood to be eligible for the National Register. And though there's been a lot of infill since then that's somewhat changed that, the proposal before you would be 56% contributing. And of course, all policies support preservation, but especially neighborhood maintenance in this case would support such an overlay. So staff recommendation is to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we'll go ahead and open this item for public hearing. And Council Lady, this is your item, and so you're recognized.
Thank you. And just to be clear, I will be recusing myself on this item since I am the applicant.
At the Planning Commission.
At the Planning Commission, yes. Sorry. Next time, I'm sure Alex will give me a little blurb to read, full disclaimer, box, everything. Let me back up and tell you a little bit how we got here. As you know, overlays in Sylvan Park have been contentious for the past several years prior to my term. Previous council members have tried to put overlays over the entire Sylvan Park, in fact, over the entire District 24 at times. When I ran for office, I said that I would be willing to consider zone changes, overlays, all of the tools for zoning, block by block and street by street, and that I felt, especially in Sylvan Park, it needed to be neighbor-led and neighbor-brought to me. And so the bowling house overlay, which I wish we had actually my map might, no, this map does show it. Sorry, I don't have all my colored maps tonight. But so what we're talking about tonight is the orange over here. These are the blocks that y'all already approved and passed previously. That was brought to me by a constituent in that area, and they were the block captain reaching out to all of the constituents there. And I think we only had one person who was in opposition here, but was not at the council. Since then, I had neighbors approach me about expanding the overlay, and so they reached out to me about expanding it on Nebraska and Utah, and Historic really put forth that it needs to connect to the bowling house because Sylvan Park already has the Park and Elkins overlay. We have the bowling house overlay. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have just multiple overlays all over the place. Let's try to make sure that they are cohesive in guidelines and things like that. So it was brought to me by some constituents that they wanted to do this. And so I held an informational meeting. And from there, I told Historic that the neighbors had demonstrated to me significant support on these two streets, let me know what makes sense on the boundaries and connecting and things like that. So we had 2 community meetings. I mailed postcards. I did my usual social media and emails and posting on the Facebook pages, the Next Order pages, so on and so forth. The good thing about these virtual meetings is that they are recorded. And so it's been very convenient to direct some neighbors who have questions about the overlay guidelines or who were not able to attend. They can watch that online. The second meeting that I held about this, I coordinated with our own Lisa Milligan to have a Zoning 101 meeting attached to it. And so I think that really helped people understand kind of how zoning works and then getting more in depth into the overlay. So what we are, the neighbors are asking, and I have supporting based on the support that I've gotten back. So this is 72 parcels that we're looking at. And super impressively, the neighborhood block captains and with the emails that I've received, we've gotten a 74% response rate in that 72 parcel area. Now, I'm going off my numbers that I gave to Historic last week. I did receive maybe 2-3 emails this week that I believe are already counted in these numbers, but due to a family situation that came up Tuesday, I have not updated them. So these may be slightly off, but overall, in the greater scheme of statistics, we are still pretty close to it. So as of those 74% response rate, of that 74, we had 11% opposed, 63 in support, and 26 unknown. I did reach out to some of those unknown neighbors of mine, and they just weren't 100% sure either way and wanted to just kind of see how the process played out. I think what's important for y'all to know is that the existing overlay that y'all approved was 66% contributing at the time. So of the parcels in the first overlay, 66 contributing. On Nebraska, what we're looking to add is 70% contributing homes on Nebraska. On Utah, there are 63% contributing homes. There is one home on 42nd. It is contributing, and there are 2 homes on 44th. One is contributing, one is not. But overall, it is 66% contributing within this 72% or 72 parcels. Numbers, it's late at night. So where is my support? Where is the contributing homes? All of that is this map. So this map shows in the dark purple outlines, those are the contributing homes, and the orange outlines, those are the non-contributing homes. There is a significant portion up here on Utah that is non-contributing, and that is also where the bulk of the opposition that has communicated with me is up there. And so I am willing to take portions of Utah out of this, but as we know, and as I've told the community, that can't happen until we get to council. I can't shrink it down until I can amend it. So what I am asking y'all tonight to do is to approve this. I will be deferring, as we mentioned, at the public hearing next week. I don't know, because I haven't had time to talk to legal counsel, whether I can amend on Tuesday and then defer, or if I have to wait till November to defer. So I will talk to our legal counsel about that and get that answer. But at this time, with a 74% response rate and with 62% of that support of that 74, I feel very confident that there is enough support to move forward with this, and I am happy to answer any questions. I think that was all of what I wanted to get over to you. Oh, let me also mention, since we did just talk about the contextual overlay, at the first meeting that I held about this, we did explain and go over contextual overlays, because that is obviously another option for what spurred some of this concern. And at that time, the response of what they wanted, of what neighbors wanted, was the conservation overlay. And so that's what we went forward with. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Council Lady. And
Wipe it down. Should I wipe it down?
we'll get you at the very end. So now we're ready for anyone wishing to speak in favor, in support. So come on up. And as a reminder, please state your name. You get 2 minutes and your address.
Can I have a picture around? Is that all right?
Yeah, just give it to the team over there and we'll pass it around. And so just state your name and your address and 2 minutes.
My
the
name's
timer's right over here.
Oh, okay. My name's Adam Wakefield. I live at 4401 Utah Avenue. Oh, thank you. One block down from the new construction that looms over our neighborhood. I've had the pleasure of serving as a block captain from the beginning of this thing. I think the most important thing to know is that as a community, we've done our homework on this one. We got right when they built those homes, and they're going to talk more about how contentious it's been, and also about how awful everybody's been feeling because of the house has been built. But I think the most important thing here is to just know how much work we've put into this. Right when we started this, and right when they started building those houses in our community, we put together a Google spreadsheet that was shared, a shared Google spreadsheet everybody was could have access to. And we hit the ground running. I've knocked on pretty much every door in that area, a lot of them multiple times. We have overwhelming support from everybody. Really, the catalyst was that building. You guys will see the picture of it. They started building them in our neighborhood, and they're just atrocious, and everybody hates them. And it's not really that people don't really care about the contextual or the conservational. Really, everybody just wants to get this done as soon as possible. we don't have much time for this. I really think this is probably our last chance to get this to happen. The developers are moving in fast, and people are fielding 2 or 3 calls a day, trying to keep them at bay. And they're preying on our properties and offering cash. We're losing properties. We've lost 2 already on our street since they started building, of people just kind of getting out of town because they're so bad. So, I really just want you guys to help us protect our neighborhood and just exercise the will of the people on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Wipe it.
We appreciate it. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Katie Lamb, and I live at 4400 Nebraska. My house is in that 4 blocks that is in question. And I will be the first to say, as I said at the Historic Commission, there's no accounting for taste. However, Sylvan Park is the oldest neighborhood west of the river, and it has a personality. It's cottages and bungalows and little Victorians, and that's what we like. And builders have been coming for years and building big houses, those houses that accommodate bigger families and what people want now. But 98% of the time, those builders have paid attention to the feel of the neighborhood. And their houses have gables and shutters and front porches, and so they kind of look like the rest of them. But the builder that got a hold of the property that had the 2 little duplexes on it, which gave them the opportunity to build 4 3-story boxes. They're taller than the telephone poles. They loom over Utah Avenue. And as soon as they went up, the neighbors in this 4-block area started talking to each other and said, if a conservation overlay is what we need to keep this from happening across the street from me, or next door to me, or even where I can see it, then that's what we need to do. And as Kathleen said, it didn't take very long for us to get consensus. There are people who have objections to this for specifics in the overlay document. But overall, that's the only way we're going to keep it from happening again, and that's what we're asking you to approve for us.
Thank you.
Well, okay. Didn't touch it. Did not touch it.
Thank you. Come on up.
I'll be brief. My name is Linda Luther. I live at 4403 Utah Avenue. I live within the conservation overlay that's been proposed. And I just want to tell you that the day we woke up and all of a sudden the big ugly appeared, it was like a monster looming over our houses. It really shook up our neighborhood. So I hope that you listen to what the neighborhood is and what the neighborhood wants, and approve this conservation overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, come on up. Thank you.
Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry, it's still night.
It's almost morning.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Loftus. I live at 4411 Utah Avenue. I live within the proposed conservation overlay. I am in support of the overlay. I'm trying to protect the character of Sylvan Park. I live in a home that's only 2 years old in Sylvan Park, so I'm an exception to the rest of the people that spoke in front of me and behind me. And we've been fortunate that I, along with all the other developers over these years, have taken the context and character of Sylvan Park into consideration when they tore down a house and rebuilt. That didn't happen this time. And so that's what got us going. I know that Sylvan Park, like Kathleen has said, has tried to pass these overlays in the past. And if they had, I may not have my house, but they didn't, and here we are. But these houses, I'm shocked that codes allows a 3-story, 45-foot home in the middle of town. It's shocking to me. So we can't fix codes. So this is our only option, is to prevent that, because I can promise all of you, you would not want to live next to one of these homes that this developer has just built. So I hope that you guys would consider and approve this overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Thank you for your help.
I wonder if that really does anything.
Yeah, we don't know either.
Hi, I'm Emily Kitus. I actually live at 4409 Nevada Avenue, but I own a property at 133 44th Avenue. It's a small little house that I rent out. One of the wonderful things about Nashville and so many of the cities that are great is their historic neighborhoods that really need to be preserved. It's like cutting down a large tree. Once you start tearing down the old houses, you don't have them anymore. And especially when you put up something like they're putting up on Utah, which the size of that house blocks the morning light for 2 to 3 houses next to it. It's an atrocity. Everybody that sees it gets this fear in their heart that that's going to be going up next to them when possibly their neighbor passes away, or the small little house that's there gets torn down. And we're asking that things just be built, if that's the case, in the reasonable style of our neighborhood to try and help preserve it. So I really hope you support us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in support?
Hold on, I got to clean this thing.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else in support? All right. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up.
My name is Kurt Wolfman. I live at 4105 Utah, which is outside of the district that they're talking about. I've been in Sylvan Park for 5 years. I am a graduate of the University of Oklahoma School of Architecture. I'm one of those people that she talked about, Ms. Lamb talked about, as far as the actual overlay itself, and I have problems with that. I don't have a problem with what they're trying to do, but I do have a problem with the context of what's in here. I think it's inadequate, and it does not meet the actual, it does not talk about all the historical roofs, the actual styles. It excludes some. It does not take into modern building practices and what the consumer today wants, as far as ceiling heights. 10-foot ceilings is pretty much the standard now, and the 35 actually limits it. If you do a gable roof on that property, it would probably take it up to 37, 38 feet. So, they have to include all of the styles. The current Victorian style that they talk about was from 1860 to 1900. There was an eclectic era in this country from 1880 to 1940, which include Tudor, Prairie, Craftsman, even Colonial Revival, and those styles need to be added. Now, in the actual guidelines, design guidelines, it said on 2-story houses, they can only have hipped roofs. At the property at 4502, which is already in the overlay, that is a 2-story and it is a gable roof. And if that house burned down for some reason, they would not be able to build back exactly what they had before, according to this design overlay. Well, all I'm asking is just to delay it and redo the guidelines to match the historical.
Thank you. Come on up. You might want to wipe the microphone. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Jared Hill, 4204 Utah and 143 42nd.
You're talking the microphone. Yeah, there you go.
Jared Hill, 4202 Utah and 143 42nd Avenue. I think there's a strong anti-overlay precedent in the neighborhood. 2007, they said no. A smaller overlay in 2015, 700 people. 66% said no. Independent survey, I believe, commissioned by Metro Council. So I think as this has gotten smaller and smaller, it's easier to find a majority that believes that they should have an overlay. 18 people in the bowling house, that is very easy to find 10 people that'll agree. So I think opponents of this overlay are very much outnumbered. There's a block captain advocating for all the people for, and when you ask the question, who doesn't like Richland houses, a lot of people say yes. But when you ask the question, this is what comes along with it, do you support it? More and more people might say no. So if we are willing to redraw the lines, because the person who has the power to draw the lines is really the person who gets to determine everything here, then maybe everyone can get what they want. But in its current form, I think it's too restrictive. I would support a less restrictive overlay, but not this. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, wait. I need to. Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening. Am I close enough? Okay. My name is Sarah Galvaro. I live at 4212 Utah Avenue, and I'm conflicted. On the one hand, I think that the buildings that are being constructed by Richland Building Partners at 4303 and 4305 Utah Avenue are completely inappropriate for our neighborhood. Unfortunately, we're stuck with those, even if a conservation overlay is passed. On the other hand, the conservation overlay will prevent neighbors from making additions that are completely appropriate for our neighborhood. I'm not planning on making any additions to my house, so I don't really have a horse in this race. But I don't want to stop other neighbors from making perfectly appropriate additions to their homes. I've lived here for 26 years. The 3 houses across the street from me are new, and they're lovely. Neighbors' additions have been appropriate. Until Richland Building Partners started building on Utah, I've had no quarrel with any addition of anything my neighbors have built. I feel a little like Goldilocks. What we currently have is too loose, but I believe that the conservation overlay is too restrictive. I would support an urban design overlay that contained restrictions that would prevent further construction like that being done by Richland Building Partners, while still allowing neighbors to make appropriate additions. I'm happy to work with the Planning Commission, the staff, or Councilmember Murphy on an urban design overlay, because I think that what's happening is bad. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Oh. I don't want to make you look bad.
I was trying to save a wipe.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
I think that was it, right?
All right, Councilor.
Just trying to show that my district is very germ conscientious and saving on Lysol wipes. As you'll know, the guidelines are set by the Historic Commission. I went back and forth with them because I did want some changes on this, but again, it is a set overlay guideline from the bowling house. It is different from every other overlay, but of course, through their consolidation project, it has gotten a little confusing for constituents, which is why we had those community meetings, and I had them explain that process and everything completely. My tallies do come from my support and opposition tallies. I only count the parcels in within the boundaries. I did have other people write in. You may have received those in the packet of people outside. I did want to note that Realtor Christy Wilson, I believe she sent a letter. She and I have spoken. She was someone who was very opposed to these overlays in the past and reached out to me in favor of this and asked how to help. And so I asked her to email us on the commission and then email the council. I also wanted to share, although I did not take this to the Sylvan Park Neighborhood Association, there was a motion there at their last meeting to approve it. There may or may not be a letter. I think they've sent a letter in on that. And so all that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. But I think that, while yes, bigger overlays have failed in this area, since that time, there have been pockets, as the slides show, that are no longer eligible for this. But what we have that is left in historical, I think it's important to save. Sylvan Park is a very special neighborhood, and if these neighbors are telling me that at 63% of that 74% they want it, that's what compels me to do it. If the numbers were lower, I wouldn't be bringing this forward to y'all. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Council Lady. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Haynes, you want to go first?
These are always difficult, but I think Council Lady Murphy has done her homework. I really appreciate both the supporters and the opponents coming out and speaking. These are difficult issues. I think Council Lady Murphy is committed through the council process to continue to listen, to continue to hold meetings, to continue to make tweaks to the to the wording. So I'm going to support staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Henley.
Just echo Commissioner Haynes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I think, Sylvan Park neighborhood, that community is always, have lots of opinion. And, some people really, really wants to, preserve historic character, and some are opposed to it. So I think, Council Lady's approach, smaller one is a right one. But one thing I would like to, think about is entire neighborhood was eligible for historic registry eligible, but one by one, we will lose those houses. So if we were to be a unique city to preserve historic character of the neighborhood, and as well as, introducing modernized design where appropriate, I think that's the interesting, unique way of Nashville. So having said that, and also this, neighborhood conservation overlay is literally, neighbor-driven overlay. And we heard some people who are passionate is really proud to live those neighborhood character. So as a commissioner, I am very comfortable supporting this and knowing going forward, Council Lady, if she feels, certain block is not supported, and she will take those, houses out. So I think instead of us going, recommending which street to remove at this occasion, I think I'm so confident to leave it to Council Lady to adjust as move forward. So for that, I am in support.
Thank you. Commissioner Blackshear.
Well, it's interesting. We always hear people in opposition to an overlay, but today, those in opposition to the overlay didn't seem to be in opposition to any overlay, just to maybe the specifics of this one. And so I just want to make sure I understand, Council Lady. So when you were originally trying to figure out what type of overlay to do, you were told that it needed to be the bowling house overlay just because you already have one really close and it made no sense to get another one?
So let me do clarify that, because I may have glossed over it. So when we had the community meeting, so neighbors came to me and wanted a conservation overlay. When I held the first meeting about the conservation overlay, I also presented the contextual overlay. Over my term of 6 years, I've held other zoning 101 meetings because Lisa Milligan, for some reason, does not know how to say no to these meetings, and she does a great job with it. And so, so I presented that out there, and the response back to me was that they wanted a conservation overlay. I think a lot of times in Sylvan Park, people get confused over the historic overlay that has such more stringent guidelines over paint colors and things like that. This is the conservation overlay that is a little less intense in my mind and much more appropriate for the individual spirit in Sylvan Park while preserving that history. And so that's what we've moved forward with and how I recommended it. But to the part about why not create a new one, with the bowling house overlay, just right here, it doesn't make sense to have a whole new, it's not like these are totally different homes. But also with the Park and Elkins, like 4 or 5 blocks up here, you can't, they have to connect somehow. And so since this is so close to this one, they connected here rather than coming up with a new set of guidelines, a new name, a new everything. Because I do think that would get ridiculously confusing. Did I get you there?
That does answer my question. I just wondered if you weren't, I guess, controlled by the bowling house overlay, could you construct another conservation overlay perhaps? That would be, I guess, more palatable to a wider group of homes, so you would not have to pull out the properties that you're thinking of. And maybe that would not be the case. I'm just thinking of a way to make this area basically keep the area that you have originally designed to have the overlay instead of having to kind of accept some properties out.
So up here, the reason these orange ones that I'm most likely to take out, they are non-contributing across the board. So whatever whether it be Park and Elkins, whether we take the guidelines from Whitland, Richland West End, Cherokee Park, Kenner Avenue, the 4,500 other overlays in my district or across the city. These are new constructions. These are historic homes that have been torn down and we've lost them. And so they would not qualify for any type of historic or conservation over. They are no longer historic registry eligible, but they are in the overall area. And as we know, oftentimes the non-contributing homes are still in there.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate that explanation. I'm generally a fan of the overlays anyway. It sounds like obviously you're all over this, and it sounds like you're having continual conversations, and so I generally would be in support. Thank you.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Very much in support of this overlay. This area is still one of the hidden gems of a lot of our historical properties and the inventory that we have in the city, actually. And it has just been still been decimated by a lot of areas that don't have any type of protection over it. So this is still a really special area, and as Councilman Murphy said, this is not as restrictive actually either, but it does give some protection. So very much in support. I think this, with the number of contributing ones that are in the area, it's more contributing than some of our other actual conservation overlays. So yeah, I'm very much in support of this.
Vice Chair.
I don't have anything to add to my fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Sims.
Living in a neighborhood that had to fight over this, I realized what a lot of work that was. And when you have 85% of the respondents actually saying they want this, my hat's off to you, and I support the staff.
So it's time for a motion, Commissioner Sims.
I move that we accept the staff's recommendation for this neighborhood conservation overlay.
It's a proper motion, seconded by Commissioner Haynes. Any more discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and it's adopted. We are on to item 27. All right, everybody, let's try to get under control here. Item 27.
Okay. This is Amelia Lewis presenting item number 27 tonight. The request is to rezone from OG to MUG and MUGA-NS zoning. Staff's recommendation is to approve. So this item was heard at the August 27th Planning Commission hearing. The public hearing was held and a motion to defer the item and keep the public hearing open was made. Following this meeting on September 11th, the council member held a community meeting. Subsequently, the request was then updated to MUG and MUGA-NS zoning districts. So here we are on the site shaded in gray, 16.5 acres located at the northwest corner of the intersection of West Due West Avenue and South Graycroft Avenue. The site has been developed with an existing structure that was once Memorial Hospital. Recently, the structure has been used for several different commercial tenants. The proposed zoning boundaries, so the area that's shown in hatched would be rezoned to MUGA-NS, and the interior of the site that's just in gray would be MUG. So some surrounding zoning districts, we have RS20 and RM9 to the north with a more residential use and land pattern. To the south of the site, we have a variety of zoning districts, OR20, MUG, and ON with more of a commercial development pattern. So the site is shown outlined in red on the screen, kind of an aerial view. You can see the size of the site as well as the existing structure and the area surrounding that as well. So the policy on the site is District Employment Center. And this policy is intended to kind of do what it sounds like by creating employment opportunities and having a mixture of office and commercial uses. While the primary function is to establish areas of intense economic activity, the policy indicates complementary uses and that are intended to support the primary function of the policy. This includes daily convenience retail, restaurants, and medium to high density residential land uses. All of which are permitted by the MUG-based zoning district. Additional factors for consideration in the rezoning in this policy area is the location of the site, the size of the site, the location along centers and corridors. In this case, the site is located at the intersection of two arterial boulevards, so two pretty big trafficked roads. It is near other similar zoning districts, and the environmental features on the site are limited. With the proposed zoning district's consistency with policy, staff recommends approval of the rezoning.
Thank you. And so we will go ahead and open this item for public hearing. And Councilor, are you the applicant? All right, come on up.
Thank you very much. And I'm so glad to see all of you here today, and I'm glad to welcome back those who weren't with us on the first meeting. I hope that you were able to review some of that tape. We had a really great community meeting on that Saturday, the 11th of September, and a lot of great feedback, a lot of really good conversation that took place at that meeting. And in the course of that meeting, it was requested by the community that I consider altering the front of the property to ensure no short-term rentals on the front. And so that's why you see the alteration. And it is with that compromise that I come with to you today. There's been a number of different letters of support that have been sent over to you over the course of the last 48 hours or so. But some folks have waited this long to have their 2 cents, so I'm going to let them speak. But also, the South Madison Neighborhood Association is in support, and that letter was there, as well as the Chadwell Retreats. I will mention to you, since you're looking at that funky picture, all those little boxes are not actual units. Those were buses that were parked there temporarily. They look sort of like, I don't know, weird trailers from FEMA or something. But that's all surface parking. And so I just wanted to make sure that if you were looking at that picture, to put that in context. I have with us today, again, Dustin, who's going to talk a little bit about the architecture and speak on behalf of the developers as well. And so I'm just going to yield to him, if that'd be okay. And then we can open up for those in favor and against. That'd be okay, Chair?
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
come on up, and we'll give him 10 minutes. I'm sure you'll speak faster than that.
Yeah, gosh, if I take 10 minutes, somebody needs to come pull me away. I'm Justin Lowe with Centric Architecture. I have the fortunate enough to be working with Councilmember Van Rees and Forbes Plunkett and Core Development on the potential redevelopment of this site. So I grew up in Madison and went to school at Good Pasture right across the street, so familiar with this site, very familiar with it, and like many neighbors, I think that live around here, I've been wondering when is somebody going to do something with that abandoned hospital that's been there since 20 years now, that it's been mostly empty. So We have worked on a concept that was put out in the public. I think Nancy shared it on social media. Again, I think it's important to note that, you know, this isn't a SP, this is a rezoning. The plan was a result, was illustrating what could be done under as a MUG zoning, or the zoning that we proposed. But we've spent a lot of time developing that, still in development of what that could be. But a couple of things just on the design standpoint, you know, we sort of picked up on, I think the community seems to support the idea of reusing these existing buildings, not, you know, tearing down and building new. They're sort of quirky, mid-century, you know, cobbled together over a couple of decades, but they have a lot of great character. And so that was the first sort of big idea. The second was to sort of, you know, build on that legacy of community impact and health and wellness of it being a former hospital, to sort of develop a site or a concept around health and wellness and healthy living, and so walkability, obviously, walking trails, fitness sort of components, and a community garden, some things sort of, you know, around the idea of wellness. And then the third thing, I think if you know, look at the site or you zoom out from that aerial view, you can go up on the top of the buildings, you know, and look out from the windows. It's an impressive, lush, green tree canopy surrounding this almost 13 acres of solid asphalt, you know, in the center. So getting rid of that asphalt, bringing back green space, tucking parking underneath buildings, and really sort of turning this back into a sort of lush green, you know, site that fits inside of around the neighborhood. And then and of course, walkability, bikeability, we looked into sort of, you know, research some of the demographic and sort of, you know, data on this part of this site, and walkability scores, bikeability scores were pretty poor. And certainly for things like access to arts and culture, access to parks. And so I think the idea of sort of promoting that sort of park space, green space as part of this development. So a couple of the comments we heard from the community meeting, obviously Councilmember Van Rees addressed the short-term rental. That was certainly one thing we heard. I think, you know, visibility at the corner, sort of creating a gateway to this sort of district in Madison, which we are all on board with that. I think, you know, sensitivity to the neighborhood, particularly across Graycroft. I think the mostly residential neighborhood there, and that gets into a little bit about the short-term rental as well, as sort of keeping that, you know, particularly away from where it could impact the neighbors. A desire for retail and restaurants, which was one big reason to rezone from OG, where from density is not as much of an issue as the uses, getting the retail and restaurants that are the community really desires. You know, the current zoning, you'd have to do that through, you know, inside of the building. You have to go through a lobby or whatever to have retail. And so the MUGA really sort of supports those uses that I think that the neighborhood's really lacking. And then I think, again, the community, we heard that, you know, they really like, I think, the idea of reusing these existing buildings and doing something with the building stock that's there. And then, and we heard, you know, a need for affordable housing. And so I think there's a concern maybe about the number of units that are coming around here. But obviously, in order to support those uses that everybody wants, I think that density is sort of a piece of that, and the affordable housing, obviously, having the density sort of to support that. So, so I think with that, I'll sort of yield time for rebuttal at the end.
Thank you, and Councilor, we'll reserve time for you at the end. Is there anyone wishing to speak in support? Come on up. Welcome, state your name and your address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Josh Haston. I'm with LDG Development. We're in no way affiliated with this development, but 3414 Shelby Bottoms Bend. We have 3 properties that are within a mile and a quarter from this site, representing a cumulative 602 families that or will be living in affordable housing. And it's very important to us that this property gets rezoned for the benefit of our tenants. Currently, right now, the closest park is Cedar Hill Park, which is over 2 miles away from this site. There is not a good park close by that can be accessed easily via walking or biking, whereas now they could do that if that happens. We're also excited about the grocery. Currently, right now, closest grocery is the Walmart on Dickerson Pike or elsewhere on Gallatin Pike, which again, not easy to get to if you're having to walk or ride your bike. So we're really excited about that and really hope that this development goes through. I also want to say that both Nashville Next and I don't want to steal Laura's thunder, but Madison Chamber also did a study that highlighted these parcels as infill developments, supportive of these types of uses and the density. And then lastly, core development has an incredible reputation throughout Nashville, as does Plunkett. So I think if you're supporting of development, you need to support your local developers. Their reputation speaks for themselves in terms of the quality of work they build. And we know that it's going to be great for the community in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Laura Knotts. I'm at 1022 Falls Avenue in Madison, just a couple minutes down from the proposed site. I actually grew up on that same street, so I have passed this area many times in my life, and it would be great to see it for once be useful again. It's been underused for a very long time, and actually most of my life, just to put it frankly. I'm also representing the Madison Rivergate Area Chamber of Commerce. I'm the president. We sent in a letter of support. Our board enthusiastically and unanimously voted to support this project. We actually helped with a study that took a couple of years to get a strategic plan for Madison. We had an economist come in, and through a lot of community meetings, what we heard was more restaurants, more entertainment, more arts and culture, adaptive reuse, and it was also recommended from our economists, more office space. And this project would provide all of that while taking away an abandoned and underused site for us. Plus, always a fan of more green space. So again, we overwhelmingly approve this, especially under the leadership of Mark, who has a proven reputation with blighted properties or abandoned properties. So we couldn't be more excited about it, and please approve it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. I'm Ricky Perry, and I'm the head of school at Good Pasture Christian School. And I'm coming to you because we own 70 acres across the street, and we just recently had that rezoned as MUG. And we have a lot of the same ideas that's being presented in this program. I come to you because there was a gentleman who was my mentor. His name was J.D. Elliott. And J.D. lived up the street from this, and he had a vision when I came to Good Pasture 13 years ago that this area would become the gateway coming out up Ellington, out of East Nashville, and eventually become just a jewel. And I think this is going to be the anchor point of that jewel. Our school has been a light in the Madison area, but I think J.D. would be very pleased to see this. And so we hope you'll approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? All right, seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? All right, Council Lady, no one speaking in opposition. Come on up. Close this out.
Thank you very much. I actually got emotional thinking about JD. The Elliott family has approved and is working with the developers about naming one of these buildings the Elliott, after that family and after him. And I really appreciate, Ricky, what you said. As the applicant, I asked the developer to help the community envision a better alternative. Straight zone changes are rationalized primarily upon policy and not a specific plan. SP zonings are necessary at a minimum when there's a material transition in land use or an increase in impacts being contemplated, but this is not a material change. This zone change is meant to ensure that specific amenities identified over the last 6 years by the community, retail, food, beverage, cafes, green space, which are all restricted within current zoning, can become realities through this rezoning. As a council member, I feel the status quo for this site is not an option. It's just not. As a council member and applicant, activating the site of this scale in this manner that is most responsive to the community interests and market conditions is what I believe to be the right thing to do. I ask for your support and let this get on to Metro Council. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate that. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And Council, do you want to go first? You haven't gone first yet.
Aw, thanks.
I mean,
I'm familiar with this area and you know, it's one of those, it can be an attractive nuisance as it sits empty. My only concern is very similar to what we've discussed before, is it is a big piece of land with a lot of promises that straight rezones don't always guarantee. But I know that Council Lady Van Rees is very good about holding developers' feet to the fire and getting things out of them. I mean that in a positive way. And so I'll listen to my fellow commissioners. That's just my only concern, is that it is a big parcel. There's a lot of promises to the community, and there were a lot of upset neighbors last time. And I think I'd feel better if I had some of them come speak, so maybe we'll hear them at a public hearing. So,
Commissioner Johnson.
at council public hearing, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I think this zone change got lots of support. And so they said they love 612 vision. So I was able to pull out, 612 vision. And it's really nice plan, adaptable reuse of the existing hospital, and then adding community green space, fitness trail, grocery, retail, restaurant, residential, and including non-short-term rental uses. So I think, this has lots of potential to make it happen. Having said that, since this is a, straight zoning, it has great potential and great vision to make that 612 vision reality. But the community and neighbors who are really excited about grocery store, or who are really excited about the walking trail, or who are really excited about, park and more trees. As a straight zone change, we don't have any guarantee to the neighbors. That's my biggest, reservation. But I look forward to hearing other commissioners.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Henley's recusing himself on this, right? Commissioner Henley? Okay. Commissioner Haynes.
So this is exciting. I was born in this hospital 61 years ago.
Wow.
And to see the renewal of this facility after being dormant for 20 years is exciting. I think this is the right zoning and the right location to continue to spur the renewal of Madison. And I think Council Lady Van Rees will walk it through appropriately at the council level. So I'm going to support staff's recommendation.
Now we finally know Commissioner Haynes' age. Commissioner Sims.
Like my colleagues, I worry sometimes when we do straight zone changes, but Councilwoman Reese, I've worked with you for a lot of years, and I respect the heck out of you, and I know you're going to do a good job with this for the city, so I'm for what the staff recommends.
Vice Chair.
Well, I concur with my fellow commissioners, but I also, and it is a big big parcel, so it is something that warrants the time and discussion. But I also think that it's telling that most of the letters that we see are in support. It seems. And the alternative is a vacant, blighted building, and it's exciting to see the building actually get put back into adaptive reuse. So I too feel confident that the council lady will see this through, and I'm happy to support staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Motion approved, Jeff Haynes' birthplace.
That's a proper motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Thank you, Council Lady. We appreciate y'all coming. All right. Next is item 29. And I do believe the councilman's here as well, so we'll hear the presentation and Councilman Zapp.
Hi again. My name is Seth Harrison. I'm with the Planning Department, and I'll be presenting item number 29. This request is to rezone from AR2A to R80. The rezoning affects approximately 42.24 acres at McCrory Lane. Staff recommends approval. Currently, the surrounding zoning consists of AR2A, R10 with a PUD, and an SP to the north. Uses include office space, park, and potential townhome development. The policy for this site is T2 rural maintenance and conservation. Although T2 rural maintenance lists agricultural-based zoning as appropriate, other districts may be appropriate as long as the desired zoning can be shown as consistent with the policy. When determining whether a zoning district would be consistent with T2 rural maintenance, size of the lot, existing environmental conditions, desired density, and character of the surrounding area are utilized. The existing lot is large at over 42 acres and includes slopes of greater than 20%, a filled former quarry, and a floodway as environmental constraints. R80, while not exactly 2 units per acre, is only a slight increase in density and allows for the same type of residential uses as AR2A. When looking at the surrounding area of office uses and potential 6 unit per acre residential development, a slightly more intense residential-based zoning such as R80 would be more appropriate than AR2A. The area in red is the site of the proposed rezoning to R80. Staff recommends approval because the proposed zoning has been shown to be consistent with the policy goals of T2 rural maintenance.
Thank you. We'll open this item for public hearing. Councilman, welcome. Thank you for being so patient and coming so late. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, y'all, and that way y'all keep focus in meetings this long is incredible. But thank you all so much for your time. I just want to give you a little bit of background over this property and how we got where we are today. So in April of 2006, the current owners, McCrory Lane Partners, attempted to put a dump on this property, and that attempt was shut down. In September of 2006, they then subdivided the land, creating the 42-acre parcel that has the lake in it, and then the 30-acre parcel without the lake. That was the SP that was just referenced. In June of 2007, McCrory Lane Partners sought to rezone the new 30-acre parcel next door. The SP makes various references to the 30-acre lake parcel, and it says specifically, no dumping or fill of any off-site materials of any kind shall be permitted in the quarry site, referring to the lake. They then sold the adjacent 42-acre parcel for $1.9 million, while retaining the 30-acre lake parcel, which is currently appraised at $79,000. Then in February of 2021, lobbyists for the current owners, McCrory Lane Partners, filed state legislation nullifying all local restrictions on this site by seeking to, quote, exempt from all local restrictions, rules, regulations, or laws that explicitly or implicitly limit the operator's ability to fill the pit and reclaim and restore the site, including but not limited to prohibitive site-specific zoning conditions, limits on truck traffic, weight limits or distance limitations, or other operational limitations, end quote. In other words, the SP zoning that they agree to, the Jackson Law provisions, and the truck restriction on McCrory Lane would all get wiped out. The bill makes one exception that would survive the legislation: base zoning regulations in effect upon the effective date of this act. So that brings us to today. You have before you a 42-acre piece of property nestled between the Harpeth River and a set of neighborhoods totaling 1,200 homes on its south and east side, in the Middle Tennessee Veterans Cemetery and Hidden Lake at Harpeth Valley River State Park on its north and west side. And it's a piece of property that features one of Nashville's more spectacular lakes with clear blue water. You hear the word quarry and you think about dirt and dust and all that kind of thing. But this is a gorgeous lake that supports hundreds of different types of wildlife, including rare freshwater jellyfish. And it's primarily used today for scuba diving, and it's highly sought after. Based on Nashville's general plan, this property is best used for large lot residential development. Homes on large lots would be in high demand, very profitable, and harmonious with the community surrounding it. Having the lake as an amenity would obviously increase the market value of the homes that could be built on this parcel. This is far preferable to the owner's push to bring 200,000 loud, dirty, messy dump trucks full of who knows what rumbling down peaceful McCrory Lane and turning our beautiful community into a disgusting dump site for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support? Welcome, and please, you got 2 minutes. Your timer's right over here. Please state your name and your address, and welcome.
I'm Beth Lewis.
Oh, but you got to get closer to the mic.
Okay, I'm Beth Lewis. I live at 7978 Highway 100, which is right on the Harpeth River. And I've seen this quarry, and it is really one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. So the thought of it, getting filled in with garbage was a really horrible thought. So that's why I'm here. And also the fact that once that goes in there, it's going to leak out into the Harpeth. And the Harpeth has struggles as it is. It's, overrun with muddy water, runoff. And, it's somewhat endangered. It's pretty good, but it's still endangered. So I'd like to see it preserved. And thank you for the opportunity to comment on the request by Dave Rosenberg to change the property from AR2 to R80. I think that's a good idea, so I hope you support it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming down. And thank you for following our COVID protocols. Welcome.
Good evening. I think it's still evening. I appreciate y'all's endurance. This is incredibly late. I have usually been in bed for at least 2 hours by now. My name's Eric Lewis, husband to the previous speaker, 7978 Highway 100. We have 7 acres on the Harpeth. We've been there for 37 years, and we know the river pretty well. And we've also been canoeing on the upper 30 or 40 miles of it. We know this particular stretch. If you look at that map, the Harpeth is just beyond that red line. It's 400 feet from this lake. If they fill up the lake with C&D waste, I know what's in that waste because I was a contractor for 32 years. State license number 19125. We would fill up dumpsters at our construction sites with all manner of crap, if you pardon the expression. Paint thinner, paint, all kinds of solvents go into these dumpsters. They're not supposed to. They get covered up. They throw 2x4s on top of it, and they go in the dumpsters, and the dumpsters go off to wherever they go. So I know what's going to go in there, and I know it's going to get through the walls of the quarry and into the river. It's a really bad idea, and I think that Dave's idea will help it, save it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's okay, you can leave it on.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Grace Stranch, 1317C Meridian Street. Thank you so much for having me here and giving me the opportunity to speak to y'all about this issue. I'm a Nashville native who grew up on the Harpeth, in the same area that's being asked to be rezoned. I'm also the new COO and Vice President of the Harpeth River Conservancy, both of which make me particularly interested in this rezoning request. The Harpeth River Conservancy has been around for over 20 years, and our main purpose is for clean rivers and healthy ecosystems in Tennessee, championed by those who live here. And that's why I'm here, and why I also want to thank everyone else who stayed so late to comment on this. We lost a bunch of other people who were here earlier, so I just want you to know that we had a lot more people here who wanted to speak on this issue. We are in support of this rezoning by Councilmember Rosenberg and the recommendation by staff. We are truly concerned about this bill in the legislature and what it would mean for this property. It has already passed the Senate. If it passes the House, HB 871 would mean that the protections on this property would no longer exist. We are fearful that if these protections are not there, that the current zoning does not adequately protect the Harpeth River. Something has to be done. So we support this rezoning because the current zoning allows commercial waste, and if this goes through, I think we proved this in the past that the groundwater is directly connected to the Harpeth River. So if the groundwater is contaminated with contaminated soil and rock, then the Harpeth River subsequently can also be contaminated. That is why this is so important and crucial. And we're afraid that self-regulation is difficult, and when you have a commercial operation, it's often hard to tell whether or not the soil is contaminated or not. You can't look at it and be like, oh, that's petroleum in there. That soil looks exactly the same as healthy soil. Oh, well, so I hope that's why that we hope you'll support his request for rezoning.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I guess it's still evening. My name is Dennis Morse. I live at 8065 Settlers Way in Boone Trace. I've only lived in Nashville for 3 years, but I moved to that area because I love it. It's a peaceful area. There's a lot of people with children there. And when I found out what was going to happen here with what's going on, yeah, I'm an old person, but I hung around here tonight because this is really important for my grandson and for the people in that community. You'll probably hear from the other folks that how they can do a clean landfill. How many clean landfills have you seen in your lifetime? Have you ever driven up to one? The Harpeth River is beautiful. It's a beautiful area. That photo does not do it justice. If you look at the communities around that, it's such a beautiful area. And it would be a shame with Nashville growing like crazy in that direction. When I moved out here and I moved in that direction, I thought, wow, I'm getting out a little bit. No, everything's coming in that direction. There's more development. And what's going to happen if we look up and they put this stuff in the ground and you can say we're going to police it, we're going to monitor it. Well, how well did that work out in some other areas? You know, you got to ask yourself that. You know, I don't want to be living in somewhere that turns into a Flint, Michigan. And we know that's a possibility if you don't really watch these guys. Because the people that put this stuff in there, they don't care. You know, they're going to throw it in the ground, and the people that own this property, my understanding, they don't even live here. So I ask you to seriously consider supporting this rezone. And ask yourself what you would do if you lived in that neighborhood and they wanted to do this to your neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Oh, God, my time.
No,
Hey.
we'll wait. We'll give you a full 2 minutes.
How's everybody doing? Everybody doing good? Good, good. Okay, my name is Boo, B-O-O, Sanders, and I'm a Nashville native. I've been out in Bellevue most of my life. As a young child, I used to go to the quarry where you could go fishing and enjoy the wildlife. We also would find the freshwater jellyfish. I do live on McCory Lane, 105 Spring Ridge Lane, right off McCory. Real quick, I see a lot of development going on out there. I believe Mr. Haynes helped me years ago. I live right at the Natchez Trace. And people would come off, and there was a developer that wanted to put 18 homes. In a nutshell, I would like to see the quarry be as it is today. There's a lot of history out there. If you go out there across the street, Al Capone, he used to visit Hidden Lakes. I don't know if y'all have known that. There's a lot of wildlife that me, as a fisherman and a hunter, very concerned about. And I think the most thing that I get concerned would be several dump trucks, whether coming 40, coming 100, down McCory Lane. And if you ever driven down McCory Lane, it's absolutely beautiful. And I just don't think that the road can handle the weight of these trucks and the continuous back and forth. In a nutshell, I hope you would consider Dave's proposal. I don't want to be rude and horrible to the developers, but I think you need to take a long look and one day drive out there. Go to the Loveless, have biscuits, drive down the road, and look at the beauty out there. Thank you so much for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Come on up. I need to wipe the microphone.
I will.
Welcome.
Hello, how are you today? I think it's night still. My name is Kimberly Richard. I live at 1213 Beautiful Valley Court. I'm literally about 650 feet from Hutton Lake, the quarry. I'm here tonight in support of Councilman Rosenberg's request to rezone to an R80. I moved to Boone Trace 20 years ago. I've lived in Middle Tennessee my entire life. I wanted to be close to the Harpeth River and also outside of the city, so I wanted where a little more quiet. I know that Nashville Next is, it creates a very positive environment, but under the current AR2 zoning, I feel like a C&D landfill would be devastating to our area. It would be a large deterrent for anyone to move to this area in Davidson County. We currently have a very tight community. We have a great partnership with everyone. We're very close with each other. There's about 5,000 residents when you put all the houses together. My concerns are real. I mean, basically, I'm concerned for the safety of the roads. We don't have the infrastructure to support all these hundreds and 200,000 dump trucks that they're saying to come barreling down. The particles that come from a C&D landfill in the air, think about that, what you're inhaling. The dirty air, which is one of the most serious public health threats that we have. The scenic river, which is very important to me. That's the reason why I moved out there. And to think that it could possibly be contaminated by the things that they possibly could put in there. And it'd be the drinking water, it could poison people downstream. So that to me is very important. So I would really want you to know that I trust his recommendation to rezone and to have a beautiful place there. I think it would be great to have an amenity as a lake and live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I live downstream from the quarry. I live in Kingston Springs, Tennessee. Our water comes from the Harpeth and Turnbull Creek. We've got several items going on, both directions, that would affect that. My grandson lives less than 3/4 of a mile from the quarry on the river. So I'm very concerned, as these people have spoken, about the quality of the water, number one. Number two, Macquarie Lane cannot handle the traffic that they're talking about with these dump trucks. It's a very tight 2-lane road. You have a lot of funerals that go to the military cemetery, plus the light there at Highway 70 is pretty tough. I think Dave's got the right idea. I always want people to be able to develop their properties. I'm an advocate for growth, as opposed to some people that live down that way. But I don't think this is a very good plan for the people that live in the area. And I'm very concerned for my grandchildren that live on that river, what comes. We had a project in my town where they brought in a bunch of fill. It wasn't checked. We did some tests. They had to take it all out. Very expensive. I don't know if that guy will make it. My main concern is who's checking this stuff that comes in on the dump trucks? Is there going to be a check? I don't think so. I support Dave's plan to rezone. I hope you do too.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? We're out of wipes. All right, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up.
My name's Towns Duncan. Appreciate y'all staying so late. I'm impressed with your devotion to civic service, so thank you for that. Before I talk, and hopefully before my, well, it's already running, before my clock starts, I'd like to make a procedural request.
Yes, sir. What is the request? Here, stop the time. What?
Good. I'd like to ask, my partner Carmichael is here. Under the rules as I understand them, this is the first time I've ever been here, so if I say something stupid, just tell me. I won't hurt my feelings. My understanding is we get 2 minutes each, and Crom's going to cede his time to me, so I've got 4 minutes. Councilman Rosenberg has not spoken to us, and indeed has refused to meet with us through this whole process. And
hold on, sir. Are you ready to go on your time now?
Yeah, I will be in just a second. What I'd like to request is that we get 3 minutes each, and I have 6 minutes to talk to you. I think that the Planning Commission's deliberations will benefit from me having a little bit more time to elucidate what's going on here.
Yeah, hold on one second. Yeah, so generally, here's the situation, sir. So are you the property owner?
I'm the property owner.
Okay, so commissioners, what we usually do on these is while the council member has requested the rezoning, we always give the property owner who is defending the zone change and they don't agree with it. So we usually give them 10 minutes. They're almost like the applicant. So just without objection, you get 10 minutes between the two of you. So okay. You figure out how to do it.
Well, I appreciate it. Well, I will try to get this done in under 6 because Commissioner Haynes is looking a little tired there. So and I am too, and I suspect you all are too. So I'll try to get it done in 6 minutes. So this is a proposal to downzone our property against our will. We oppose this. I listened to the objections that were made by the people, and I have to say, if what they were saying were true, I'd probably be upset about it too. But most of what they said is simply not true, and it's not true because Councilman Rosenberg has engaged in a very significant disinformation campaign and has put out a lot of stuff there that's just not true. Principally, we're not talking about a C&D landfill here. We're talking about refilling, putting back into the hole the clean rock and dirt that was in it before the quarry. Before the quarry was there. Downzoning property over the objection of the property owner is a pretty unusual thing, highly questionable. A number of Metro councilmen that I've talked to have suggested that that alone is a reason to vote to disapprove this proposal. I think further the fact that the property, we've owned this property for 15 years. Councilman Rosenberg's never spoken to any of us. When our representatives approached him about a meeting, he refused to meet with us. So, you know, his notions about what our intentions are not informed by any conversations with us. So, what happened to my, oh, there they are. I think that the procedural issues here are enough, frankly, to justify a vote to disapprove. But let's look at the land use policy and safety implications of what's going on here. First of all, this is not a lake in any real sense of the word. It is a flooded quarry pit. Until 2005 or 6, it was an operating limestone quarry with many, 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 many more trucks going in and out of there than anything we're talking about doing, and with blasting a couple of days a week. It flooded. When we bought the property, it was an essentially dry, big empty hole in the ground. It flooded in 2010 when the flood happened. And that's when it became full, that's when it got full of water. So it's a 120 feet flood deep, flooded quarry pit. It's dangerous, it's an attractive nuisance, it attracts swarms of trespassers every warm day of the year. You can't stop them, you put up fences, you drive over them. They go around and sneak in, 40, 50 at a time, drinking, doing drugs, jumping off cliffs. One 13-year-old boy's already drowned in the quarry. People who are concerned about their grandchildren who live close ought to be worried about them drowning, because there's no shallow end in this thing. It's 120 feet straight down. First step, 120 feet straight down. You get tired and sink, you're not coming back up, you're gonna drown. As I said, one 13-year-old boy's already drowned. If this quarry stays in its existing condition, there's gonna be more deaths, it's inevitable. Flooded quarries, abandoned quarries are inherently dangerous. You can Google it, just Google abandoned quarries, flooded quarries. Good articles about quarries up in Massachusetts where 8 or 10 people have died, jumping off of cliffs. People do that here. This is a dangerous condition, and it will stay that way. It'll stay that way, and more deaths are inevitable if this zone change goes into effect and we're unable to fill the quarry. Second, my partners and I seek nothing more than to return this property to its natural state as it existed before the limestone quarry, and to do so in an environmentally sound manner. We worked with TDEC for 18 months and a raft of consultants, engineers, and environmental consultants of various types to secure first an ARAP permit from the state to authorize us to dewater the quarry and settle on an acceptable set of detailed provisions so that both the dewatering and fill processes will be environmentally sound. Somebody said, one of the speakers said the owners don't live here. I've lived in Nashville for 40 years. And I don't want to do anything to environmentally damage Nashville in any way. So we worked for 18 months to secure an ARAP permit. That permit contains detailed provisions to ensure that both the dewatering and fill processes will be environmentally sound. Dewatering the flooded quarry pit and draining the water into the Harpeth poses no risk to the Harpeth. We've done extensive testing which confirms that the water in the quarry pit is materially cleaner than the water in the Harpeth. And as to things seeping through the out of the fill operations, All we're permitted to put in there is clean rock and dirt. The inspection process that'll go on, our next door neighbors are our partners in this, D2 Contracting, which is one of the largest excavating and grading contractors in Nashville. Their property is next door. They're going to operate the fill operation, and they're going to inspect every dump truck that comes in there. And they know who the reputable contractors are, and they're not going to take anything from anybody who's not A, reputable, and B, will warrant that there's nothing but clean rock and dirt in the fill that goes in the quarry. Our permit from TDEC specifies that the only material that can be used to fill the quarry is clean rock and dirt, exactly the same materials that were in the hole before the quarry took it out. Councilman Rosenberg's extensive disinformation campaign has included scare statements about dangerous materials.
Hold on one second. So we got to keep it professional. So, please don't reference the council member. He's doing what he thinks is right. And so if you'll just keep it facts.
I understand that.
Thank you.
I think it's important to say that there's information floating around out there that is simply not true. No comment on how it got there. So the statements that dangerous material is going to be dumped into this quarry pit are false, and I think the people who made them know they're false. We've agreed that only clean rock and dirt will be used to fill the quarry pit, and we're people who live up to our agreements. Our TDEC permit permits nothing but clean rock and dirt to be used to fill the quarry under penalty of law, and we're law-abiding citizens. Finally, if anything detracts from the property's reclamation to its natural state, the value of the property is going to be impaired, and that's against our economic interest. To emphasize, we seek to restore the property to its original natural state, reclaiming it in an environmentally sound manner, thereby creating 38 valuable tax-paying acres, which can be put to good use as the surrounding area grows. Third, the process of filling the quarry will not impose any unusual burdens on the infrastructure or residents in the vicinity. On this point, it's worth noting that the property was an operating limestone quarry until 15 years ago, The neighborhoods in the vicinity and the roads and infrastructure were all in existence well before the quarry ceased operations. The quarry operations generated truck traffic well in excess of what our reclamation will generate. Additionally, the quarry operations included regular blasting. In contrast, over the 8 to 10 years that we expect it will take to fill the quarry pit, accepting fill only in daylight hours and assuming 260 work days a year, our reclamation activities would generate 3 trucks per hour on each of the 2 access highways. And the ones coming in on McCrory Lane are going to come in off the interstate, so they're not going to go on that windy part of McCrory Lane. 3 trucks per hour. That's it. Obviously, filling the quarry with clean rock and dirt will involve no blasting. Our operations will be less noisy than a normal construction site. Finally, the proposal before you downzones our property to a permitted use which is completely unfeasible economically given the geology of the site. It's a limestone quarry, solid limestone. The density that zoning permits, you can't possibly afford to put the roads and sewer in. So the property is rendered worthless. This is a regulatory confiscation of several million dollars of potential value in any case. It's a textbook example of a taking, and you may assume that we'll have to act on that, and our counsel advises us we'd have a strong case. So I ask that you vote to disapprove this.
Thank you, sir.
So, thank you.
Anyone else? Well, now, sir, are you the part of the property owner?
Yes.
So you had 10 minutes, right? So, and you used the entire 10 minutes.
Oh, can I have 2?
No, that's not how our rules go.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, I feel like, I try to give a lot of leeway.
Sure.
And I think they were very good, they were very valid arguments, and I appreciate you presenting them. So, but unfortunately, you can't do two more minutes because it's against our rules.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else that is not a property owner that wants to speak in opposition? All right, seeing none, 2 minute. Well, Councilman, you recognize you don't have a time frame. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd be glad to rebut all that point by point if you'd like me to. If you thought that there was anything that was valid in there, I'd be glad to. There were a lot of factual problems, math problems, other issues there, including the fact that the density isn't really changing. But really, I just want what's most important here this evening is that looking at Nashville Next, this property is best used for a large lot residential development. They'd be very in demand. There's a lot of money to be made there. And it would be a real asset to the community, and it would fit in with everything that you see around the site. This rezoning, while keeping the owners from squirming out of their prior agreements with the Planning Commission and Metro Council, and ensuring an appropriate use for their property, protects the property owner's ability to make obscene profit. I urge you to support staff's recommendation and approve this important rezoning. And then, if there's any questions you have along the way, I'm more than happy to answer them or to rebut anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Henley, do you want to go first?
I will. I will say the fact that it is brought not by the property owner is a little unique to me. My first case in that manner, but I definitely understand what the council member is saying. I definitely think that, in my opinion, an appropriate approach going forward. I did have one question for the council member that I would request that you definitely refute, and that is that there was a lack of communication or a request to meet with the property owners.
Councilman.
Thank you. I have never heard from either of the two gentlemen over there before.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that for the record. I'll listen to my.
It's so unfortunate, sir. Hold on one second. Mm-hmm. It's not a running debate. Okay, I appreciate. If another commissioner wants to ask, the property owner a question, then we'll let you know. But it's not. We don't do running debates here. All right, Commissioner Henley.
I was going to say, I'm formulating my opinions, but I'll listen to my fellow commissioners.
All right. Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. What happening activity-wise on this property is outside of our purview, so I'm not going to get into there. I just want to would like to talk about community plan and zoning. Before I get to that, I want to thank everybody sticking with us so late. You made us record of the longest meeting for this year, and thank you. So as far as community plan and zone, if you look at a little bit, larger picture, because quarry or lake is so big, cannot see the picture, but you see development, to the east and south, and development to the south. So I think it really kind of have more residential development, surrounded by a residential development. So this is a T2 rural maintenance. Rural maintenance does not mean no development, or it has to be, stay farm. So for that token, I think, RS80 is appropriate zoning, because this is rather up zoning. It will allow more housing, density on the paper. So for that token, I think this will be more appropriate zoning for that, area considering community character policy. So I am in support of staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councilor.
I echo Mina. This is definitely matching policy, and we try to make our decisions on policy. I think we've also seen in recent years in Middle Tennessee that quarries can be used adaptively for other things. We know the airport is geothermally heated and cooled by the use of a quarry. In Franklin, they're using a quarry as an amphitheater. And I think that using this as an amenity or a lake is an excellent use for residential development. And then on top of that, I firmly believe that the idea of filling this with clean rock is cost prohibitive and definitely is not something that I think is possible here. And so I think the best use of it is to rezone it. And so with that, I fully support this position.
Commissioner Tibbs.
I'm in line, especially with Mina, with Commissioner Johnson. To forget about everything else, just straight policy about what this area is, and I mean this. Just don't think about anything else. This is appropriate. It's appropriate zone changes straight with policy. So, not thinking about anything else. I think I agree with Council. Commissions, whoever you guys are.
Vice Chair. We'll help, Commissioner Tibbs. Vice Chair.
I think that is a very good way of describing our role, and I also agree with what Commissioner Johnson said, and it's somewhat unusual that we go from AR to a residential without an argument, but at this point, I think it's this is the appropriate way to use the land. So I support staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Sims.
The term legal kind of freaks me out as we get thrown around, so I'd like to ask our attorney if there's anything here that we should be cautious about.
The standard for a taking is very high, and there's a lot of litigation about it. So based on the fact that there's still some reasonable uses for the property, we've reviewed the issue, and we're not concerned that this would qualify as a taking.
Commissioner, may I offer just from a staff perspective, I do think the commission should be cautious about rezoning property where the property owner is opposed. The staff evaluated this against the land use policy, which I think is appropriate, and that's our role, but it's not something that I think we ought to undertake lightly.
Commissioner Sims.
Yes, land takings scare me, and they are so squishy up and down the legal route. So, but staying strictly with the zoning, I agree with my colleagues that this is appropriate with the caveat that we actually have talked with our attorney about this.
Commissioner Haynes.
Boy, I hate to be the Debbie Downer here, but I disagree with all of you guys tonight. In my 10 years on this board, I don't think I can remember a time where this body has downzoned a piece of property without the property owner's acquiescence. So this troubles me mightily. This property owner has spent 18 months getting ARAP permits, which are incredibly difficult to get. He's gotten TDEC on board. He can fill this quarry to its original state with clean rock. Contractors all over the region are needing places to fill material. So I think this is a bad decision. So I am not going to support staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I usually try not to speak about subject matter issues as the chair, but philosophically, Councilman Rosenberg, I think you're a great councilman. This is not, for me, it's about consistency over the years, as when I was a councilman to now being on the Planning Commission. I don't think in my time, in all of those issues, I've ever rezoned or somebody's property without their consent. I think the legal issues on taking, and especially in this case, are really interesting. Could go either way in a court. That's my own personal opinion. I'm not speaking as the chair about that, but to me, I just can't support that. So, yeah, Commissioner Haynes.
Councilman, I think you owed the obligation to the property owner to communicate with them. Whether they tried to reach out to you or not, you owed them the obligation. So just as follow-up to Greg, that disappoints me.
All right. So I think that's everybody that's spoken. So we'll need a motion. Is there a commissioner that wants to make a motion?
I have a question, I guess.
Yeah, Vice Chair, question.
So by going to the R80, RS80 zoning, we prohibit the use of this being a landfill. I mean, which is essentially what they're trying to do, right? Just create a landfill that would just be a landfill, or would be eventually developed? I mean, I guess I'm just trying to better understand the long-term game plan for this property. Is it just
Well, Vice Chair, is that a question for the property owner, or is that?
I mean, no, I think I'm trying to understand, the zoning perspective first, and then just, maybe it is a question for the applicant.
All right, so the property owner.
I'm sorry.
Come on up. We'd like to get everything on record. So, and the question is what, Vice Chair?
I guess the long-term plan for this property, is it to be a landfill?
Are you asking what we would like to do?
Yeah, I mean, what is the...
Our plan was to fill it with rock and dirt. We spent 18 months getting the ARAP to do that. And we are bound by that ARAP. We have sent that information. Councilman Rosenberg has access to it. It's very clear. And what's disappointing is that so many of the people who spoke against us tonight think that we're going to put toxic waste in it or a C&D landfill. And I don't know where they got that information, because it's all false. Our biggest concern is this. A young boy drowned in that quarry about 6 years ago. And we didn't know what to do with it because it was full of water. And then 3 years ago, a contractor came to us and said, can we put clean rock and dirt in your quarry? And we hadn't even thought of that. And so we checked, and we did our homework, and we determined 2 or 3 things. One is that there's a real shortage of places to put clean rock and dirt, that Nashville's growing dramatically, and that a place to put clean rock and dirt is needed. And then we said, okay, what else do we need to do? And our professional people said, well, you'll need to get an ARAP. So we went through the process of that. We negotiated with the state. They were very, very deliberate, both on the quality of the water that's in the quarry now, which is technically, it's cleaner than the Harpeth, and then what we put in it. Now, when it's finished, we're going to be doing an engineered fill, by the way, which means that at the end of the fill, it'll be stable. And that's important because eventually we want to sell the property as a commercial piece of property, because the neighborhood 8 to 10 years from now will have grown out and passed there. And it'll be a flat piece of dirt that a shopping center, a grocery store, or something that serves that community at that point. But look at the community, look at that map that was up there earlier. You didn't see any houses that were within walking distance.
Thank you, sir.
One more thing. You didn't see any houses within walking distance. Boone Trace is on the other side of the river, and you have to drive to get there. 8 years from now, that whole place will be full of people, and there'll be more people at risk in the quarry. I want to get rid of it as a property owner, and this is a good use for it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Vice Chair? You're finished. I think Councilor Murphy. We're good. Thank you.
Could I maybe hear from Ms. Strange, I believe, is representing the Harpeth River watershed, is that correct? Or the Harpeth, I'm sorry. Conservancy, I'm sorry. If I could hear from Ms. Strange and or also Councilman Rosenberg about what communication they've had from the state, what the impact on what studies the Conservancy may have done on this as well. And then also, if I could verify from staff, AR2A does not allow commercial, is that correct?
So AR2A does permit a variety of uses. It includes things such as assisted living, residential, agricultural uses, of course. It also does permit construction and demolition landfill as a use permitted with conditions. And so there are certain conditions that have to be met that are outlined in the zoning code. It would be subject to, and Mr. Dickerson can likely speak to this as well, but it would be subject to approval by council through those conditions in the zoning ordinance.
But they couldn't put their commercial strip mall there that they're talking about?
Not currently, no, not under the existing zoning.
And they can't fill it in if we change the zoning?
So construction and demolition landfill is permitted with conditions under AR2A, but it does have to meet all of those conditions. Construction and demolition landfill is not permitted under R80, the proposed zoning.
I guess when I'm thinking a C&D landfill and when I'm hearing clean rock, those, to me, those are not the same thing.
I believe construction and demolition landfill would be the category if you look at the definition. I can read that definition if you'd like me to.
Okay, that just seems a little, I would think that you would be able to fill it in. But Ms. Strange, could you give us some more information from the Conservancy?
So what we're worried about is whether it actually will be clean rock and clean dirt and what falls under that definition and what can be actually put in. We also have a lot of concerns with the ARAP, quite frankly. They didn't require them to line it. So if somehow that dirt gets in and some of it is unclean or is contaminated, it goes directly into the groundwater, which then goes directly into the Harpeth River. So we have a lot of issues just even with that whole process, and we think that that shouldn't have been granted in that manner. We thought that the ARAP was going to be much more strictly tuned when they actually gave it to them, and when we actually read the final report, we still think that that is not environmentally sound and that that does not protect the Harpeth River.
And Ms. Strange, are you familiar with other landfills in the area that are or are not lined and how much they leach out?
I can't give you an exact number on that, but I'm happy to get that information. You might know more about.
Can I ask a follow-up question while you're here? So you're saying you don't think TDEC, with all their expertise, did an appropriate job in writing the ARAP permit?
I think that the ARAP at the very least should have had a lining provision so that when the dirt and rock was put in place, if it was contaminated, we'd at least have an extra layer of protection. So no, I don't think that it was fully, I don't think what we understood it was going to be versus what actually was the final document. We don't believe that the final document was strict enough to protect the Harpeth River.
Council Lady, you're.
I think if Councilman Rosenberg has more information for us, I think that might be helpful on this, on the ARAP process.
Well, the reason that the ARAP process took 18 months is because they kept submitting inadequate plans. It normally does not take 18 months. It wasn't because they were trying to do things strictly by the rules. It's because they kept trying to see what the bare minimum was that they could get away with. But all of this, I feel, is neither here nor there. Commissioner Haynes, Commissioner Atkins, I appreciate your position on the idea of downzoning. I'm not trying to downzone. No dumping or fill of any off-site materials of any kind shall be permitted in the quarry site. That's the zoning that they agreed to. And now they're standing up here telling all of you, we're going to bring a bunch of off-site materials to this site. This is an attempt to allow them to continue having a very profitable use on this while ensuring they don't use the state to nullify the zoning that they agreed to on this property. This is an incredibly unique situation. I've never heard of anybody trying to nullify, preempt their own zoning, not zoning on property they purchased, but zoning they specifically had passed through the Planning Commission and the Metro Council. And any discussion about offside materials of any kind is them just completely going back on that. And I don't see how you can take the word of anybody who would do that they're just going to be doing things and doing everything by the rules from here on out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
So,
Commissioner Haynes, hold on. Let's make sure that the council lady is finished, and then we'll get right.
Thank you. I think that
Councilor.
touches on my concerns about where the intention is here, long-term. I mean, I understand you've got a big hole in the ground and you want to fill it in, but that is a very expensive process. And if you are planning, I mean, why not come to us and say, this is our plan long-term? If you're not going to be able to build your long-term plan on here now, why would you have agreed to the other SP and those conditions? And so, I mean, I think that we have a responsibility to follow our community plans here, our Nashville Next plans. And I think that we also have, and maybe this is more the council perspective, I have a responsibility to help protect our scenic waterways. And I am not comfortable leaving this an AR2A given the information that we have. I think it is more important that we follow our community plan policy and get away from those uses that our policy and our Nashville Next says is not appropriate in the area.
Thank you. Commissioner Haynes?
So I don't think this is an expensive process because I think the contractors need a place to place the material. So they're not going to make money by filling this quarry. I don't think contractors are going to pay to bring it out here because of the haul trips and the haul distance. I do this for a living, okay? Secondly, if we are concerned, as the neighbors are, about the quality of the material, then let's impose a restriction that they have an environmental engineer on site that looks at every truckload. But I trust TDEC. I've been through this TDEC process 100 times. It is painful. It is arduous. They are very difficult to deal with. And if we can't trust TDEC, we got a bigger problem.
How can we put conditions on it now, though?
Hold on, council lady. Now, you know,
Sorry.
this is not a running debate.
Used to council.
This is not the council. Appreciate you very much. All right. Are there any other questions?
I have one more.
Commissioner Sims.
Back to our attorney. I've been involved in a couple of situations where there were partial takings, which means they don't actually, I'm actually pulled it up so I can say it right. They don't actually take the land, but they suffer the ability to use it as they had planned. Are we experiencing a partial taking here?
No, I don't think we are. I mean, like I said, we had some people in the office do some pretty thorough research, and there's a case that came out this summer about that I think further looked at that. And at this point, our office isn't concerned about there being a taking. We recognize that this is an issue worth looking at, which is why we did, but that's where we landed on it.
It's very close, so thank you.
Can I ask one other question of our council? So with the House and Senate bill outstanding that exempts all local regulation with the exception of base zoning, if that is passed in 2022, what would that do to any of this? Is it the base zoning that would be in effect as of if this new zoning was put in place, or is it the base zoning from when they filed the bill? Like, how does that impact all of this?
It will depend on what the final bill says, but I will say that the amendment that was passed before in the last version says, as one of its conditions, base zoning regulations in effect upon the effective date of this act continue to be applicable to backfilling and grading projects identified in previous subdivision, as long as such regulations are base zoning regulations applicable to the site and are not site-specific zoning regulations associated with a specific plan zone. Site-specific zoning regulations associated with a specific plan zone must not prohibit backfilling and grading projects identified in section F1. So that's the current, that was the language on the last part of the bill on amendment. So it depends on what the bill does going forward, but certainly it's possible that while there are limits as to what the state legislature can do with respect to local zoning, they can do some things, and it's possible that they could engineer a bill that would affect the conditions that you would put on something if it's other than base zoning. So it's hard to tell without knowing exactly what they're going to do, what the effect would be.
Thank you. Commissioner Tibbs.
So, oops, I think I put it twice. I'm sorry.
Okay, now push it one time.
Maybe, there we go.
There we go.
Okay, so I've become conflicted since I made it, because the way, I looked at it the way I thought staff was looking at it, based on strictly, did staff not know about the ownership issue? Difference, is that what it was? Staff based it strictly off of what the policy led, is that, I guess that's correct? 'Cause that's what I was looking
right,
at.
that's our role, is to review a requested application of zoning against the land use policy.
So
We don't
that's-
have a lot of cases like this one, candidly.
Yeah.
I mean, we looked to figure out how we have treated cases like this in the past, and so we really try to look at the totality of issues, but also, our primary role in a rezoning is to understand the land use policy, and so that is how the staff evaluated this project.
And that was how I looked at it too, based off of that, should we be asking them for us not to try to solve this then? Because we're almost like we're splitting the baby. I don't know, maybe that's not the right word, but it's like, should we be saying, okay, you guys got to talk this through, because I don't know, because if it seems like I see Commissioner Haynes's point about it and, the ownership of it, but I still see straight with policy, this should work with the zone, and they could do what they want to, it's still their property, they just would have to do it per this zone change. So is that what's missing, that we need to ask them to make sure they go back and talk this over and we defer this for them to talk it through? Because we're put in this position now that it's almost like policy is straightforward, so it's like we're doing a judicial thing, I guess. I don't know. It seems like it made it a lot more complicated because of that.
So that's not a bad point. I mean, but we don't have a motion yet. And so we need a motion.
So what do if we deferred it, what are we asking for additional?
There is a council bill, so Lisa might be able to tell us where that is in the process and whether it can be deferred or not.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful.
Certainly. So there has been a council bill that has been introduced on first reading and is set for public hearing on October 5th. I need to check and see when it was introduced to see how much time has passed. So if you can just give me a moment to do that.
We'll take a moment.
Chairman?
Yes,
I would like to retaliate my comment, because we are strictly talking about community plan and, zone. So we are not talking about activity in that specific parcel. So in that point of view, I am totally agree with a staff recommendation. So deferring is not, in our purview, because we're just talking about community plan and zoning. And I think in that usage is appropriate, and I think for that point of view, staff recommendation is appropriate. And if it's appropriate, I can make motion to approve it.
Thank you. Is there a motion from anyone, or is there? We have to have a motion. Well, what's the timing issue? Lisa, do we have that? Yeah, I don't want to rush you or anything. Did you make a motion? Was it a motion?
I will retaliate. I make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
That's a proper motion. I didn't hear that for some reason. Okay, it's late. It's almost. So that's a proper motion. Is there a second? And the vice chair seconds. Any other discussion?
Could I ask one more thing about discussion? I didn't understand, does that mean we don't have time to a deferment? Is that what I heard? basically?
Okay, so the council bill was introduced and passed on first reading on September 7th. According to Council Rule 29, related to public hearings for zoning bills, a public hearing cannot be held until there's a recommendation from the Planning Commission or at least 30 days has elapsed from the date of referral to the commission following first reading. It has not been 30 days since it was introduced. And so the public hearing is scheduled it will not have been 30 days on October 5th. And so the public hearing is scheduled. The council member could request a suspension of that rule, Rule 29, at the council meeting. And if the rule was suspended, then the public hearing could proceed without a recommendation of the Planning Commission. If it was to proceed on the 5th, then third reading would be the 19th, and so you all could have an opportunity still to make a recommendation on October 14th prior to third reading.
Thank you, Lisa. So we have a motion and a second. We're in discussion. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of staff's recommendation, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. So let's do hands. All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. 3 ayes. All opposed, raise your hand. 5 noes. The motion fails. So we're back to needing another motion.
I don't know if you told me I could really do this or not, but I'm going to still say I'll make a motion. We defer so that the owner and the council person can meet about this issue.
So that's a proper motion. I think the council member would have to suspend the rules on the council. Is that correct, Lisa? Is that what I understood? Or is that not?
Lisa, if the commission defers one meeting, what happens at council?
Yeah.
If the commission defers one meeting, then the councilman would have to request a suspension of Rule 29 because 30 days have not passed and there's not a recommendation from the Planning Commission. If he is not able to suspend the rule, then the public hearing will have to be deferred to the November public hearing. If he is able to suspend the rule, then the public hearing can proceed at council.
So,
Thank you. So that's a proper motion. Motion to defer one meeting. There's a second. All in favor? So let's try it by voice vote again. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. 1 no. Vice Chair votes no. It's deferred one meeting. Councilmember, we appreciate you coming. And there's a lot of issues going on with this, and we do appreciate you very much. All right, so bill is deferred one meeting. We are on to other business. Historic. Commissioner Johnson, we got an update on any historic?
Yes, just want to thank Director for working for the Second Avenue project. And we, Historic Zoning Commission will hear October the 12th. For the special meeting. And so I'm looking forward to see more detail on that day.
Thank you. Commissioner Haynes, Parks?
No report tonight.
Okay, no report. Executive Committee. Watch your calendars. We have the East Bank walking tour that's coming up. And so the director expects us all to be there. So try to be there, commissioners. I think that's our executive report, Vice Chair. Do you have anything? You have nothing? Okay. We've already accepted the director's report, but Director, do you have anything to say? I mean, I'm all. So, go ahead.
I look forward to seeing you on our walking tour. Also, second, we have let Vice Mayor Schulman know, as well as Councilwoman Murphy, that the staff plans to release draft redistricting maps in the next week and a half or so, and that will be followed by a series of weeks where we will take public comment, including from council members. So there will be lots of opportunity to make adjustments as needed, but the team's been working really hard, and we look forward to taking the next step.
Thank you. And before I get to the council lady, I want to take a moment of personal privilege to thank Councilmember Murphy for all of the hard work last 2 years of being on the commission. I know it's a huge commitment. I personally want to say I think that she's a excellent councilwoman that is very passionate, good person. But I just want to say thank you for all your additional hard work. It's a lot of hours. And we on the commission appreciate you very much. And so let's give her a round. So, your farewell speech.
I was gonna ask if we could take a group picture and be like really like cheesy, if we could just do a little group picture, is that okay?
Yeah, we'll do that after we adjourn.
Safe
So,
doing it, or we could take it from here.
You're suggesting this at 11:30 at night?
So we'll after we adjourn, we'll all stand up. Okay, all right.
It's
Even
my
you,
last
Commissioner.
meeting.
All right. Thank you, Council Lady. And so we're ready for an adjournment motion. Is there a motion to adjourn? We're adjourned. All right, everybody get lined up.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.org.